It's Emily Hart, your favorite time-traveling orphan. Welcome to Book 2 of my never-ending saga. If you haven't listened to Book 1 first, then you should. Otherwise, this installment won't make any sense. Also, if you could, please help support this channel by purchasing some merchandise from our store. We have a lot of terrific stuff you might like. There are links below. Finally, don't forget to press that like button and also subscribe to this channel so you'll be informed when we release more audiobooks. Okay, let's get to it. I'll check back in with you soon. Gotta run, literally.
Chapter 1. Emily Hart wasn't breathing when she arrived after her most recent time jump from the backyard of Jim Miller's house. Moments later, billions of sleeping neurons began to fire, rebooting her biosystems and bringing her closer to a conscious state. Her heart stirred with a single thump, then charged to full power when it sent the first rush of blood into her muscular system. A howl of post-jump pain hit her just as her waking senses realized there was a mounting pressure inside her ear canals. She also heard a rhythmic sound of swooshing, and her body felt weightless and carefree, making her think she was floating in air. Yet, there was a searing cold dampness smothering her skin. Then, something brushed across her cheek, sending a panic alarm that hastened the revival process. Her respiratory system came alive, causing her lungs to expand in size. Her mouth opened, hoping to receive a gulp of air, but only a frigid liquid crossed her lips and landed on her tongue, tasting foul and disgusting. She gagged, expelling the thick foreign matter from her body as her eyes flew open. A gray-colored fish looked back at her, floating a few inches in front of her nose with its pelvic fins flapping. Behind the creature were tassels of thin-leafed grass swaying in the current, their tips reaching for the sunlight beaming in from above. Emily realized she was underwater. Her arms and legs started to flail, sending the curious fish darting off in an instant. She grabbed and kicked at the green-tinted water, hoping to climb her way to the surface, but her body sank further and further with every stroke. A garbled scream was all she could muster, looking down through the murky water, past her bare feet in search of the bottom. It was there, only a few feet below, but covered with a blanket of golf balls. Most looked to be white, but a sprinkling of yellow and orange caught her eye, plus a few with red stripes painted across their centers. Her feet made contact with the uneven surface, allowing her to bend her knees and push off with a mighty thrust. Emily threw her arms up, hoping to propel the launch with even greater force. It seemed to work. She rose like a ballistic missile hell-bent on reaching a high orbit. The surface came to her hands first, and then her elbows and shoulders broke through with ease. Emily rejoiced when the warmth of sunshine hit her face and naked shoulders. She gasped a massive breath, letting the oxygen and salvation filter into her body. Someone was talking, but it didn't sound like a live person. The voice had a scratchy, high-pitched, artificial tone, as if it was coming from a radio. The announcer mentioned the Super Bowl in Phoenix and its kickoff next month, telling her it was January 2015. She must have arrived not long after the narrow escape from the briefcase explosion. "Help me!" she screamed into the chilly daytime air as gravity took over, sending her body below the waterline. She grabbed at the surface, but regretted now that she had never learned how to swim. Terror spread as the sunshine faded away, taking her into the abyss like a golf ball sliced off course by its careless owner. The bottom of the lake came fast, reaching the tips of her toes first. Once again, she used her legs to send herself to the surface, ignoring the pain and nausea swirling inside her belly. Her second jettison from the bottom wasn't as effective as the first, barely taking her head out of the water. She managed to take another swig of air, but it was short and shallow. It was clear she couldn't keep repeating this maneuver, not with the dwindling supply of air, and certainly not in near-freezing water with a weakened, post-jump body. Emily fought to keep herself above the water with furious hands and feet, but, as before, she started to sink. She was ready to accept drowning, but something broke through the water and came at her. It was a metal pole with a golf ball-sized scoop on the end. She grabbed at it, wrapping her numb fingers around it. Her body stopped its descent and changed course when the pole retracted, pulling her up to the light above. She broke through the water, gasping for air, while staring into the eyes of an elderly man and woman wearing colorful golf attire. The couple worked the pole in concert, dragging Emily across the surface and onto the grass-covered shoreline, face down. "Get my blanket from the cart, Clark," the woman told the man. "She must be freezing, the poor thing." Emily rolled to her side and wrapped her arms around her shivering body. "Thank you for saving me," she mumbled in a weak voice. The old man draped a soft blanket over her legs and pulled it up to cover her shoulders. The smell of mold, dust, and cigarettes was intense, but Emily was too tired and too cold to care. Her mind kept switching focus, showing visions of the briefcase explosion, Derek's face, and then the fish staring at her. One after another they played, a split second each, clouding her thought process and making her dizzy. A second later, she puked, sending a stream of bile into the grass. "We should call 911, Clark screamed. "Get my cell phone, hurry!" "No," Emily answered with chattering teeth, trying to stop her rescuers from involving anyone else. Finally, the rapid-fire visions stopped playing in her head, and she was able to concentrate. "Lay still, child. Save your energy. We need to get you to a hospital." "I'll be okay. Just need a minute," she said, feeling more energy drain from her body. Her eyelids felt as though they weighed 100 pounds each. She was exhausted, but couldn't let herself sleep. Not yet. "Hurry, Clark. I think she's going into shock." "Beverly, which pouch is it in?" "Front one, with my extra teas." "Okay, found it." "What's your damned unlock code?" "All ones, like I told you before." "Got it. Dialing now. It's ringing." "I'm really worried, Clark. I think hypothermia is setting in." "Why don't you use your body heat to warm her up?" "Good idea," Beverly said, crawling to the ground. Emily felt Beverly snuggle behind her with her arms and legs wrapped around her. Clark's voice doubled in volume when he spoke again into the phone. "I've got a young girl here who we just pulled from the lake. We need paramedics now." "Tell them where we're at," Beverly snapped at him. "We're at Stone Creek Golf Course in Paradise Valley near Cactus and Tatum Boulevard. We're on the first hole, by the lake." "Yes, she is, but we think she's hypothermic, and I'd say maybe 19, hard to tell. She's covered in gunk from the lake and, well, she's naked. I don't know, that's how we found her. Clark Grismond, just my wife, Beverly." "Okay, we will, but they'll need to hurry. She's freezing to death." Just as warmth began to flow into Emily from the old woman, something felt off. Her belly and chest were tingling, making it feel as though her skin was moving on its own. It was normal for her body to become hypersensitive after a jump, but this sensation was different. Something was wrong. She could sense it. Emily pushed at Beverly with her elbow. It worked. Beverly's grasp weakened, allowing Emily to wriggle free. She turned onto her back while lifting the blanket to look at her breasts and tummy. Then she saw them, sticking to her skin and sucking blood. Leeches. 2 of them were on her left breast, on opposing sides of the nipple, plus several attached to her abdomen in random locations. But there were more. A pair of bloodsuckers were feasting along the inside of her upper thigh, not far from her vagina. Emily screamed, feeling a rush of adrenaline kick in that came out of nowhere. She tossed the blanket aside and sat upright in an instant. "Get them off me!" Beverly moved into a crouching position, but kept her hands out and away like Emily's body was a toxic wasteland. "Clark, what do we do?" Before Clark could respond, the jump process ignited with the power and speed of a supernova. Emily spun on her backside and shoved the woman with both feet, sending Beverly flopping backward and landing at the feet of her husband. Emily knew she only had seconds before the blue fire would come. She was already exhausted from the last jump and didn't know if she could survive another one so soon. She steeled herself, preparing for what would come next. The next instant, time froze, and the blue fire came to consume her faster than it had done before. It transformed her body into pure energy, sweeping her away from the golf course, leaving Beverly and Clark behind with their expressions frozen in time. Chapter 2. Emily felt someone shake her shoulders, bringing her out of her post-jump stasis. 2 jumps in a handful of minutes had drained her body to a near catatonic state. She heard a male voice and other sounds, but her ears weren't functioning properly. Everything was garbled and mixed together. She couldn't make sense of it. She tried to open her eyes, but they wouldn't budge, at least not yet. She needed more time to recover from the successive jumps. "Emily, wake up," a male voice said, becoming clearer with each word that landed on her eardrums. Whoever was talking to her continued to shake her, adding to her post-jump pain and nausea. "Come on, girl, talk to me. Em, please, wake up. I need you to breathe." The unexpected last few words took root in her synapses, making her realize she wasn't breathing. Her lungs fired, taking in a huge gulp of air that inflated her chest. She coughed and then took another series of breaths, adding a bit of energy to her body. "Oh, thank God. I thought I'd lost you there for a moment." The voice was crystal clear now. She recognized it. Her lips moved to speak, but only in a whisper. "Derek, is that you?" "I'm here, babe. It's good to hear your voice. Are you okay? Get them off of me." "Them what?" "Leeches." "Leeches? They're all over me," she said, a little louder this time. She managed to move one hand, passing it over her nipple, chest, and stomach, trying to knock the creatures off. "Get them off, please." Derek grabbed her hand and held it to his chest. "Em, I can see just about every inch of you. There's nothing there. I need you to stay calm and rest. You're safe. Just breathe and save your energy." Then it hit her. The jump. Nakedness. Nothing goes through the transformation process except her body. The blue fire must have consumed the blood-sucking organisms, ridding her body of the threat. "I jumped. Back now. So tired," she muttered, trying to keep her thoughts straight. Derek's gentle hands rolled her on her side. Somehow, he must have known what was about to come next. Right on cue, the nausea came, and she vomited, twice. She didn't know if any of it landed on him. Her eyelids were still too heavy to open. "Someone get her a blanket!" Derek yelled, his voice sounding like it was aimed away from her. Emily heard the whoop of sirens, and they were getting louder. Nearby, she heard people moving about in what sounded like dirt and grass. Then, more sensory input started to register. The crunch of glass, flames crackling, the smell of smoke and burnt wood, people talking, a cell phone's ringtone and someone answering it in Spanish, a woman crying, 2 car doors, a dragging sound, a powerful sneeze, tape squeaking while being pulled from a dispenser, the clatter of metal on metal. Her mind continued to clear, allowing her sixth sense to function. Several people must have been focused on her because all their thoughts and emotions poured into her at the same time. One man, elderly by his mental tone and imagery, thought she reminded him of his granddaughter, Amber, in Oklahoma, something about cheesecake and autism. Another person, a young girl who was having a sleepover at her cousin's house, wanted the neighborhood men to drag Derek away, thinking he might be the person responsible for what happened. The girl was afraid for Emily, wanting someone to protect her and cover her up. "Here, this will help," Derek whispered in her ear. A moment later, a blanket draped across her body. She grabbed it and curled up, tucking it tightly under her chin to warm up. "It's time to get you out of here, right now." Emily felt his powerful arms slide under her ribcage and cradle her legs, and then she rose from the ground. His touch was both electrifying and soothing at the same time, cutting through the pain and nausea. She knew she was safe with Derek watching over her. She wanted to talk to him, to look at him, to kiss him, but she was too tired. Sleep was the most important thing right now. Her mind drifted off, and she passed out. Jim Miller stood on sore knees with a bandage wrapped around his head, watching the ambulance pull away from his house with its lights flashing and siren roaring. Allison's partner was in the back. He was badly injured. Jim remembered him as being the person closest to the intruder's briefcase when it exploded. Dozens of shards of metal must have hit him before his body went crashing through a solid fence post. One of his eyes had been obliterated, and his face looked like someone had run it through a wood chipper. But his injuries didn't stop there. His shoulder looked to be dislocated, and his arm had suffered a compound fracture just above the wrist joint. The paramedics thought the fluid expansion in his chest was due to a massive blow, possibly internal bleeding, but they could not be sure. Everyone standing near the briefcase had gone crashing through the fence and landed in his neighbor's yard. However, when he came to, Emily and Derek weren't there. He could only assume the kids woke up first and made a run for it. Can't blame them, Miller thought. Emily, who disappeared months earlier, didn't need to get involved with the police, and Derek wasn't a fan either. He hadn't seen the girl since the night Emily vanished, until they'd both shown up in his backyard that afternoon, right after Miller had caught a strange-looking man with orange skin skulking around his property and brandishing a weapon straight out of Star Trek. Miller had disarmed him, and that's when things took an unexpected turn. The gun self-destructed, and then the prowler disappeared with a loud bang and a flash of light after being covered in a cocoon of static blue energy. To top it all off, the orange man's briefcase sizzled, crackled, and jumped around before it exploded. The damage to his home was extensive, indicating the blast was massive. It was a miracle everyone wasn't killed, a fact he couldn't reconcile. Jim turned to Allison, who was standing with him when the ambulance pulled away. "Okay, Alice, cut the shit. Why were you parked out front of my house on a stakeout? I've told you repeatedly that I don't know anything about the Glassford girl, as you call her. If that's true, then how do you explain her presence in your backyard when all hell broke loose? All I know is I saved her from being raped by a bunch of gangbangers the night she and I first met. Yeah, you keep saying that. Look, I just got out of the hospital, for fuck's sake, because I got shot that night by members of your force, or have you forgotten about that little tidbit? No, I haven't forgotten, but you still haven't answered my question. Why were they on your property? It's pretty damn simple. I heard a noise and went out back to investigate when, bam, I ran into her and the kid from the hospital. Your guess is as good as mine as to why they were here. Jesus, you must think me a fool. What do you mean? Detective Alison looked at his feet and sighed with a look of disappointment. He made eye contact again with Jim. I might be old, but I'm not stupid. You do know something. I can feel it in my bones. It's probably just that gash in your head talking, old friend. That's the way you want to play it? Miller shrugged, not knowing what else to say. Tell me, who the hell was that muscle-bound freak with the bad spray-on tan? And that epileptic briefcase? Miller shook his head. Never seen him before in my life, or that case. He was obviously here for a reason. There has to be some explanation. I can't leave that section blank in my incident report when I write this up. And say what? That some unknown orange man with unknown technology tried to break into my house for some unknown reason, and then mysteriously disappeared with a bang, leaving no trace behind? All this after 2 suspects snuck past you and your partner while you were on stakeout? I see your point. Yeah. They'll probably think you're incompetent and completely nuts, probably put you on leave for an obvious concussion, and toss in a little post-traumatic stress to keep the department shrink busy for months. Wouldn't be the first time. I'd suggest you tell him I was out back lighting my gas grill when it exploded. Keep it simple. You and I can figure the rest out together. No reason to mention Emily or the kid, or the rest of it. Nobody saw Dick other than you and me. Except my partner. From the looks of it, he's not going to be talking anytime soon. Chances are he won't remember much, if anything. If he does, spin it and say his injuries are affecting his memory of the events. They'll take you at your word, especially if I back you up. What do I tell his wife? She's going to want answers. Not the truth about Orange Man and his briefcase, that's for sure. Just tell her that her husband was doing his job and helping others. It's essentially the truth. Allison nodded and grunted a surrender. I am already on thin ice with the captain. I'm sure he cringes every time one of my reports hits his desk. Probably has a special place in his filing cabinet just for me. Then it's settled? Only if you come clean, and I mean right now. No more bullshit about the girl. Miller studied Allison while he decided whether to let his fellow Marine in on what he knew about Emily Hart. Their time in the service together was now ancient history, but the bonds between them were strong and transcended time. They'd been forged in the heat of battle in the Middle East, long before civilian life in the USA had gotten in the way. Well, what's it going to be? Allison asked, shooting Jim a look of frustration. Miller decided to give Allison the benefit of the doubt. You're right. I do know her, but not nearly as well as you suspect. Her name is Emily Hart, and you already know the kid is Derek Morgan. They asked me to keep it all quiet. Neither of them is a fan of law enforcement, and I can't blame them. Can you? Fair enough. But who is she to you? Some teenage girl who runs around town showing up randomly at crime scenes without a stitch of clothes on? And how is the Morgan kid involved with her? Or is it the other way around? I told you, Derek showed up out of the blue at my hospital room that same day when your head did the tango with the bedpan. Never seen him before that day. As for the girl, I've been working on a story about her for some time now. She comes and goes around town, always seeming to pop up in trouble spots. I can't quite get a handle on her. Ditto here. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then she's gone, like the night of your little cowboy act with the rival gangs. That was some seriously bad shit, Millsy. My boss thinks you're behind it all, but he can't prove it. Tell me I'm not backing the wrong horse here. No, Alice, I'm not responsible for any of it, but I am trying to find out who is. I'll make you a deal. Come by the restaurant tomorrow morning, early, before we open. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Miller put his hand out for a shake. Allison grabbed his hand, and they shook on it. Tomorrow, then, he said, before walking away. I'll be damned, Miller thought, watching Allison get in his car. The cops were staking me out, and Allison's boss thinks I'm up to no good, with a naked teenage girl, no less. Fuck. Miller went around the back of the house to take pictures of the carnage for the insurance claim he planned to file. It was one of the weirdest blasts he'd ever seen. None of the damage was consistent or uniform, as he expected it would be, and he had no idea how they'd all survived. The strange case of Emily Hart just kept getting stranger. Derek needed to rest after carrying Emily in his arms for over a mile after their escape from the gawking crowd at Jim Miller's place. He bent over and carefully put Emily's unconscious body on the park bench near the memorial statue of the local military hero, Pat Tillman. Standing in front of him was an immense granite statue. He read the dedication plaque, with his emotions leading the charge. When he finished the last few words etched in stone for all of eternity, a rippling static charge crawled out of the cool Arizona air and landed on his neck. It traveled across his skin and dug into his spine, filling him with an unexpected surge of admiration and patriotism. He remembered reading a quote somewhere about what it means to be a man. It said, "A man is the sum of his actions, of what he has done or what he can do, nothing else." Derek lifted his eyes and stared into the eyes of the heroic figure above him, letting the moment soak into his soul. A short minute later, the words he had read about what it meant to be a man finally made sense to him. Pat Tillman was such a man, a selfless, dedicated individual who aspired to make the world a better place. Pat paid the ultimate sacrifice while serving and protecting others, something Derek wondered if he could do if given the chance. It takes a special man to give up everything without a second thought for himself and for total strangers. He sat on the edge of the park bench next to Emily, being careful not to wake her. He made sure to keep her body covered with the blanket, not wanting the cool air to make her sick. While he waited, he decided to take stock of his less-than-stellar life thus far. He thought about his troubled past and the horrendous choices he'd made. Dread filled his body as each memory flashed, revealing his loathsome self. What he saw made him feel sick and ashamed. He wasn't proud of any of it, not a single thing, other than he was still alive and not currently in prison. He searched his memory, but couldn't remember a single selfless act. Not one time did he do anything for anyone other than himself, at least not before he met Emily. That's when everything started to change, all of it due to a single chance meeting in the basement of a restaurant. Was it fate? Happenstance? Luck? He wasn't sure what to call it. He smiled, realizing that Emily was the only thing that mattered to him. She made him happy. She gave him a reason to exist. She filled all the voids lurking inside his putrid soul. Without her, he was incomplete, a shell, a waste of skin. With her at his side, he was a whole person. He mattered. Derek stroked her hair with a trembling hand, wondering if she'd run from him if she knew all about the terrible things he'd done in his short life. He shook his head, knowing that she deserved better. He wasn't good enough for her, not unless he found a way to change and make amends for being a total douche. Be more like Pat, he mumbled. To do that, he needed to rise above his petty, selfish nature and grow up. It was time to take responsibility and stop blaming others. That's what he decided to do, for Emily and for himself. It was clear to him now. A man needs a purpose in order to achieve and become more than he is. Derek decided right then and there that Emily was going to be his sole focus moving forward. The innocent face lying before him looked peaceful, even though he knew she'd been through hell and back. He marveled at her outer beauty, which was just as striking as her inner beauty, even without makeup or a bath. She was a true beacon of strength in a world of chaos, a world filled with hate, despair, and endless violence. Something obviously happened when Emily jumped away, only to return a few minutes later. At least, that's what Emily had mumbled. He wanted to know every detail and find a way to help her, but he knew she wouldn't share any of it until she was damn good and ready. The orange man and his briefcase were involved in what had happened to her a long time ago. At least, that's what she had told him. He wished she would trust him with the whole truth. Emily was complicated and cautious. That much was obvious. She had her reasons for not sharing everything, and he needed to accept that. He would bring it up again, but not until the time was right, whatever that meant. Emily stirred on the bench, turning over and stretching her arms while letting out a long groan. She opened her beautiful, soft eyes and looked at Derek. He smiled, letting a tear fall. "Hey there, beautiful. Nice of you to join the living," he said, not able to hold back an ear-to-ear smile. Her lips formed a pucker and kissed the back of his hand ever so gently. She held his hand to her cheek for a 3 count, then looked up. "Where are we?" "In the park. I carried you here after the explosion. Needed to get you away from all the gawkers." She sat up, letting the blanket fall from her chest. She wrapped her arms around Derek, squeezing him tightly. "You always protect me, keep me safe. I don't know what I'd do without you," she said, before making cute, affectionate cooing sounds, turning his insides into jelly. He put his arms around her to make sure she knew he felt the same way. He wanted to kiss her, but decided to wait until she was ready. "What about Jim and the cops?" she asked, sitting back. She tugged the blanket up to cover herself. "Not sure since we woke up first, but from what I could see, I don't think Jim was too bad. Neither was Allison, but his partner got totally jacked. Blood everywhere. He's gonna need some new body parts." "Damn it, I should have done more," she muttered. "What?" "Nothing. Just trying to clear the cobwebs," she yawned. "I'm so tired. I could sleep for a week." "What was all that before? Something about leeches?" "Beats me. Must have been hallucinating. I was pretty out of it after my jump. Just chalk it up to being part of the same nightmare that never seems to end. We should probably find a place to crash for the night." "Already on it," Derek said, pointing at the 4th Street road sign 20 feet away. They were 3 blocks from Jim Miller's restaurant, the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. "I saw a place the night you disappeared from that police van while it was still under construction. It's a high-rise condo that should be close to finished by now. If it is, they'll have a demo unit to show people looking to buy, all done up nice, furniture, bed, everything. Just need to get you inside so you can rest. I have to be at my group home by 9:30, or I get sent back to juvie." Emily nodded, snuggling close to Derek. She wanted to spend another few minutes with him before they took off for the condo. She needed a little more time to feel him, not just his beautiful body on the outside, but what was inside too. Her emotional connection with him was an addictive drug, something she knew she couldn't live without. She needed her Derek fix before life got in the way again. Derek turned his head and looked at her, gently running his fingers across her back. She let the psychic connection splay open, making a wide path for his life force to travel across. It did, pouring into her with the clarity of a mountain stream, bringing with it a sense of wonder and harmony. At that moment, he seemed happy and content. His calm warmed her heart. At times, her talent to read someone's emotions became disconcerting, like when it latched onto someone evil or filled with hate. But not this time. Derek's aura was soothing, and somehow it was helping her recover from her post-jump symptoms faster. Her sixth sense, as she called it, was a direct result of the taking, the night in 1985 when Emily and her mom were abducted and tortured. The night Emily lost her mom. The night Emily started jumping forward through time. The night her innocent life came to an end and was replaced by a wicked nightmare. She'd been jumping ever since. 2 years subjective time, about 30 years objective time. "You ready?" Derek asked, running his fingers across her cheek. "No, but we can leave." They stood up and walked the last few blocks to the new condo complex. When they arrived, Emily realized where they were. The location brought up a horrific event from her past. She yanked on Derek's arm, then pointed across the street. "Sweetie, I can't be here. This spot brings back a lot of awful memories. I watched Jim get shot over there. This is where he almost died because of me." "I know, Em, but listen, you need to rest. This is the best choice we have." "But I know you're concerned, but I used to sneak into places like this all the time. No one is ever around at night. You need sleep, and I need to know you're safe before I head out. Trust me on this, okay? They're just memories from the past. They can't hurt you. I need you to be strong and push through it." "Okay, you're right. I need sleep. I'm exhausted." "Yeah, but you look beautiful." He leaned in to kiss her, but she pushed him away. "Not so fast. You want me to jump again?" "Oh yeah, that. I keep forgetting." "I know. It sucks. Just don't pressure me, okay? I can't deal with anything more right now." "Whatever you want," Derek said with a half smile. "Now, follow me. I know how we can get in. See that sign?" Emily looked up and read the advertisement with tired eyes. "Tired of commuting? Make your move today. Downtown living, walking distance to work, shopping, and nightlife. Churchill Crescent, luxury demo units, now available for viewing, by appointment only, 602-555-3770. "Okay, how?" "One of my roommates works for the cleaning company that just got hired for this complex. I know for a fact that their crew leaves the back door propped open while they're loading up the cleaning equipment and supplies after their shift. All we have to do is wait for a chance to slip past them, and we're in. It pays to have friends." "Well, not a friend exactly. I can't stand the dude, but he does like to talk. I figure since he's volunteering the info, might as well take advantage." "Makes sense, but what about clothes? As much as I love this blanket, it's just not doing it for me." "We can probably find something in their van, a cleaning jumpsuit or some clothes that one of them might have changed out of. Assuming it fits." He nodded. "If nothing else, I'll bring you something tomorrow when I see you." Emily smiled. "Just make sure it's not pink, 'cause this girl don't do pink." "Got it," he said, laughing. "What about shoes?" "That would be nice, although my feet are so calloused now, alligators are starting to get jealous." He continued to laugh, not responding this time. Chapter 3. 2 hours later, Emily was standing alone in front of the huge master bedroom window of a luxury condo unit on the top floor, wearing a one-piece jumpsuit they'd lifted from the cleaning van. It was several sizes too large and an ugly orange color, but at least it wasn't pink. It had pockets everywhere and smelled like cigarettes, but it would do for the night. New clothes and sneakers would be first up on her agenda in the morning. Derek had been right. There was a fully decked-out demo unit, complete with TVs, appliances, and everything except food and personal items, like clothes. However, there were pastel-colored linens in the bathroom for decoration, which she made quick work of after taking a long, hot bath. The residence was her own little taste of heaven, with clean sheets, thick carpeting, and a plush bed. She loved being surrounded by all the lavish space. It made her feel like royalty. If only there had been a world-class chef and a willing butler to cater to her every whim. A handsome butler, she thought. Someone as cute as Derek, but not as complicated. She smiled, thinking of the new love in her life. Earlier, she'd snuggled next to Derek on the leather couch before he took off for the group home. Missing curfew would have been a violation of his early release, and even though he wanted to stay longer with her, she wouldn't let him. She almost had to turn into a total bitch and force him to leave, but he finally got up and left. They shared a quick goodnight kiss in the hallway, and he was gone. At first, Derek wanted to return in the morning with clothes and shoes for her, blowing off school for the day, but she wouldn't let him. It took some explaining, but she finally convinced him she had it covered. They'd made plans to meet at the Burton Bar Public Library the next evening, after Derek finished school and his homework. His rigid schedule seemed like a good trade-off to her. Get out of jail early, but be forced to go back to school like a normal person. Derek wasn't exactly normal, but she figured he could fake it long enough to graduate. He needed to take advantage of the program offered by the state and make something of himself. When she asked him about what he thought he might do with his life, he told her he wanted to be a sports writer. That, and of course, stay alive and out of jail. She figured each of those goals would prove to be more difficult than he thought, since they were forced to live on the streets around Glassford Park or in group homes. Not exactly the proper environment for study and achievement. Yet, she was supportive of his dreams, making sure he knew she was behind him 100%. Having a career or going to school was something she could only dream about. If she couldn't have a normal life, then he'd better find a way to make it happen, for her and for him. The master bedroom was a little too warm, so she used the twist handle to open one side of the window near the bed. A powerful rush of night air smacked her in the face, sending her hair whipping about. She hoped it would only take a few minutes for the brisk wind to lower the room's temperature to where she wanted it. Winter in Arizona wasn't blistering cold, but the nights could get chilly, especially on the 20th floor of a high-rise as dawn approached. She stood motionless for another 5 minutes, looking through the sparkling glass, letting the stunning view of the cityscape and its sprawling sea of lights dazzle her vision. The moon was crisp and bright, floating halfway up from the horizon, showering downtown Phoenix with an eerie backlight, making everything appear medieval. The room's window was an impressive pair of rectangles that extended from 2.5 feet off the floor all the way past where she could reach up with her hand, giving her an incredible wide-angle view of everything. Across the street was one of the city's tallest buildings, 70 floors at least. It was an office building, if she remembered correctly from something she'd read in the library about its unique construction challenges. It rose up like a twisted DNA strand, reaching for the heavens with every story. On one of the twisting sides facing her, some of the lights were on. They loosely formed the letter C. She smiled, thinking of her mother, Candy. Then sorrow tried to creep into her heart, but she wouldn't let it. She turned it away in a second, wanting to enjoy the quiet moment and the picturesque view. She leaned through the window opening and looked down at the intersecting streets, searching for signs of movement. There were none. The city was asleep for the night, resting until the new dawn arrived. She took her hands off the window frame and put her arms out like a preacher getting ready to bring it home at the end of a Sunday service. The breeze rocked her, making her heart race as she thought about what it would feel like to let herself fall. If she did jump, would she splat on the pavement before the jump process could carry her away to safety? Sometimes the jump happened quickly, and other times it was slow and methodical. Since she couldn't control it either way, she decided to take one last refreshing breath of air and step back inside. She used the handle to shut the window, though she didn't close it completely. The room's current temperature was close to where she wanted it. She hoped that by cracking the window open an inch, it would remain that way all night until it was time to make an early exit before the staff showed up for work. Emily focused on a wooden interior ledge that stuck out along the window's bottom edge. It extended into the room about 4 inches and would be the perfect place for a few miniature houseplants and maybe a stuffed animal or two. A little more greenery was all the place needed, channeling something her deceased mother had once said. She studied the decorative, thick-grained wood frame around the window. It was a stunning accent to an already impressive design, though it needed a window covering. Not enough privacy with all the creepers around with their telescopes. She switched off the lamp on the nightstand, removed the jumpsuit and let it fall to the floor, then climbed into bed. The silky soft sheets slid past her bare feet and legs with ease, making her feel like a princess. The lamp's artificial luminance was replaced by brilliant moonlight piercing the glass as it danced its way through random patches of clouds in the night sky. It cascaded across the room, filling her eyes with a soft glow. She wondered if its intensity would keep her awake. Her mind quickly wandered, thinking of what it would be like to sleep next to Derek every night in a bed like this. If she had a home of her own someday, she wanted grass in both the front and backyards, a vegetable garden on the side, and lots of trees everywhere. Huge shade trees to keep the Arizona summer heat at bay. Maybe even a red and white Siberian husky named Sheena that she could teach to play fetch with a tennis ball. She knew none of it would ever happen, but still, she let herself relish the idea of living a normal life with Derek. 20 minutes later, her dreams were cut short when she heard a man's voice that she didn't recognize coming from outside the bedroom. Whoever it was had a gruff voice with a thick accent full of twangs. It sounded like he was just down the hall from her room, placing him in the central living area of the condo. She sat bolt upright in bed to listen. Her hands and knees were shaking, but not nearly as fast as her heart was beating. It felt like she had a turbocharged piston in her chest, and it was trying to break itself free. "Marco, you and Slick spread out and grab all them appliances. Tex, you and I got the electronics. Fucking developer thinks he can skip a payment. When will these assholes learn? Take everything that's not nailed down. It still won't cover what he owes me, but it's a start." Emily slid out of bed and put her jumpsuit on while she continued to listen, hoping to formulate an escape plan. "When you're all done, trash the place. We're gonna send a strong message." "Should we call Rico and tell him to bring the truck around back? It's gonna make loading up all this shit a lot easier." "Go ahead. I want to check out the rest of the place. Sure there's more stuff we can fence in them bedrooms." Emily gasped when she heard those words, feeling the jump tingle ignite inside of her. She was already weak from the recent pair of jumps and worried that her body couldn't handle another one so soon. Nevertheless, she didn't want to stop the blue fire, hoping to escape the condo unharmed. A moment later, footsteps made their way down the hallway. She froze, looking for someplace to hide, but the bedroom door flew open before she could decide what to do. A towering, scuzzy-looking biker type came through wearing a chain vest, a tattered white undershirt, leather wraps on his wrists, dirty jeans covered with what Emily assumed was automotive grease, and a gold earring hanging from each ear. "Well, looky here," the giant growled, pulling a knife from a sheath on his belt. He smiled, showing a disgusting set of missing and stained teeth. He stood at least 6 feet tall and probably weighed 300 pounds. His black and gray-colored beard was frizzy and wide and traveled down past his flabby chest and pair of man-boobs. Despite its length, the facial hair couldn't hide the intruder's massive belly that hung several inches below his waistline. He stood with an arch in his spine, tilting back on his hip bones to support the enormous weight he was hauling around the middle. "Tonight's my lucky night. I get revenge on an asshole who owes me money, and to top it off, I get you. You picked a wrong night to crash here, little lady. What are you, a runaway? Just some street trash with a horrible wardrobe problem?" He laughed. "A junkie no one's gonna miss?" Emily took a shuffle step to her left. The intruder countered her move with his hands wide and knife at the ready. "Don't even try to run. You ain't getting past this old dog." When the ugly man took a step closer, Emily backed up, pressing her body against the wall next to the closet. She stared into the man's eyes as his smile seemed to grow wider and even more sinister with each passing second. Emily had seen a sadistic smile like that before when she was strapped naked to the storage shelves in Jim's restaurant, and what had followed that night wasn't pleasant. She flashed on the fat man, hoping to gain an advantage by reading his thoughts and emotions. It only took a nanosecond to connect with the monster and feel his intense cruelty, violence, and hatred for everything female. His ex-wife had had him convicted and thrown in jail for 10 years for the beatings he gave her. What nobody else knew was that he'd recently tracked down his ex-wife, beaten her unconscious, and thrown her broken body into a deep mine shaft in the Arizona desert. Emily gasped when those memories entered her mind. She could see the woman's bloody face and mangled body as he rolled her into the hole and smiled, watching her plunge to her death. His evil continued to flow into her, turning everything inside her brain upside down and red like blood. Her head felt as though it was being pressurized from the inside out, bringing with it a surge of pain from the growing sickness he shared with her. She tried to terminate the connection, but she couldn't. His psychic force was too strong, flowing into her with the power of a hydraulic press. She couldn't take the insanity of his thoughts or the throbbing misery that came with it. As the psychic pressure continued to mount, she slid down the wall and curled herself into a ball with her hands wrapped around the sides of her head. She screamed in pain, feeling the jump tingle give way to the agony and fade away. Just then, one of the other intruders came through the door and took the fat guy's attention away from Emily. At that moment, her connection with him dropped and the pain vanished equally as fast. "What's going on in here?" the second biker type asked. He was a tiny trailer trash-looking man, maybe 5'4" and half the size of the first guy. "Looks like we're not alone tonight." "Found me a little honey." "Nice. Something wrong with her, though." "What do you mean?" "Might be sick, in the head type thing." "What does that matter, Big Mike? I'll do her for you," the skinny man said, taking a step toward Emily with fire in his eyes. Big Mike moved his girth in front of the other man with an outstretched arm. "Hold on, Slick. This one is all mine." Mike curled the sausage fingers on his free hand to make a fist, just as his jaw went stiff. His face turned a deep shade of red, and Emily could see the artery on the side of his neck stand at attention like a twisted length of rope. She knew he was about to beat her senseless, and God only knows what else after that. "I'll guard the door in case she makes a run for it," Slick said. "No need. I got this. You and the rest of the boys finish up and get everything to the truck. This won't take long." Slick didn't respond. He left the room, closing the door behind him. Emily crawled to her knees and looked around the room, but there was nothing to use as a weapon. She was defenseless and out of options now that the jump process had been squashed and hadn't restarted. Chapter 4. The behemoth of a man took a short step toward her, his knife glistening in the light streaming in through the window. His eyes cut into hers, but she was prepared this time. The connection couldn't force its way inside, since she had erected a psychic shield capable of withstanding his mental force. It was something she hadn't done before, but necessity had forced her skills to evolve, and evolve they had. He twisted the blade in the air like he was screwing it into the ceiling. The room's ambient light allowed Emily to see clearly, as if they were standing outside in the middle of a cloudy afternoon. Instinct took over, and Emily assumed her favorite karate stance, the one taught to her by a kindly old Chinese man named Master Lu. It was designed to create power, flexibility, and movement, something she'd practiced over and over until it had become second nature. She set her feet, one in front of the other, and turned her body with knees bent. She held her arms up at 2 different levels and angled her hands flat, turning them into flat-edged weapons. "That kung fu shit ain't gonna work on me, missy," the man said, licking his lips and snorting like a bull ready to charge. "Never again," she whispered, promising herself she'd not be a helpless victim again, not like what had happened to her at the hands of Rob the rapist in Jim's restaurant. She focused all her thoughts on one plan: attack and escape. However, in the back of her mind, she knew her karate skills were no match for his colossal size and weight. Her best hope was to strike quickly, then outrun the fat bastard. Hopefully she could sneak past the rest of his crew and make a break for it. "You really think you can stop me and my knife? Hell, I crap bigger than you." She knew he was right. She didn't stand a chance in a direct confrontation against this enormous predator, especially if he was any good with the scary knife. "I can make this quick or bleed you slow. Up to you, bitch. Just then, a new idea occurred to her. She decided to change tactics and use her brain for a change. He'd never expect it, and it just might work. But the timing had to be perfect, or this would be the last time anyone ever saw her. A vision of her broken body flashed in her mind, showing Big Mike tossing her into the same mine shaft where he'd disposed of his ex-wife's body. Emily let go of her karate pose and put her hands down. She moved across the room and stood near the foot of the bed, facing him. The glow of the moonlight washed across her back, sending her slender shadow sprawling across the floor to his feet. It looked like a runway, paving the path from him to her. "That's better," he said, slipping his knife back into its sheath. "Smart girl." Emily took a deep breath and bolstered her resolve, waiting for the malevolent sociopath to come at her. 4 minutes earlier, Derek had been dead asleep when a wicked nightmare shocked him awake. He sat upright in bed and looked around to get his bearings. He still wasn't used to the top bunk, and certainly wasn't comfortable sharing a room with 5 other wayward boys in the group home on Monte Vista Avenue in downtown Phoenix. His mind was still able to recall the nightmare he'd just had, reliving pieces of it before it faded into nothing more than a feeling. The person he saw in his dream was Emily. She was in trouble and needed help. He had a sickening feeling in the pit of his stomach that something was horribly wrong. Normally, he didn't put much stock in dreams or visions, but he couldn't shake the lingering sense of peril from this one. He'd left Emily safe and sound, well, as safe as possible given the situation, at the condo complex they'd snuck into earlier that evening. He'd made it to the group home on time, but just barely. He'd checked in with the house monitors and made sure his name was on all the right lists. Clothes, food, school bus. It all seemed so mundane after what he'd been through, but that's the deal when you've been processed through juvenile corrections in Arizona. You had to try to resume the life of a normal teenager. How that was going to be possible, he had no idea. He scanned the room and checked the bunk below. His roommates looked to all be asleep. Derek checked the digital clock next to the door. 12:18 a.m. He'd only been asleep for 11 minutes after the last bed check at midnight. The monitors didn't typically come around again until it was time for morning checks at 6 a.m., though sometimes they'd change the schedule and pop in for an unscheduled visit to keep everyone honest. Based on his own observations and from information shared by one of his roommates when he first moved in, he figured there was a 2 in 5 chance that they'd pick tonight to change it up. He put his head on the pillow and considered his options. He could go back to sleep, which was going to be impossible with the gnawing feeling swirling inside his chest. That meant lying in bed all night, worrying about Emily. Or he could sneak out the window, jump across to the branch of the mulberry tree that stood guard alongside the house, shimmy down its wide trunk, and head for the condo to check on her, then make it back to his rack by the regular morning check. The second option came with the risk of getting caught and being sent back to Durango to serve out the remainder of his sentence. He weighed the Durango risk against the possibility that his dream was accurate and Emily might actually be in trouble. If she was, how would he live with himself if he didn't go to her? He'd already made that mistake once, and if he hadn't stopped Rob the rapist just in time, Emily would be nothing more than a painful statistic today. It didn't take him long to make a decision. In half a second, he was out of bed, dressing as quietly as possible. 5 minutes later, he was on the street, running at full speed, heading south toward Evans Churchill and the condo complex that stood near the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. And Emily Hart. Emily watched the rolls of flab begin to heave under the man's t-shirt. They were bouncing and wiggling with every step Big Mike took after starting his sprint. He was moving across the room faster than she expected, especially for a man of his size. Just before he got to her, she dropped to the ground and rolled onto her back with the bottoms of her bare feet pointing up and parallel to each other. She hoped her body position was correct, otherwise her plan would fail and she'd just piss him off even further. The man's eyes flew wide when he saw her drop to the floor, realizing what she was about to do to him, but his forward momentum continued. His belly found her feet, allowing her to use her legs as a fulcrum to disperse the weight. She let his inertia continue moving above her as she coiled her legs like a powerful spring. Then she pushed with all her might, propelling him past her. He was incredibly heavy, but her adrenaline kicked in, giving her the extra strength she needed to complete the maneuver. "Shit!" he screamed as she flung him toward the window. The same window she'd left open earlier for fresh air to seep in. She watched his flight path from below, hoping her aim was on the mark. It was. His head and face made impact with the window first, sending it flying open before the sadistic man's body sailed through the opening. Emily rolled over and hopped to her feet, making it to the window just in time to see Big Mike land on the pavement 20 stories below. He didn't bounce or roll. He just hit the ground with a thud and stuck there like a giant sack of dog shit. 32 feet per second, she snorted, remembering some of the physics she had taught herself in the library. Try to crap that, asshole. She'd been in several altercations in her years on the street. She'd even been directly responsible for the deaths of a gang of West Side Locos in a restaurant altercation, and for the Locos and Glassford Gatos her friend Jim had shot and killed in another gun battle. But she'd never watched someone die, as she assumed the big biker just had, by her own hands, in real time. She felt a tinge of queasiness, but then Master Liu's words came to her. If someone attacks you, or if you know for certain someone has ill intent and they're about to cause you harm, then they've forfeited their right to safe passage. Your responsibility is to yourself first, and use whatever is at your disposal to incapacitate them. Do not hesitate. Do it hard, and do it fast. Be decisive. Be merciless. Emily worried that she'd done a little more than incapacitate Big Mike, but she didn't know what else to do. He was going to kill her, and she had a right to defend herself. Certainly anyone in her position would have done the same thing, right? The only other choice was a bloody death. Logic took control of her brain, reminding her that she had to get out of there, and fast. She took one last look from the window at the lifeless hunk of meat below, then turned and crept through the bedroom door and down the hallway. She wanted to exit through the living room, but she heard someone open the front door of the condo. She froze, plastering her back against the wall. "Big Mike, where are you at?" Emily dropped to the floor and crawled to the kitchen, hiding behind a center island with a giant wooden cutting board sitting on it. A double stainless steel sink was sitting in the middle of the island, and there was a chorus of pots and pans hanging on polished metal hooks directly above it. The developer had gone all out with this demo unit, Emily thought, as her mind wandered off topic for a moment. Behind her was a gas stove, several banks of drawers and cabinets, and a gleaming chrome refrigerator. "Mike! Bro!" the voice called out again. She stayed low and out of sight when she heard footsteps nearby, then peered around the corner of the island when she thought it was safe to do so. She saw the skinny hoodlum named Slick, as Big Mike had called him. He was heading down the hallway that led to the master bedroom where she had just been. This is my chance. She tiptoed through the kitchen, heading toward the spacious living room. Before she made it to the couch, she heard Slick call out from the bedroom. "Mike! Mike!" Shit. The time for stealth has passed. She sped through the living room and had her hand on the doorknob when she heard Slick come running down the hallway. She didn't know why, but she turned to look at the skinny man, partly out of curiosity, she thought, or maybe she wanted to gloat about her victory over the fat slob they called Big Mike. Slick stopped short when he saw Emily. He was breathing heavily, with a look of astonishment on his face. He froze, acting like a deer caught in headlights when they locked eyes on each other across the living space. Emily's second sight kicked in, and all she felt was fear from the man. But she wasn't sure if he was fearful of her or something else. There wasn't much else inside the scumbag, probably because he was a simple drone who took orders from others. She let a smile form on her lips, feeling damn good about herself. Her free hand moved up on its own and flipped Slick the bird before she tossed open the door and took off down the hall. She raced around two 90-degree corners, waving her arms in the air to celebrate her escape. She found the stairs just past the twin elevators, and several minutes later, she was on the bottom floor where an open breezeway welcomed her. She tore through it, admiring the condo's pool area on her right. Derek ran the 2.5 miles from his group home to the condo high-rise near Jim Miller's restaurant in what must have been Olympic record time. He passed the restaurant and turned down the side street that led to the alley that ran adjacent to the complex. When he made his way across the access drive and found the side of the building, he knew immediately that his instincts had been spot on. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Lying still on the pavement in front of him was a huge man dressed like a biker. His body was twisted and bloody, and he wasn't moving. Derek knelt by the man and felt for a pulse along his neck. There was none. His chest wasn't heaving either. No doubt about it, the man was dead. Derek craned his neck at the condo tower before him, focusing his eyes on the top floor. He ran through the path in his mind, the path to the developer's demo unit, calculating its distance and location from the front of the building and its bank of elevators. He was sure that the open window on the top floor belonged to the demo unit where he'd left Emily for the night. A dozen scenarios ran through his mind as he tried to come up with reasons for the corpse being where and how he'd found it. However, one answer kept coming to the top of the list, no matter how many times he ran through it in his head. The man had fallen to his death from the master bedroom window. Was Emily responsible? Did she tangle with this dude? Was she hurt, or worse? Regardless of what he learned in the next few minutes, if she was involved, then all of this was his fault for leaving her alone again. He never should have gone home. He should have stayed with her, protected her, stood watch as she slept, even if it meant being sent back to Durango for violating curfew. Just then, he heard metal clanking and male voices coming from the back of the building. He suddenly had a vision of Emily in his mind. She was tied up and gagged, being led away from the building by a gang of bikers beating on garbage can lids with baseball bats like a drum procession. He took off running and made it to the corner in under 3 seconds. He leaned around the wall and took a peek. A pair of men, both dressed like the dead man behind him, were loading appliances and TVs into the back of a paneled delivery truck. There was no sign of Emily. Chapter 5. Emily had a good jump on Big Mike's friend, Slick, but she knew the skinny assailant or his pals would be coming after her to exact revenge for what she'd just done. She ran through the back door, across the unfinished courtyard, and into the alley through a hole in the orange construction fencing. She dodged 2 vehicles sitting on rims with no tires and flew past a stack of smelly garbage bags sitting next to a stand of blue milk crates. She gained both speed and confidence as she rounded the corner and hit the street, turning right. Then things happened almost too fast for her to process. Derek was suddenly there in front of her on the sidewalk. She clipped him as she flew by, which sent her off balance. She looked back at him as she started to spin and fall backward to the ground. Out of nowhere, her second sight kicked in, and she flashed on him. Derek was frantically worried about her. He was coming to help her. He had sensed something was wrong, and was as surprised to see her as she was to see him. All this filled Emily's head and heart in an instant. But then, her focus changed when she realized that time had slowed down, which was typical right before a time jump. But this was different. Time hadn't stopped completely, like usual. Instead, it was playing one frame at a time, like a video projector stuck in super slow-mo. She was in mid-spin, moving through the air an inch at a time, but her thoughts were operating at lightning speed. Adrenaline was coursing through her body, but there was no jump tingle in her spine. None of it made any sense. She decided it was due to the Derek effect. Then, before she could process another thought, time resumed at regular speed, bringing with it the laws of physics. Gravity and momentum took over as she put her hands down behind her, hoping to soften the impact when her butt hit the pavement. It didn't. Her landing was hard and out of control. Her head snapped backwards, smashing into the side of a blue mailbox bolted to the sidewalk, making a loud clang. Her vision doubled and ran out of focus just as a stinging jolt of pain ripped through her brain. It took a handful of moments to see clearly again. Derek streaked across her field of vision and reappeared, kneeling next to her. His hand was tugging at her. Jesus, are you okay?" "Sort of," she said, rubbing the spot on her head where it crashed into the mailbox. "Damn, that hurt." Her fingers found a lump that was starting to form, and it was tender to the touch. "What the hell is going on here? What about that body? Was he trying to hurt you? Did you push him out? We need to go. Now. He'll be coming. Who?" "The skinny man, and maybe his friends. I'll explain later. Let's go," she snapped at him while trying to climb to her feet. She used Derek's shoulder as a brace to get started, then he helped her the rest of the way up. They took off running together. January 6th, 2015, 12:45 a.m. Miller was out in his yard, tacking heavy plastic sheeting over the holes in the back of his house. The doors and windows had been obliterated by the blast, along with the barbecue island and sections of his roof. His hands were working on autopilot as his mind stayed focused on Emily Hart, the orange man with the exploding briefcase, and how he was going to handle his old Marine buddy, Detective Alison. 2 faint pops echoed through the still night air, spaced over a couple of seconds, coming from a few blocks south. His military training kicked in automatically, trying to assess the situation. Weapon, .22 caliber pistol. Range, 5,000 feet. Threat level, 0. "Fucking gangstas," Miller said to the darkness, speaking with the same street thug accent he assumed they'd use. "I hope they shoot their balls off." He lifted and peeled a purposely loose section of the sheeting away, allowing him to walk into his house through the makeshift plastic door. His cell phone buzzed on the kitchen table. He picked it up and checked the display. Allison. He swiped his thumb across the screen. "Alice, this better be good. I'm trying to get my beauty rest." "Yeah, bullshit, Millsy. I know you're always up past midnight. Just calling to give you the heads up. You've been cleared in the 4th Street shootings. Investigation just wrapped up this afternoon." "Oh yeah? Good to hear." Miller was dubious. Not about the investigation. He knew he was going to be cleared for the incident, partially because he agreed not to sue the department over being shot himself, since the insurance company's compensation check for his personal pain and suffering was going to be substantial, but also because the shootings were 100% clean. He was questioning why Alice was calling him in the middle of the night when they had a meeting already planned for the next day. "Couldn't it wait till tomorrow, Alice? You still coming by the restaurant?" "Yes, it could have, but I just found out and knew you'd be up. Wanted you to rest easy about it, my friend. And yeah, I'm still coming by, but it can't be in the morning. We have to push it back to tomorrow night. Late. That work?" "Sure. I'll already be there helping the new manager close up for the night. Come around back around 11. The door will be unlocked. I'll be in the dining room probably taking a nap since you're keeping me up all night," Jim said with a sharp tongue, hearing a faint buzzing coming through the receiver. "Listen, bud, I got another call coming in. It's the chief. Gotta go. See you mañana." Allison disconnected, and Miller put his phone on the kitchen table. Alice was trying to tell him something with the unnecessary late-night call. There was something behind his words, but Jim couldn't put his finger on it. If the investigation wrapped up this afternoon, why did Allison wait to call him so late? Miller couldn't decide whether the call was about reassurance or some type of warning. He pondered the 2 options as he got ready to hit the sack. With Derek's help, Emily ran several blocks north, then they turned west, putting plenty of distance between themselves and the incident with Big Mike. Emily stopped and leaned against the brick wall of an alley to catch her breath. Sirens wailed to the south, heading away from them toward the east. She assumed they were responding to a call about a body lying dead next to a high-rise. "Derek, I just remembered something. I promised my friend Junie I'd come see her at the shelter tonight. I totally forgot about it. Will you walk me there before you head back? She'd be really disappointed if I didn't show up." "Sure. I think we're okay. Probably don't need to sneak around the alleys anymore since it appears we lost them. That's assuming they were even chasing us. Plus, the cops will be busy for a while trying to figure out the flab on the slab." She laughed, then turned serious. They were chasing us. You can't fling their boss from a 20-story building and not expect to be hunted down like a dog. Woof, he barked, trying to sound like a canine. You're cute, but that's not funny. I almost died tonight, and all you want to do is make jokes? Sorry, he said with sad puppy dog eyes. You know I'm just messing around, trying to lighten the mood a bit. I'm just glad you're okay. She hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Thanks for coming to rescue me, except I was a few minutes late. You were right on time, sweetie, right when I needed you most, except for the tripping me part. He laughed. You totally missed that landing, babe. The Russian judge awards a score of 3.4 for failure to dismount. Shut up, she said, slapping him playfully on the arm. You're lucky I'm tough. You're no girly girl, that's for sure. Though I should probably steal you a hairbrush. She let out a short squeal, realizing what he was talking about. Her fingers became a comb, frantically trying to style the mop on her head. Oh my God, my hair, it must look awful. How embarrassing. Don't even look at me, I'm a mess. Honestly, it's not that bad. I still think you're hot. More like a hot mess. A wicked hot mess, just the way I like 'em. Then you're totally blind. He didn't respond, and that made her feel even more self-conscious than she already was, but she let it go. There was nothing she could do about it, for now anyway. They walked the rest of the way to the shelter, then stood on the sidewalk across the street, staring at each other. I don't want to say goodnight, Derek said in a crisp tone. Last time I did that, a blob bought the farm. Me either, but you need to honor your commitment for early release. One of us needs to try to act normal, and we both know that's not me. He nodded, wrapping his arms around her, pulling her in for a hug. I'll be okay tonight. I mean, how many times does a girl have to face a life or death crisis on the same day? I think I'm over my limit, don't you? No doubt. She gave him a short kiss, then pulled back, knowing he wanted more. She took his hand and led him to a bench sitting in front of a rock retaining wall bordering the children's play park across the street from the shelter. Please don't be mad at me, she said, feeling awful for denying him. About what? When I push you away. It's not because I don't want to. It's because I do want to, very much. Does that make sense? I'm okay with slow, Em. I do want to figure this out, how to, be with you without all the other stuff happening. But with me in school and chained to a curfew, and you, with your situation, how are we going to make this work? I have no idea. But you know what? What? I've always wanted to say this. Shut up and kiss me. He did as she asked, but kept it short. Emily stared into his beautiful eyes, wondering how they could ever have a future together, given the crazy circumstances of her life. How can someone who jumps through time have a boyfriend or ever be in love? Why would that same boy want to be with a homeless girl like her? He could have any girl he wanted, so why her? Why take on all the drama and grief? He didn't have to. He should just run away, get as far away from her as possible. She was nothing but trouble. What's wrong? Derek asked. Her lips were trembling and pressure was squeezing her heart. I hate my life. I hate all of it. I hate what they did to me. Someday, somehow, I will find them and make them pay for what they've done to me, and to my mom, and to you, for all of it. He gave her a tender smile, leaned in, and put his forehead against hers. She wanted more, so much more, but she held back. She didn't have a choice. She started to cry. It'll be okay, Em. We'll get through this together, I promise. She had more to say to him, but her voice became a stuttering, emotional mess. It's just not fair. I want to kiss you so bad, but I really can't. This totally sucks, she said, as the tears turned into a flash flood, flowing out of her like a dam breaking. I don't think I can do this anymore. Yes, you can. You're strong. You're the strongest person I've ever met. Way stronger than me, or Jim, or anyone else on this planet. What you're going through is way more than anyone should ever have to deal with, ever. Derek wrapped his arms around her and held her tightly, not saying another word. He just let her cry into his chest, and cry she did. She cried for her mom, for everyone she'd ever hurt, and for everyone whom she was going to hurt in the future. This wasn't over. She knew that. There was more coming. She could sense it when she was alone. Curious eyes focused on her, like someone was evaluating, stalking, planning. It was only the hint of a feeling, but it was always there, hiding in the darkest shadows, just beyond her reach. She couldn't lock onto it or identify its source or intent, but somehow she knew it was real. Someone was there, waiting for her. 10 minutes later, the tears stopped. She pulled herself together and looked up at Derek. He was her rock, the only person she felt safe with, completely. "Thank you. I needed that." "Any time, babe, but I do need to jet," he said in a soft voice. She kissed him one more time, just a split-second kiss, then held his hands to her heart. "This is for you. It's all I have to give. I have no pride, no dignity, and no future. I hope it's enough." "It is. You make me happy," he said, kissing her softly on the cheek before he stood up. "Library tomorrow?" She nodded and watched him walk away with his head hung low and a slow saunter to his step. The bench kept her sitting upright, and that wasn't easy with her heart breaking. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to keep her insides from exploding. Derek's every step away felt like a dagger ripping into her, making her loneliness and torment hurt even more. "This is why you never get involved, Em," her logic reminded her. "Nothing good ever comes of it." But she didn't care what her brain was telling her. If she had to endure a lifetime of agony in exchange for 1 minute of tenderness with Derek, she'd take that trade every time. Sometimes you have to do what feels right, not what you know is right. Now she understood what her mom told her a long time ago. The heart wants what the heart wants. She took a moment to file what she was feeling under the heading Desire Trumps Logic, tucking it away in the back of her mind. She didn't move, not until he was completely out of sight. When he was, she stood up and turned her focus to Junie. Emily found it hard to keep from giggling as she snuck across the family sleeping room of the Phoenix Central Homeless Shelter. Junie had told her it was just temporary. She and her mom were staying there while they waited for placement in public housing. It was a snap to sneak into the shelter. Emily had been doing it for a couple of years now. She knew the shelter's night shift crew had the habit of propping the back door open while they stepped out to take smoke breaks together. All she had to do was wait for the right moment when their backs were turned, and she was in. She took a few minutes to hunt down some clothes and a pair of shoes that fit from the donations room before she made it to Junie's bed. She didn't see Junie's mom anywhere. The bed next to her was empty. Not a good sign. She shook Junie gently and whispered, Junie, hey, it's me, sweetie. It's Emily." Junie snuggled deeper into her bed, never opening her eyes. While asleep, Junie looked like a precious 5-year-old instead of the budding teenager that she was. Emily thought about letting her sleep, but decided to wake her. She shook her again, a little harder this time. "Junie, psst." Junie opened her eyes, slowly. She looked at Emily with eyes wide and squealed. Emily fought back a squeal herself, then put her finger to her lips to shush Junie. A woman hissed from a bunk across the open room. "Keep it down over there, trying to sleep here. Have some respect, for God's sake." "Sorry," Emily whispered back to whoever was complaining. Junie swung her legs off the bed, gestured to the hallway, and took Emily by the hand. Emily followed, watching Junie's natural bounce in her step. When they were outside the room, Junie seemed to be wide awake. Her bubbly nature took over. "Oh my God, Em, what are you doing here?" "I told you I'd come see you. I promised." Junie wrapped her arms around her and squeezed so tightly that Emily thought her ribs might crack under the pressure. She didn't care. She missed Junie and the little girl's genuine affection. She needed it after the day she'd had. Junie let go. "We can go to the snack room. The night people should all be downstairs. If we're quiet, they won't come up. It's not like they really want to do their jobs anyway. Sometimes they check on me, but not hardly ever." They walked down the hall and went into a small room containing a wobbly fold-out table, a dented, half-sized black refrigerator with spray paint graffiti along its side, and an ancient toaster oven that must have been from the 80s, a kitchenette for the homeless, a mishmash of crap nobody wanted and had cast aside. Like her, Emily thought. "Where's your mom?" "I don't know, Em. She wasn't here when I got back from school. The shelter people said she called and told them she got a job and that her new boss wanted to try her out tonight. Mom told them to tell me to do my homework and go to bed early. Yeah, like if," she said, rolling her eyes. "Mom said she'd be here by morning. I'm not so sure about all that job stuff, Em. I didn't even know she was trying to get a job. I think she's out with a guy or something, maybe even getting high again." "I'm sorry, sweetie." "Oh well, it's my mom. Nothing surprises me anymore. The good news is you can sleep in her bed, right next to me." "That would be nice," Emily said, rubbing her temples. A mild headache was starting, and she needed a good night's sleep. Junie put her hands on her hips and cocked her head. "But first, I need to find you a comb. That hair, Em. We have to do something about that hair." "I know, it's awful," Emily said, ducking and covering her head with her hands. It didn't take Junie long to return with a brush. She sat behind Emily and ran it through her hair while they talked, catching up on girl stuff for the next half hour. Then they both yawned and snuck back into the sleeping room. Emily crawled onto the rickety cot next to Junie's, watching her tiny friend snuggle under the covers and close her beautiful little eyes. Eyes that never seemed to get distracted or depressed by life's endless drama. Junie'd had her share, but none of it was her fault. She was a tireless champ, someone Emily admired and couldn't help but love and want to protect. Derek had said earlier that he thought Emily was the strongest person on the planet, but he was wrong. The strongest person she'd ever met was sweet, adorable Junie and her electric smile and infectious joy for living. The tiny girl who seemed to be okay with her twisted, messed-up life and all the turmoil that came with being the daughter of a single mother with serious man and drug problems. "There's always someone worse off than you," she mumbled, "and age has nothing to do with it." "What?" Junie said in a slow whisper. "Never mind, baby. You sleep now," Emily said, brushing a few strands of Junie's hair out of her face. She pulled the covers up until they were just under her friend's chin. "Everything's going to be okay." Jim Miller had been sleeping for about half an hour when the buzz of his cell phone on the nightstand next to his bed woke him up. He groped for it, groggy and mentally slow, fumbling around in the dark. He pressed the button on the side of the device, lighting the phone's display. It was Alison. Jim swiped the answer button and held it to his ear. "Alice, what the hell? Again?" "Millsy, you tell me. What the fuck? Tell me why I'm standing outside a building not far from your restaurant in the middle of the damn night, looking at one dead wannabe biker asshole and talking with one skinny fuck who's spinning a wild story about a redheaded teenage girl tossing his 300-pound boss out of a 20-story window." "Emily?" "Yup. The Glassford girl strikes again. Only this time, a bloody pile of shit got in the way."
Hey, it's Emily. If you want early access to book 3 in this series, as well as other audiobooks in the pipeline, then check out our Patreon account using the link below. You'll get access to uncensored director cuts with deleted scenes and action, all without any advertising interruptions from YouTube. Please help support this channel by joining our Patreon account. Thank you. Now, let's get back to the story.
Chapter 6. The next morning, Emily tossed on the cot, tangling her arms and legs in the single sheet provided by the shelter. She had been asleep, but the sudden snort of the old man snoring 2 cots over woke her up. After Junie fell asleep earlier that night, it had taken a while for Emily to drift off into dreamland, even though she was exhausted and couldn't seem to keep her eyes open anymore. Her brain just wouldn't shut off, constantly flashing images of Derek, the dead biker, the orange man, the explosion, the golf course couple, and everything else that had happened that day. It was almost too much to believe and was completely surreal, almost as if she were living out her life on the set of some cheesy science fiction movie, or she was stuck running around in the pages of some paperback. But it was her life, every miserable second of it. She'd finally drifted off, thinking that for the first time she was truly 100% boy crazy, on the verge of having a typical teenage girl's total spaz attack. She'd witnessed them many times before the night of the taking. Her best friend Stacy used to freak out all the time over the dumbest things boys would say and do. She'd seen just about every girl at school go through complete emotional meltdowns over the tiniest events related to boys, getting asked out on dates, getting asked to prom, first kisses, first touches, first blowjobs, first everythings. Their entire lives revolved around boys and talk of sex. They were obsessed. If she only knew then what she knew now, she'd set them all straight and show them what real life is all about. Life is twisted and mean, never taking its eyes off you. It beats on you until it wears you down, until there's nothing left but sun-bleached bone. Everywhere she looked, she could see that exact sentiment in the eyes of the walking zombies around her. So much misery and pain. She couldn't believe how much things had changed recently since she'd first met Junie. One minute, she's flying solo and surviving, all the while living under the radar and following her rules. Now, she was completely off the rails, letting her dreams, her thoughts, and her desires get in the way, constantly putting her in situations that made her blush. She was becoming obsessed with a boy, a beautiful boy named Derek, and with the idea of sex. Then she remembered something her mother used to say to her. "It's okay, honey. It's all just part of growing up." She smiled and rolled onto her back, letting herself begin to wake up with thoughts of her mother's arms and voice cradling her, keeping her safe. She felt a warm vibration on her belly. Emily opened her eyes, praying she wasn't actually in the last embarrassing situation that her dreams placed her in earlier that night, at the prom with a huge rip down the back of her dress, completely exposing her butt. Mom's hug or not, it was totally embarrassing. She almost screamed in delight when the first thing she saw was an orange and white tabby cat asleep on her tummy. It was the same kitty she'd first met in a computer carol in the Barton Bar Public Library, and last seen while hiding behind a disabled UPS van. It was Schrody, an impossible cat in an impossible location. She was so happy she wanted to cry. Things you can't control, she thought. The Quantum Kitty Welcoming Committee. Junie sat up in the bed next to her, staring at the two of them with wide eyes, shaking her head. "Em, that cat looks just like you. Bright blue eyes and red hair. Pretty weird." "Good morning to you too, and thanks," she said, hugging the cat for a 2 count. "I have to go to school. The breakfast there is way better than the breakfast here, and you need to leave before the morning shift comes in. They'll be here in like 20 minutes, and you're not really registered. You know how places like this are about the stupid rules. Everyone gets so uptight." Emily sat up and stretched. "Tell me about it. I don't want to mess anything up for you and your mom. I guess she never showed up last night, huh?" Junie shrugged. "Nope, but like I said, nothing surprises me anymore." Schrody meowed, arched his spine, then settled back into her lap. Emily scooped him up and put him on the sheet beside her, then swung her legs out of the sheet and sat at the edge of the cot. The other residents of the shelter were beginning to stir. A woman with an infant at her breast glared at Emily. "No pets allowed," she said in a mean, surly voice. "Who are you? I've never seen you here before. Get that animal out of here, or I'll report you." Emily started to reply, but Junie beat her to it. "Leave us alone, Doris. You're not reporting anyone for anything, unless you want me to tell Miss Matheson about what you keep in your thermos. Booze is against house rules, and you're nursing." Doris backed off, turning away. "Got anything else to say, Doris?" Junie snapped, acting like the only grown-up in the room. "Didn't think so." She turned to Emily. "We're fine, but you should go. Come meet me after school? How about later tonight?" "Yeah, that's good too," Junie said, yawning. She smiled. "Can it be earlier than last night? I want to spend more time with you." "I'll be here by midnight. Meet me by the side door?" "Okay, bye," Junie said, scurrying out the door, followed closely by Schrody, whose rigid tail was straight up like a safety flag on a bicycle. Emily left soon after. She ducked out the back of the shelter, then walked around to the front door and got in line for the free hot breakfast they served every morning at 7 for all the homeless people in the neighborhood. Derek struggled to keep his eyes open while his English teacher, Mr. Blake Bradley, was droning on about a topic that Derek thought was already mind-numbingly boring: rhetorical analysis of nonfiction writing. He was surprised when he arrived for his first day at the new school and found an advanced placement English literature and composition class on his schedule, first thing in the morning, no less. Half the kids in the class had their heads down on their desks and were asleep, probably playing video games all night, he thought. His parole officer had warned him to expect some challenges now that he had been accepted into the advanced college entry program. It seemed clear to him what his PS really meant to say: expect doubly tough classes in subjects you've tested well in, and for Derek, that turned out to be all things reading and writing. He studied the handout on his desk, an excerpt from Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl. The words blurred together and swam in front of his eyes, dancing across the page in random formations. He was groggy, having stayed awake until the wee hours of the morning. It had taken him a while to settle down and turn the lights out in his brain. The whole situation with Emily had him wound up and anxious. A short while later, the classroom bell rang, and Mr. Bradley raised his voice. "For tomorrow, I want to see a paragraph of analysis on the Frankl handout from today. Tell me the what, why, and how based on the lecture I just gave. It should be pretty simple for those of you paying attention. And just a reminder, like we discussed yesterday, first essay is due Monday, and there will be no late papers accepted. We have rules, people, rules that everyone must adhere to." Mr. Bradley made eye contact with Derek. "Mr. Morgan, I'll need you to stick around for a moment after class." "Sure thing," Derek answered, standing up from his desk. He gathered his things and waited for the room to clear. It did. He walked to the desk at the front of the room. Mr. Bradley gave him a serious look. "So, the essay I assigned yesterday. First, before you ask, sorry, I can't give you an extension. I'm aware of your situation, and I understand why you missed our first class yesterday, but I was told, well, not to cut you any slack. Anyway, at this point, you have two choices. You can either do a rhetorical analysis on any of the nonfiction handouts on the reading list, like we covered in class today, or you can try what I like to call a little beat writing, whereby you may interview a public figure, then discuss what they do and why they're important. Whatever you choose, I need to see at least 5 pages, double-spaced, and I expect proper grammar, spelling, punctuation, and sentence structure." "Typed?" "Yes, typed, like an actual writer." Mr. Bradley, you may not be aware of this, but I live in a group home. It's part of my deal with the state. The home doesn't provide us with computers. Too much temptation from porn and other stuff." "Then I'd suggest using the school's computer lab in the tech building to type them up. Or take your school ID and get a public library card so you can use one of their computer stations. They're free for students." He handed Derek a class syllabus. "Everything I just mentioned is in here, in the writing assignments section. Any questions?" "I think I got it. Thanks, Mr. Bradley." "That's what I'm here for, Mr. Morgan. As long as you do your best, show up on time, and be here every day, you'll be good with me. It's time to buckle down, son. I'll see you tomorrow." Derek stuffed the syllabus in his backpack and walked into the bustling, crowded hallway. Students whizzed past him in all directions, changing course and narrowly missing each other as they carried on with their between-class agendas. Some had their heads buried in their cell phone, texting and tweeting away, while others seemed to be sleepwalking, staring off into space with a glazed look in their eyes. "Gonna be a long day," he muttered. An unattractive girl with frizzy black hair, braces, and freckles smiled at him and flashed a quick hand wave, nearly walking face first into an open locker. "A really long day," he added. He gave the homely girl a quick head bob, then exhaled, preparing himself for the next boring class, U.S. government. He hadn't been in school for over a year, unless you counted prison as a school. He could tell this place wasn't going to be a cakewalk. He only had 1 class under his belt, and he already had hours of homework to do, leaving little time for Emily or anything else. Shit. Chapter 7. Late that same day, Emily was sitting on a bench by the entrance to Burton Bar Public Library with a bag of Twinkies in her hand when Derek strolled up carrying a book bag over his shoulder. The abundant moonlight gave her a clear view of his face. He looked tired, or maybe he was a little depressed. "Hey, he said, looking at her with those hypnotic blue eyes. "Hey, you're right back," she answered, sending him a warm smile. She wanted to jump all over him right then and there, but didn't. "Is something wrong?" "Long day. I'm not so sure about this school thing." "Why?" "AP classes require tons of homework, doesn't leave much time for anything else, like a social life," he said, with a stale tone to his voice. He leaned in and gave her a peck on the cheek. "You look amazing." She blushed. "All I needed was a good night's sleep. I clean up good, huh?" "Yup." "How's Junie?" "Cute as a bug, like always. I just love that girl. But her mom, she's another story. I'm worried that Junie's on her own way too much. That's a recipe for trouble." "For Junie or her mom?" "Both. I wish there was more I could do for her." "I know you feel connected and want to protect her, but she's not your responsibility. She has a mom for that." "You're right, but she really needs a better role model in her life." "Who? You?" "No. I'm the last person she needs to be hanging around, except for maybe her deadbeat mom. I've got way too many issues of my own to deal with." "That's an understatement." "Hey, dude, nobody's holding a gun to your head. You know the deal. It's not like I can control any of this." "Technically, I know some of the deal, but that's not what I meant. I was agreeing with you that you aren't the best role model for Junie. Neither am I, or anyone we know except maybe that Jim guy. At least he has a job and a house. What's left of it anyway." "Sorry, I thought you meant something else." "No worries, it's all good. I'm just completely spent and a little edgy." "Edgy?" "Okay, I'm a cranky bastard when I get tired. There, I said it. I know I can be an asshole at times. Sorry, it's not your fault. I got myself into this mess. Nobody to blame but me." She played with the strap hanging around his broad shoulder. "I really like your book bag. It makes you look mighty studious. Kinda sexy, too." "If you say so. Looks like I'm gonna be lugging it around everywhere I go. It's my new ball and chain." "I'm sure you won't be the only one in the library who has one. You'll fit right in." "Great. They're turning me into another nerd in the herd." She laughed. He gestured to the Twinkies. "Those for me?" "Nope, they're for my computer friend, which you'll be thankful I have. My buddy Sheldon will totally hook us up and let us use a station without a card. Usually longer than the 1-hour limit, too, as long as I bring him Twinkies. Sort of a bribe, I guess. Plus I can sneak us past the front desk easy peasy, too." "Buddy? Should I be jealous?" "Of Sheldon? God, no. It's not like that at all. He barely even knows anything about me. We're just friends. I'm just thankful he's always willing to help me." Derek hesitated, then spoke. "I have to ask, Em, how did you pay for them? Let's be honest, they're not exactly giving Twinkies away at the shelter, and I know you don't have any money." "It's classified," she said, letting a full smile erupt on her lips. "If I told you, then I'd have to shoot you. Let's just say that this girl's got skills." "So that's what we're calling it now?" "Sure, why not? A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do." She grabbed his hand and yanked him toward the library. "Come on, I'll show you how a teenage ninja girl sneaks into Burton Bar." He stopped her and held up his student ID card. "Actually, I'm supposed to sign up for a free access card. They just gave me one of these. Might as well use it. I'll be here a lot, I'm afraid." She looked at the photo. "What? No smile?" By then, I wasn't in the mood. The lady working the camera was older than dirt and smelled like B.O. It was all I could do to just sit there and not say something. I'm trying, Em. I really am. But this isn't going to be easy for me. Schedules and people telling me what to do all the time isn't something I'm used to. I just got my freedom, and already I feel like I'm back in jail. "It's only the first day, sweetie. Give it some time. You need to do this. You can't live on the streets forever. It's the first step toward a brand new future. A future I can't have, so if nothing else, do it for me, okay?" He paused. "You're right," he said, taking her by the hand and leading her across the street and through the front entrance to the main desk. Emily waited as Derek used his new school ID to sign up for a library card and be issued a temporary internet access pass. When Derek finished, she latched onto his arm and pulled him away. "It's this way, babe. I think you're really going to like Sheldon. He's one of the smartest people you're ever going to meet. He's taught me everything I know about computers and stuff." She gave Derek the pack of yellow sponge cake. "I think you should give him these. Break the ice. It never hurts to have a friend like him, especially since there's no guarantee I'll be with you every time." Derek shook his head and gave the Twinkies back to her. Oh, so you want me to meet my competition? She punched him in the arm. Shut up. I told you it's not like that, and he'd be mad if I came in without at least saying hi. She walked Derek to the desk where Sheldon worked. Her computer friend was sitting on a stool behind the counter, focused on what he was reading. Emily waved the Twinkies under his nose, then dropped them on the desk. He looked up and smiled. Emily, awesome. You need a he said, stopping in mid-sentence when he saw Derek. A confused look took control of his face. He stammered, looking down at his books, then over her shoulder, then at Derek, then back at her. She'd never seen him so flustered. Sheldon, this is my friend Derek, she said, wondering if she should have used the term boyfriend. She glanced at Derek, and his pinched eyes told her the answer. My boyfriend, Derek, the one I've been telling you about? I don't Sure you do, sweetie. I talk about him all the time, she said, looking at Derek, then back at Sheldon, whose face seemed unusually stiff, even for him. Derek held his hand out. Nice to meet you, he said, using a lower voice than usual. Sheldon looked at Derek, but didn't say anything. Sheldon, Emily snapped, like a disappointed mother. Huh? Sheldon replied, blinking rapidly. Say hello to Derek. Oh, okay. Right. Hi, nice to meet you, he said with a stutter, but never put his hand out for a shake. His eyes dropped to the clutter on the desk in front of him. Derek dropped his arm. So, you and Emily are friends? Sheldon looked up. Yes, yes we are. Friends. That's right. I let her use the computers here when she needs them. Friends. Yep, that's what we are. Friends. Sheldon stared at Emily and cleared his throat. His voice was still breaking. The usual? That's cool, dude, but we have a card, Derek said to him before Emily could answer. The front desk lady told us we could use the lab on the second floor, for a little privacy. Okay, yeah, that's right. If you have a card. Second floor. Right. Don't have to stay down here. It's not like I've been saving it for you or anything. See ya, Emily said to her friend. Enjoy your snack. Yeah, Em, I will. Thanks. He opened the package and crammed an entire Twinkie in his mouth. You're the best, he said with his mouth full. Emily blew him a kiss. Nope, Sheldy, you are. Thank you. Sheldon grinned and kept chewing, with yellow cake and cream frosting spilling out of the sides of his mouth. Emily and Derek left Sheldon and his stuffed chipmunk cheeks behind and traveled up the wide central staircase of the library to the second floor, just like any normal pair of library users might. Emily was not used to being an ordinary person, usually having to sneak around everywhere she went. It was definitely a new experience for her, something that she was starting to enjoy. It took a lot of the inherent pressure off her, always having to live her life a certain way, trying to stay off the radar and not be noticed. Enjoy the simple things, she reminded herself. Halfway up the stairs, Derek stopped on one of the steps, turned, and gave her a serious look. Are you ever going to tell me? He snapped. Tell you what? Where you were. What you were going to tell Dwayne that day before the movie. What happens to you when you disappear. How the Orange Man fits into all this. What happened to your mom. Everything. Every last detail. Really? Now? Here? I know. But Jesus, Em. Listen, babe. I really want to, but I also don't want to. It's tough for me because as much as I want to share everything with you, it's all just a little too horrible to talk about. You don't need to be burdened with it. You've got your own stuff to deal with. Besides, you'll probably think I'm crazy because I guarantee you I will sound crazy, and I don't want us to stop doing whatever it is we're doing. This, what we have, right here, right now, is too important to me. It's the only good thing in my life. What about Junie? He was right. Yes, her too. Oh, and a cat. That's 3 things. Yeah, but you're missing my point. I just need to keep everything simple. Derek paused, obviously thinking it over. He nodded. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. Been a long day and I shouldn't take it out on you. It happens. I'll tell you what. How about we do this? I won't ask you about it anymore, but to be fair, you can't ask me about my past, the locos, my parents, my problems, anything. How about we agree to just live in the moment and forget everything that happened before we met? Like you said, keep it simple. Deal. I knew you'd understand. Thank you. He gave her a warm, charming smile. Just trying to keep it real, babe. She hugged him, squeezing his cheek against hers. Emily whispered into his ear, "This is where I want to be, right now, with you. Nothing else matters. You're my everything. I hope you know that." She let go and looked at him, waiting for him to say something, but he didn't. Instead, he leaned in and kissed her on the mouth for a full second. Then they walked up the stairs. Deep inside, she felt a tingle begin to tickle her spine like a feather. It was a feeling she liked, and it had nothing to do with a time jump. It had everything to do with being kissed by a hot boy, who, despite everything else that was going on, seemed to accept her for her, problems and all. She didn't have a clue why, but she was happy that he did. After countless late-night tear-filled conversations with her mother back before the night of the taking, Emily knew that a loving, trusting relationship between two people was exceptionally rare and deeply important. She knew she couldn't make it without Derek at her side, not with what she had to face going forward, with the eyes watching her from the shadows with ravenous breath. Granted, he wasn't perfect, but neither was she. Neither of them were normal or complete, but as a couple, they balanced each other out and made a whole person. She now understood what her mother was trying to explain to her oh so long ago. Emily was thankful for what she had. It wasn't much compared to a lot of other people on the planet, but it was all she needed. 2 hours later, they sat side by side at a computer in the second-floor lab, looking at the webpage for Derek's Lit Comp class. Emily was reading the section about Derek's writing assignments, trying to help him decide whether to write an essay or take a shot at the beat writing choice. She was beaming inside, thinking about how he was trying to better himself, even though the path ahead of him went against everything he was. Her arms seemed to move on their own, wrapping around his neck to pull him in close. "I'm so proud of you." "Me too, though I feel kind of like a fish out of water, but I'm going to give it a shot. Not like I have a choice. It's in the terms of my early release, and I kind of like not being a criminal. It's weird sitting in class with all those kids who don't know what's really going on around them. They seem so sheltered." "I can relate. Not to being sheltered, but sometimes I see other teenage girls out in public with their moms or whatever, and I think, well, like you're saying, they seem so sheltered, but right now I'm thinking sheltered might not be such a bad thing." As long as you're thinking, what do you think I should do for my assignment?" "I think you should do the interview. That sounds more like you. I know you prefer to get out there and mingle and stir some shit up." He shot a quick smile at her. "Maybe I should write something about sports. I do like sports, especially hockey." She laughed. "If that's what you're interested in, then I bet you can. You don't strike me as a jock, though." "I used to play peewee hockey before my family situation got jacked. I was really into it. I'm kind of a closet hockey junkie, to be honest." "Is that a confession?" "It is." He put his right hand over his heart, raised his left hand, and took a mock serious tone. "Hello, my name is Derek, and I'm a hockeyaholic." "Shut up," she said with attitude, shoving him hard and making his chair rock sideways for a moment. Then it righted itself. They both laughed. He turned his eyes back to the computer. A second later, a look of panic came over his face. He stood up and shoved all his stuff in his backpack. "I have to be back in 18 minutes or I go back to Durango. Damn it!" He kissed her on the cheek, and just like that, he was gone. Her heart ran empty as the reality of her life settled in, quickly reminding her just how fragile and alone she really was. She buried the pity party and focused on the computer. The library was open for a bit longer, and she wanted to do some research while she had the chance. One day into the new Derek 2.0, as Sheldon the computer whiz would probably call him, and she was more than inspired. She was invigorated. She tapped the keys on the computer, bringing up 3 different search windows. In the first one, she typed alien abduction. In the second, she typed neurobiology. In the third, she typed time travel theories. She was focused more than ever and determined to figure out what they'd done to her and why. Then find a way to make everything right. Chapter 8. 10:59 p.m. Miller and Allison sat across from each other at a booth in the seating area of the 4th Street Cafe and Eatery. Miller was majority owner of the place. The staff was about finished for the night and would soon head home. Miller poured a fill of premium whiskey into a pair of shot glasses, then pushed one across the table to Allison. "Need ice?" "You're kidding, right?" Allison said, wrapping his fingers around the glass. "Water?" "You forget who you're drinking with, Millsy? You might as well hook up a Johnny Walker drip line to my arm and save the middleman." "Just checking to see if you were back to your old self." "I am." "Good. I like you a whole lot better when you drink." "Me too," Allison said, downing the glass of booze. He tapped the glass on the table, and Jim filled it up. "We've got way too many years between us for one of us to try changing now. Things just wouldn't be the same. You know, old dogs and new tricks." "Yeah, I had to make it appear I was on board. It was all part of the department's Improve From Within program they were selling over the holidays. You know, the company line about exercise, eat right, and eliminate the sauce. But it wasn't for me." "It's not like you had a drinking problem, so what was the point?" "Idiots, I tell you. Always getting in our shit. Blame the bleeding heart liberals in the media, making the talking heads upstairs react to whichever way the wind is blowing. Don't they get it? Jarheads like us only drink with friends, or when we're alone, or when we're stressed. It's not like we have to drink, but after a long day dealing with the underbelly of society, a man can only take so much. I think it might be time for me to think about retiring from this gig and trying something new. There's something to be said about picking up leaves in the park. A mindless job sounds damn good right about now." "I hear you, brother." The surface between them was empty except for a manila folder containing selective info that Miller had decided to share with Allison about Emily Hart, which wasn't much. Caution was his main focus until he knew more about Allison's agenda. Then he might share more. The new restaurant manager, whom he'd hired to take over for Rob the Rapist, was named Abby Rose. She was a punctual, supremely conscientious, middle-aged woman who was only a millimeter over 5 feet tall. Even with her small stature, she carried a management footprint that reminded Jim of a veteran linebacker, chasing down the ball with fearless abandon, not letting anyone get in her way. When Jim interviewed her for the manager's position, he felt like he was the one applying for the job. Her articulate questions put him on the spot, which caught his attention and landed her the job. He felt that any woman who could handle herself in a stressful situation like that would run a tight ship. And he was right. She did. Abby appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. "Jim, we're just about done here. You going to lock up, or do you want me to stay and take care of it after your meeting?" Jim turned. "I got it, Abs. Have you met my old friend, Detective Alison?" She smiled. "I haven't had the pleasure. Nice to meet you, Detective." "Nice to meet you, too." "You boys be good tonight." "Not a chance," Allison said, firing a quick wink at her. Abby didn't seem to let his obvious flirtation affect her. Her eyes scanned the table, stopping on both shot glasses for a moment. "Night, fellas. Drive safe." "Will do," Miller told her, waiting until she walked through the kitchen swing door and disappeared from sight. He turned to Allison. "Okay, bud, this is it." He held up the folder. "This is what I have on the girl." "You're finally going to come clean with me, Millsy?" "That's why we're here," Miller said, choosing his words carefully to maintain his poker face. Lying to an old buddy wasn't making his conscience happy, but he decided not to travel the full disclosure route for several reasons, least of which was he didn't trust the detective side of his friend completely, not when it came to Emily Hart and the string of incidents that seemed to be following the girl across time and space. Allison was under a mountain of pressure from his boss, and if he'd been any other man, a man of lesser character or fortitude, he would have buckled under the weight a long time ago. Jim knew sharing the entire saga of Emily Hart would require a willing suspension of disbelief by Allison and his full participation of an active imagination. The die-hard Marine sitting across from him would be unwilling to do the former and incapable of the latter. Their time serving in the Corps had made Jim a baseline skeptic, but for Allison, it had turned him into a whiskey-loving cynic whose every thought was laced with paranoia and distrust. Jim needed to reveal carefully, because the mere mention of the word paranormal would probably make Allison's head explode. What Allison's time in the desert of the Middle East hadn't eroded, 20 years on the police force had. Jim hated to say it, but Allison chose only to see the worst in people. He did have a few redeeming qualities, you just had to look hard for them. Most people who met the man didn't bother, leaving a bad first impression to linger for eternity. Miller opened the folder and shuffled through a dozen photos he'd brought with him for the meeting. He laid one image on the table, a computer-generated screenshot he'd grabbed from a TV news report a couple years earlier. He began his edited story, keeping a close watch on Alison's facial expressions and body language, making sure to sell the fiction he was about to spin. At the same time, a few blocks away, Emily breezed out of the front entrance of the library, heading south on North First Avenue. The night air was cool and refreshing, with a hint of smoke in the air. Someone nearby must have been using their fireplace, she decided. Her mind instantly flashed a scene showing Derek and her sitting on the wood floor of a cabin in the forest, only a few feet in front of a roaring fire, cuddling under a blanket, without a stitch of clothes on. Her mind drifted, letting her imagine what it would feel like to have her skin pressing against his, both of their bodies burning with anticipation about the impending night of romance. She smiled, then turned the dream off. There was work to be done tonight. Her mind was alive with ideas after discovering some interesting articles on internet websites about neuroscience and time travel. However, every site she visited about alien abduction looked corny and paranoid. She couldn't take them seriously, so she spent most of her time reading about neuroelectricity, biotransformation, and wormholes. Lately, she hadn't had the time to think through what was happening with her ever-changing jump process, but tonight she did. Her visit with Junie later could wait a little while longer while she pondered more important topics like what was happening with her and her transformation when the blue fire came, where her relationship with Derek was heading, and what the deal was with the orange man and his exploding briefcase. It was a mishmash of subjects to sift through, but she needed to spend time on each of them. Sometimes a girl just needs time to think, she mumbled. For some, sitting on a bench in Glassford Park might be the first logical choice, but since it was usually overrun with creepers at this time of night, she tossed that idea aside. She let her eyes wander up and enjoy the stars as she crossed East Portland Street. Then, out of nowhere, an emotional image of her mom came into her thoughts. "Mom, where are you? I miss you so much," she called out to the heavens, holding back a bevy of tears that wanted to erupt. "I'm here, Em. I'm always here, with you, watching over you, guiding you," her mother's voice answered back. Right then, Emily realized that she hadn't heard her mother's voice in what seemed like ages. Maybe Candy had been away, focusing her attention elsewhere in her otherworldly plane of existence. Emily had a hard time using the word heaven to explain where her mother's life force went after her heinous, painful death on the visitor's ship, but she did believe that her mom was in a better place, regardless of the realm her consciousness was actually in. The cadence and tone of her mother's reassuring words had filled her heart with love, but the moment of bliss didn't last long. A nasty string of visions from the night of the taking took over, changing her mood completely. "Someone has to make you pay," she said to the memory of her abductors. Before she took another breath, an orange-colored SUV drove up next to her with music blaring. The pimped-out truck slowed to a stop and idled under a shower of light from the streetlight above. The music dulled, and the driver's window rolled down. Someone from inside whistled at her. "Hey, little mama, you looking to party?" a male said. A moment later, the driver's face appeared through the window. He was a white man in his early 20s with a rather handsome face and slicked-back blonde hair. A burning cigarette hung precariously from his lips, and he seemed twitchy, unable to hold still in his seat. Beyond him, in the front passenger seat, was a girl with sweeping black hair, maybe Hispanic. Her ultra-thin face indicated she was grossly underweight. She was about the same age as the driver, and her face was full of piercings and layers of dark makeup. The girl stared at Emily, bopping around in her seat like a marathon dancer. "Damn tweakers," Emily said, turning to change direction. She crossed the street behind the vehicle and traveled west on Roosevelt. "You know better," she scolded herself. "Stick to side streets and alleys, especially at night." The car turned around and began to follow her. When it caught up, the driver leaned out the window. "Where are you going, sweet thing?" "Leave me alone," Emily snapped, quickening her pace. She jogged down the sidewalk toward the lighted awning of a restaurant that she could see a few hundred yards up the block. The car kept pace with her, and the driver continued his verbal banter. "Why are you running away, Red? We just want to party. Come on, girl. We've got some good shit. You're gonna love it. I told you, leave me the hell alone." She ran the rest of the way and stopped under the awning of the restaurant. The painted front door read, "Carly's Bistro, walk-ins welcome, 10:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. Perfect. She turned and gave the meth heads an evil stare before stepping inside. Emily stood inside the waiting area of the bistro, peering out the front window to keep watch on the stalkers. Their vehicle pulled ahead and parked a short distance away with its tailpipe puffing a thin veil of smoke. A long-haired blonde woman with sunken cheeks and a flat chest suddenly appeared next to Emily. She was wearing a designer blouse, all white, that hung from her narrow shoulders like a floor mop. "Welcome to Carly's. My name is Tally, and I'll be your hostess today," the woman said with a high-pitched voice that was 3 octaves higher than ear-splitting. It took a second for Emily's ears to stop ringing. Tally's maroon-colored peasant skirt looked too big for her frame, but even so, it needed to be a foot longer to cover up her porcelain-white calves and bony chicken legs. The word anorexic popped into Emily's brain when she considered the woman's entire presentation. Junie carried more meat on her bones than this 40-year-old, and that was saying something. "Table for one, young lady? Or maybe you're meeting someone?" Tally's voice shrilled. Emily turned her head, hoping to protect her ears from instant hearing loss. No, sorry. I'm actually just hiding out for a minute." Before Tally could respond, the SUV flipped a U-turn on the street and peeled out, revving its engine and fishtailing as it sped in front of the restaurant. A moment later, it vanished into the darkness, leaving only a trail of tire rubber and smoke behind. "Are you okay, my dear?" "Yeah, now," Emily replied, giving the concerned woman a painful smile, partially due to the close encounter with the drug addicts, but mainly because of Tally's annoying voice. A castrated chipmunk wouldn't stand a chance in a shrieking contest against this woman. "What happened? Did they hurt you?" Emily checked the area again. All clear. "They were trying to get me to do drugs with them, but I told them to leave me alone. All I can say is thank God I found this place when they kept following me. Do you mind if I wait here for a few minutes, just to be sure they don't come back?" "Stay as long as you need, sweetheart," Tally said, pointing to an open booth neighboring the hostess stand. "Why don't you rest there for a few minutes?" "I think I'd rather—" Tally put her hand on Emily's shoulder, squeezing it softly. "Honey, I'd feel much better if you weren't standing in front of the window where they can see you. Drive-bys and all. You can never be too careful these days." "Okay, but I can't stay long," she said, following the blonde stick figure to the empty booth. Emily waited for Tally to step aside, then slid her bottom onto the cushioned seat. She could still see the street if she leaned to the right and peered around the hostess stand. "Let me get you some water. You look thirsty," the hostess said, darting off in a flash. Emily sat with focused eyes, checking the view of the street every few seconds. She wondered how long she'd have to wait before she could declare that the druggies weren't coming back. It was possible she had made the situation worse when she gave them the stink eye, but then again, she didn't plan to do it. It just happened. Not that her excuse would make a difference. If she had antagonized them, they might be waiting around the next corner. She needed to be extra careful when she left. They could be anywhere. A few minutes later, a glass of ice water slid in front of her, along with a straw still wrapped in paper, a metal fork, and a tall slice of red velvet cake. The dessert was smothered with a half-inch of white frosting and topped with a dash of red sprinkles. "Wait, I didn't order that," Emily said, worrying she'd have to pay for it. "My treat. I hope you like red velvet cake. Our fabulous pastry chef just made it this afternoon." "Are you kidding me? It's my all-time fave," Emily said, grabbing the fork. She took turns stuffing her mouth with cake and then washing it down with water. The rich, smooth treat was incredible, especially the generous layer of frosting. It only took seconds for her energy level to pick up, invigorated by the massive sugar rush. When she was done, she nearly licked the plate clean, put the fork on it, and slid it across the table to Tally. "That was totally amazing. Thank you." "I thought you might have needed something to eat. A beautiful young girl like you needs to keep her strength up." To tell you the truth, I didn't think I was hungry until I tasted it. Then I couldn't stop. Thank you so much. Tally smiled, then swung her head around to look at the front window. Any sign of them? Emily stood up and walked to the front door, her eyes darting up and down the street. Nope. Looks like they're gone for good. If you need me to call 911 or a cab, I will. Better to be safe than sorry. Emily couldn't pay for a cab and couldn't afford for the cops to get involved either. No need for that. I'm sure it's safe now. Are you sure? I don't mind, really. Only takes a phone call. I appreciate your concern, but no, I need to get going. Got somewhere I need to be, Emily said, pushing the door open. Thanks for the water and the yummy cake, she said before the door closed behind her. The sidewalk greeted her, where she stood to get her bearings and run through a plan of action in her head. She had time to go see Jim before hanging out with Junie. The last time she'd seen him was after the explosion. Her mind flashed to a memory of him lying unconscious on the ground, bleeding. His house wasn't far away. Shouldn't take long to pop in and say hi, she decided. Emily went into stealth mode, planning to stick to the back streets and alleys on her way to Jim's. She prayed the tweakers weren't waiting for her around a dark corner. Chapter 9. Jim Miller opened the folder of Emily's notes while sitting in his favorite booth in his restaurant. He looked at Detective Alison sitting across from him. About a year and a half ago, I was up early, watching the news and drinking coffee, Miller said, lifting his shot glass to take another swill of heaven. He pulled out a picture of Emily, the one taken from the overhead security camera at the Italian restaurant. He angled it at Alison. They were running a piece about the shootout in that Italian joint. You know the one. How could anyone forget? A lot of blood spilled that day. I saw this on the news and heard the story about 2 young girls and some gangbangers. You know me, I'm always looking for a story. It struck me as odd. 2 teenage girls in a shootout, especially when I heard the call from the Irish Cultural Center come through over the scanner, tagging the suspect, the redhead. I put 2 and 2 together, went over and took these. Jim fanned out more photos on the table in front of his buddy. They showed Emily in the back of a police car outside the Irish Cultural Center. You took these? Alison asked, picking the photos up and shuffling through them. Shot some video of one of your officers roughing her up, too. You should be glad I'm the one who captured that little abuse of authority. Otherwise, it would have been all over the news. Imagine the backlash. So far, you haven't told me anything I don't know. Sort of my point, but let me finish. He took the next 2 photos and tossed them in front of Alison, spinning them like he was dealing cards. The snapshots centered on the hollowed, charred area in the backseat of the police cruiser, taken shortly after Emily disappeared from custody. Where'd you get these? After the girl was arrested and taken for booking, I decided to take a trip down to county to see if I could gather any more information. On the way, I just so happened to stumble across the very same patrol car and took a look inside. Imagine my surprise when I saw that the girl was gone, the officer was dead, and only a black hole remained. Alison looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Yeah, forensics came up empty across the board. The captain's been in a foul mood ever since. Can't blame him, though. When you lose one of your own, everyone's hypersensitive until it's solved. I doubt you'll ever solve it. How can you be so sure? Simple, really. What I think actually happened defies logic, not to mention conventional science. In fact, everything about this girl seems to be tied to a riddle that's been wrapped inside a smokescreen. That's for damn sure. Anyway, after that point in time, she was a ghost in the wind, right? Nothing for over a year. Then another call goes out over the scanner. A red-headed teenage girl appears naked in the middle of the street. She tangles with a cab driver and steals his ride. Coincidence? I think not. There's a clear pattern forming. You've done your homework, Millsy. Impressive. That was the day of the shootout with your men, the day they used me for live target practice. Yeah, ancient history. Get to the point already. I am, just trying to lay it all out for you. In a slow crawl. I've seen mold grow faster. Look, I'm trying to tell you that you were right. I lied to you about not knowing her. That day, the day of the shootout, I went and found her, brought her here. We had a long meet and greet before the locos jumped us. You found her? How? I checked the shelters, found her at the 3rd one I checked. Simple detective work. You remember what that is, right? Don't test me, pal. You're on thin ice already. Just trying to explain. So, which one? New Hope Mission, just south of downtown. Then you didn't simply stumble into her having an altercation with the West Side Locos? Nope. Turns out I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So was she. I'm not sure what the Locos were doing in the neighborhood since it's Gato's territory. All I can figure is they must have spotted her standing out front while she was waiting for me to lock up. Recognized her from the restaurant, wanted payback, that type of thing. When we stepped onto the sidewalk, they came out of nowhere and ambushed us. Before Jim could continue, he heard Alison's stomach rumble a long, irregular tune. Then Alison burped through a twisted mouth, grimaced, and held a hand to his stomach. "Ulcer nagging at you?" Jim asked with concern. "Yup, like an army of ex-wives." "When was the last time you ate?" "Don't remember. Been a busy couple of days." "You gotta eat, Alice, or that thing's gonna rip you apart from the inside." "Yeah, easy for you to say. You don't have the captain breathing down your neck." "I tell you what, how about we take a break and I throw something together in the kitchen? I'm sure there are some fresh ribeyes in the walk-in. Maybe hand-cut some curly fries to help calm the beast in your belly?" "Works for me," Alison said, never taking his eyes off the Emily photos. "Just none of that fucking horseradish. Probably kill me right now." Emily made it to the alley behind Jim Miller's house without incident. No chromed-out SUVs, no cops, no creepers, no tweakers, no biker dudes, no street urchins of any kind. A minute later, she came across his house. She recognized it instantly, or what was left of it. A shroud of hanging plastic covered the back door and its windows. She scaled the fence and walked through the backyard quietly, stopping a few feet past the scorched patch of dirt where the orange man had disappeared. She stood in front of the makeshift plastic door. The material was thick, with hanging folds in it, but she could see inside. The house was mostly dark, except for a nightlight in the kitchen. She waited and listened, but didn't hear anything, nor was there any movement in the shadows. Jim was either asleep or not home. But which? Then it hit her. Check the driveway. Her feet moved on their own, taking her around the first corner of the house and along its side, passing through the squeaky side gate, beyond the fishing boat, and into the front yard. The driveway was empty. Only oil stains remained. Jim wasn't home. That left one other option. His cafe. She went back into stealth mode, and in less than the time it takes to make spaghetti, she was standing behind Miller's restaurant. This time, she found lights on in the building, both in the back and along the side. But who was inside? Her friend or someone else? Last time she entered this place at night, Rob the rapist jumped her, tied her up naked, and was ready to do unspeakable things to her. A memory flashed of Derek smashing Rob's face with the baseball bat. She smiled, thinking of her courageous white knight who appeared just in time to rescue her, right before the twisted child killer had a chance to forcibly take her virginity. Since Derek wasn't going to be part of the equation this time, she needed to stay alert. She went to the side of the building and snuck along the outside wall to the first window, passing a pile of junk that Jim must have been storing for God knows what. Across from the window and along the fence was a wooden trellis covered in a web of dormant vines. There was also a string of metal garbage cans, each with a lid sitting awkwardly on top. Emily could understand the need for the vines to give customers a nice view of greenery as they enjoyed their meal. But the trash cans? Perhaps someone was in the middle of taking the trash out when they were interrupted. It would explain why they were partially blocking the narrow pathway along the building. She shrugged, then leaned around the edge of the window to take a peek inside the dining room. Her heart lit up when her eyes found Jim Miller seated at a table, the very table where she and he had first gotten to know each other. The same table from the night when he tracked her down and bought her dinner, then showed her a spread of photos documenting her life. A full smile came over her lips when she realized that her hunch had been right. Jim was at his cafe, and he looked healthy. Then her smile ran dry when she noticed something else. His lips were moving. A moment later, his hands and arms began to gesture wildly. Someone else was in the room, probably sitting across from him. However, from her position, she couldn't see who it was. A half wall separating the adjacent row of booths was blocking her view. She dropped to her knees and crawled below the window frame to change her position. 15 feet later, she was at the far side of the second window, where she stood up and put her back against the wall. Again, she leaned in slowly to take a look, keeping as much of her body hidden as possible. The change in angle worked. She could see the face of the other person. Jim was talking to his Marine buddy, Detective Alison. On the table between them were several empty plates, a whiskey bottle, a couple of shot glasses, a folder, and several photos. What? Photos? Her jaw dropped when Jim picked the snapshots up and put them in the folder. Right then, she knew the photos were of her. Emily felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her chest. Right before her eyes, Miller was betraying her to the cops. The cops! He must have been telling Alison her entire story. What else could he be doing? How could he, after all they'd been through together? She wanted to scream at him and pound on the window for him to stop, but didn't. Instead, her logic took over, reminding her of something important, something that she had strayed from, her rules, the concrete set of do's and don'ts that she used to follow like a religion, rules designed to keep herself out of situations like this. Rule number 7, don't get involved. Nothing good ever comes of it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. She had her rules for a reason, this exact reason. How had she let herself get this far off course, this far from her metaphysical center? Yet, despite all her logic and mental training, her emotions were too powerful. The tears came, and her logic went, retreating into the darkness. "Why, Jim? Why? How could you do this to me?" she whispered through quivering lips. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I trusted you, and now this." She turned and took off running, but her feet caught one of the trash cans sitting in the side yard, sending it toppling over with a loud clang. Its lid went flying too, smashing into the fence, adding to the noise level. Emily was completely out of stealth mode now and didn't care. She increased her speed, crashing through more items stacked in the side yard, knocking down a dilapidated bird bath and a plastic patio set. When she rounded the corner of the building, she heard a door opening, and it was coming from in front of her. She looked, and there he was, Miller, the traitor, standing there with eyes wide, staring at her like the bastard he was. Their eye contact lasted only a moment. Then she crossed the turf and flew out the gate. She thought she heard Jim yell something, but she didn't care. He could go screw himself. She didn't stop running until she arrived at the side door of the shelter a few blocks away. She was winded and needed Junie, a friendly face and a kind soul, someone who would never betray her, ever. A few minutes earlier, Jim watched Alison finish chewing that last mouthful of steak, take a slug of his whiskey, and put the glass on the table. "So, that's it?" Alison asked, spinning the glass around in his fingers. "That's it. That's all I know," Jim answered, scooping the photos from the table. He tucked them away in his folder. "What about the charred areas left behind after she disappears?" Jim threw his hands up and began to emphasize his words with hand gestures. "No clue. I agree, they're bizarre, but I can't explain them. Not enough information. Now, if you were to arrange a first-hand look at them for me, I might be able to come up with something." "That's never going to happen, Millsy. Captain would never grant a civilian that level of access, especially a reporter. Despite what you may think, there are rules, and some of us try to abide by them. So, what about the Morgan kid? They must have met on the street somewhere. Got a little teen romance going, I think. It's totally harmless. They're just kids. I don't know what he was doing at my place, though. I thought he was supposed to be in juvie." "Yeah, I checked on him. He got out early, some kind of new program." Miller cocked his head and furrowed his brow when he heard a strange noise. It was muffled but distinct and sounded like it was coming from outside, near the side yard where he'd left the trash cans sitting when Alison showed up earlier. "I know that look," Alison said. "Seen it many times when we were in the shit together." "I thought I heard something. Sounded like metal clanging together." "Probably a rat digging around in your trash." "That was no rat. Someone's outside," Miller said, flying out of the booth. He ran to the back door. Just before he got there, he heard the prowler smash through the old patio set outside. Miller pushed the door open and caught a blur of movement to his left. He swung his head to investigate. His eyes locked onto the intruder while his brain gathered in the facts. Long red hair, female, slender, pretty, teenager. Holy shit, it was Emily Hart. She was crying and obviously angry. She gave him a "how could you" look. Then, in a dash, she disappeared through the back gate and turned left. "Wait! It's not what you think! I can explain!" he yelled, but she never answered. He ran to the back gate and went through the opening, but she was gone. He wasn't surprised. He knew the girl was quick and skilled at egress and evasion. He'd seen it outside the library the day he was gunned down by Alison's men. When he turned to go back inside, his eyes made a momentary sweep of the area to his right, panning across the far end of the alley opposite from where Emily had darted off to. His eyes caught a glistening flash. It took a second to register, but when it did, his mind realized that someone else was there, watching his encounter with the girl, possibly standing near the neighborhood's central telephone box. He thought he remembered something in the person's hand. He stopped his pivot and peered back to double-check. This time, he didn't see anyone, nor was there any movement. Jim stared at the phone company's control box, taking the time to replay the momentary vision and focus on it. He thought it was a man standing in the moonlight, a very large man with a dark complexion. The stranger was wearing a colorful shirt and shorts. Yes, shorts in the winter. Jim's memory saw a pair of legs and knees, plus the man was carrying something metallic in his hand, like a briefcase. That's what must have glistened and caught his attention in the first place. The only other time Miller had seen someone similar was when he found such a person creeping around his backyard with an explosive briefcase. The Orange Man. Shit. Was he back? Or was this a different one? Maybe there was an entire detachment of Orange Men. The hairs on his neck and arms started to tingle when he thought about the Watcher and his intent. The Orange Man obviously wanted something from him, but he had no clue as to what. He checked the area in all directions, but didn't see anything else suspicious. Maybe there was only one, or none. He couldn't be sure either way. His eyes might be playing tricks on him, especially during the emotionally charged encounter with Emily. Just then, he felt a firm tap on his shoulder, powering his adrenaline to full tilt. He spun around, ready to unleash a powerful fist at the Orange Man who he feared may have outflanked him. However, Jim stopped his punch in mid-throw, realizing it was Alice. Alison leaned back and put his hands in front of his face. "Whoa there, cowboy. It's just me." Jim exhaled and dropped his fist, letting his nerves calm a bit. "Sorry, pal, but you can't sneak up on me like that, not when I'm already on high alert." "What made the noise?" "A stray cat, I think." Must have been some cat to make you that jumpy." "You have no idea." "So, Jim, I have to ask, do you always shout at stray cats, telling them that it's not what they think?" "Oh, I take it you heard that?" "Yes, I did, and so did the residents 2 counties over." Jim didn't respond. He didn't have the words. "Was it her? The girl?" Jim nodded. "That's not all. I'm almost positive I spotted another one of those Orange Men. I only caught a glimpse, but he may have been carrying one of those briefcases. You know, the kind that go boom." Allison's eyes flared. Then he pulled a semi-automatic Glock from the holster on his hip. He held the weapon up and racked the slide, injecting a round into the chamber. Jim stepped in front of him. "Stand down, Marine. If he was there, he's long gone by now. Still, I need to call this in. We should have a team sweep the area just to be sure. Do you think he's working with the girl?" "I seriously doubt that. No, there's something else at play here." Chapter 10. January 7th, 2015, 5:01 p.m. "For the 3rd time, kid, the answer's no. N-O, Harry Stryker said to Derek with a smug look on his face. Stryker was a 6'3" rail of a man with thinning salt and pepper hair and a matching thick mustache that covered the entire area under his nose and then curved down around his mouth. It reminded Derek of the bristles on a massive push broom. Stryker was also the newly appointed general manager of the Quick Mobile Arena in downtown Phoenix, a brand new sports complex that was home to a minor league hockey team, the Phoenix Ice Dogs. Derek was in Stryker's office, hoping to receive a special one-day press pass to interview the head coach of the visiting hockey team for that night's game, Tank Jackson of the Stockton Wranglers. Derek had taken Emily's advice and decided to do an interview for his comp lit project. Emily was right. The interview was a much better choice to help launch the new Derek, and he planned to get it. He'd managed to talk one of his group home monitors into lending him his smartphone so he could record the interview, and then obtained approval to leave the mandatory homework session early. Stryker continued his diatribe. "This is not the time or place for rank amateurs, and I certainly don't want any of my VIPs getting hassled by punks like you. And believe me, Tank Jackson is a VIP, and you are a punk. That's right, Morgan. I know who you are. I have friends on the force, and they've filled me in on your little escapades around town. The last thing this city needs is more freaks like you being granted early parole, and then being coddled by another one of the state's failed rehabilitation schemes. Do you know why our taxes are sky high? It's because of pricks like you. Shit, it never ends. Every time I turn around, I read about another cock-sucking liberal handing out more tax dollars for programs that don't work. Once a criminal, always a criminal in my book. You can't fix stupid." "But, sir, that's not who I am anymore." Stryker leaned forward in his chair, resting on his elbows as his face turned a dark shade of red. "I really don't give a shit. It doesn't concern me, or my staff, or my VIPs. You probably don't know this, but that law enforcement officer you assaulted in the alley with the garbage can is a damn good friend of mine. In fact, he was the best man at my wedding. So what I need you to do is take your personal redemption quest and get the hell out of my office and then off this property. I have more important things to do than cater to a deviant turd like you. Now get out of my sight before I call security. I have an arena to run." Derek wanted to respond and set the record straight, but held his tongue. Everything his temper wanted to say would just get him in trouble, and it wouldn't change a thing. It didn't matter anyway, because what Stryker didn't know was that Derek had an alternate plan, one that didn't involve dealing with an arrogant prick like him. Derek grabbed his backpack and stood up. "I appreciate your time, Mr. Stryker. I'll let myself out." He left the GM's office, past the man's secretary, then walked through the waiting room and into the hallway. He went to the bank of elevators, punched the down button, and waited for the lift to arrive. When the elevator door slid open, he entered, hit the button for the ground floor, then slipped out before the door closed on him. He hurried around the corner and watched the hallway leading to Stryker's office. Nobody seemed to notice his deception, so he crossed the hallway to the emergency exit stairwell and followed it down to ice level, where the team locker rooms were located. He needed this interview, and he wasn't going to let one man get in the way. The lower levels of the arena were a maze of tunnels and hallways, allowing the staff to travel where they needed to go without interfering with the fans attending the games. Derek followed the sounds of voices until he located the locker room area. He figured he would hide somewhere near the Wranglers' locker room, then approach Tank as the team went by for the pre-game skate and warm-up. He found the perfect position, down the hallway and around the corner from the visiting team's locker room, then settled in for the expected 90-minute wait. He thought through his list of interview questions. Tank Jackson was a legendary minor league coach and had been an enforcer for 17 years with the Boston Bruins. However, he was also just as famous for his prickly demeanor with the media and rarely gave interviews. That reputation wasn't going to stop Derek. If there was one thing he knew about, it was hockey. And if there was one player he knew about, it was Jackson. Derek planned to blow Tank away with his knowledge of Jackson's personal stats and hopefully convince him to chat for a few minutes. Derek was anxious to begin his writing career by setting the tone with an A on his first field assignment, but even more, he wanted to impress Emily. For some reason, she believed in him, despite his flaws and long list of bad decisions. He wasn't sure why, but it didn't matter. He was going to make her proud, and nothing was going to stop him. Not Stryker, not Tank, and not the juvenile corrections system. Emily sat on a wooden bench in Glassford Park to people watch as she tried to piece together the insanity that was her life. She'd spent the previous night in the shelter with Junie, whose mom still hadn't shown up, and woke up again with Schrody purring on her belly. The quantum kitty's affection was comforting, but it wasn't enough to rid her of the nagging discomfort swirling around inside about what she had discovered the night before. She couldn't believe what she'd seen through the window of Jim Miller's restaurant. His betrayal had wounded her deeply, and she was having trouble focusing her thoughts on anything else. Every time she tried to rise above what had happened and move on, the vision of Jim sitting with Alison took over her mind. The more she dwelled on it, the more confused and angry she became. More than anything, she felt stupid for trusting him and letting her feelings of friendship cloud her judgment. She knew better. Life had taught her that. "Don't get involved," she mumbled, knowing deep down that it was hard not to do just that. She was human and had feelings, just like everyone else. The emotional bond that came with connecting with others was like candy for her soul. Even so, she needed to be strong and give up on things that only made her life more difficult. That meant Jim. Junie was trustworthy, and so was Derek, but she wasn't sure about Dwayne and Sheldon. So far, they'd done nothing but help her. Maybe both of them were okay, too. She was also frustrated because she had no plans with Derek. He'd left the library in such a hurry the night before, they hadn't had time to set up a time and place to meet. She figured she would just go to the last place they'd been together at the same time, 7 p.m. at Burton Bar. Maybe he'd come to the same conclusion and decide to meet her there by default. Emily needed something to take her mind off Miller and how he'd betrayed her. So she'd spent the day in the library combing the internet for more information about her condition. However, that proved to be difficult. She couldn't just search for time-jumping teenager and come up with all the answers, so she had to get creative and try related search terms and connected articles. Studying information about time travel and neurobiology seemed to be her best choices. Everything she could find about aliens seemed crazy. Not that what she'd been through was normal, but all the websites about abductions seemed to be written by people who sounded unhinged and completely bent. Then again, if she were to tell her entire story to the world like that, everyone would think she was nuts too. How can 77% of the U.S. population believe in aliens, yet when you come clean about what happened when you were taken, nobody believes you? She was no scientist, but she'd read and studied enough to know that if you need to prove something, you need facts and evidence to back it up. Real evidence. And to prove your theories, you needed experiments to demonstrate your findings based on the scientific method, complete with mathematical analysis to back it up. Without all that, you had no hope of convincing anyone of anything. There were two things that all the alien-themed websites seemed to have in common: no verifiable evidence and no math. In other words, no proof. Even with all the cell phones and video cameras on the planet, just personal experience and shame. You'd think somewhere along the way, somebody would have captured something on their camera. She'd also been wondering about the direct telepathic link she shared with her abductors. The entire time she was jacked in, their thoughts came to her in English. Why English? The more she thought about it, the more that fact didn't make sense. English-speaking aliens? Her research showed that there are somewhere around 6,500 different languages spoken on Earth. So what are the odds that travelers from another world would speak English? It was possible that some type of translator technology was involved, but a telepathic translator? She knew anything was possible, and after what she'd seen and done in her life, that was exactly how she felt. Anything was possible. Though now, she had more questions than answers. For example, why did the orange man outside of Miller's house look human when the giant ugly heads on the ship didn't? Why was he carrying a briefcase full of amazing futuristic technology, but the weapon he carried looked like a gun that was made by humans? Everything seemed to contradict itself, almost as if the aliens weren't aliens at all. But they had to be, right? Maybe the aliens were doing their best to imitate human form and technology so they could blend in. Maybe the orange man was an android or some kind of clone. It would explain some of it. Before she could consider the next thought, she heard a sharp meow from the ground below the bench. She looked down. It was Schrody at her feet, rubbing and purring against her legs. She was happy to see him, but not surprised. After all, he was the quantum kitty that seemed to follow her around, and do so across space and time. Another fact she couldn't explain. She wasn't imagining him, since Junie could see him too, so he was real, just not like any other cat she'd ever heard of. There were 1,001 things in her life that were baffling. To name 3, there were alien abductions, time jumping, and how she felt about Derek. A quantum kitty was the least of her worries. Besides, she thought, he's really cute and soft. She reached down and scratched him behind the ears. "Hello, Mr. Impossible. What have you been doing with yourself all day?" She picked him up and held him in her lap. "Maybe you have all the answers. Do you have all the answers, little Schrodie?" Derek heard footsteps coming down the hallway outside the locker room, accompanied by loud, garrulous voices. It sounded like 4 or 5 people. He realized they were coming right for him, and though he was tucked away and out of sight, he wasn't exactly hidden. He decided to change position and duck behind 2 rolling laundry gurneys and peer through the gap to see who it could be. Shit. It wasn't Tank and his team or assistant coaches. It was Mr. Asshole himself, Harry Stryker, accompanied by 2 arena security guards, both imposing black dudes, and an older, grizzled-looking white guy with a bent nose wearing a maintenance uniform. They went by without seeing him, passing a brass-colored flask between them as they walked. Makes sense, Derek thought. They're loud because they're half drunk. He watched them go by and disappear through the doorway to the service stairs at the end of the hallway, the same set Derek had come down earlier. Derek exhaled, relieved. Then something caught his attention, something totally out of place, the faintest whiff of a familiar odor, skunky, sweet, and pungent. What the? Weed? Down here? Could Stryker be drinking and smoking blunts while on duty with 2 rent-a-cops and some other dude from his staff? Maybe Derek could use this fact against Stryker. Wouldn't hurt to have something on the jerk in case he needed it. Not only that, but it would make an even bigger story than an interview with a minor league hockey coach. If he captured their activities on video, he could expose Stryker's drug and alcohol problem. He could say that Stryker and his staff were putting the safety of everyone who attended events at the new arena in serious jeopardy, probably get them all fired, and maybe even prosecuted. He smiled, thinking about Stryker becoming a stupid criminal himself. Talk about poetic justice. His excitement shot up a level. He was starting to like his new career. A breaking story like this would certainly get everyone's attention, including Emily's. He could almost taste the A+ he was about to receive for his first major scoop. He slipped out from his hiding place, ran down the hallway to the door to the stairwell, and put his ear to it. He heard muffled voices, but it didn't sound like they were directly on the other side of the door. Up 1 level? He cracked the door open 1/2 inch and looked around. Nothing. He opened it all the way, slowly and quietly. Their voices were louder now, but he still couldn't understand what they were saying. They were definitely 1 level up. Derek crept through the door and over to the stairs, staying focused and alert. He took the stairs 1 at a time. When he reached the first landing, where the stairs reversed direction, the 4 men came into view. They were on the level above him, standing in an open doorway. He could see a parking lot outside the arena. They were passing a blunt, sure enough. Derek guessed they were standing there to blow the smoke outside, but they weren't doing a great job of it. Besides, who was going to bust them? The security guards and the GM of the arena were smoking together. Who's going to stop them or report them? Surely no one from Stryker's staff, not without fear of losing their new job. Stryker took a long drag, then offered the doobie to the maintenance guy, who declined and took a swig from the brass flask instead. Stryker shrugged and handed it to one of the security guards, who took a quick hit. The maintenance guy said something Derek couldn't make out, then handed Stryker a Ziploc bag. It was hard to tell from where he was standing, but when he put it together with the odor and the fact that they were passing a blunt around, he figured it had to be weed. He knew from his brief time running with the Westside Locos that it was about a 1/2 ounce. Derek edged closer, being careful to keep out of sight. He also took out the borrowed phone and started the video camera app and turned off the light. "This what we got," the maintenance guy said in a thick Eastern European accent. Stryker opened the bag and sniffed the contents. "Just $1,000? This is good shit." "Yes, bargain basement price. Have many more where this comes from." Derek was psyched. He'd gotten the whole thing on video. Maybe not high-quality sound, but the pictures would be compelling. His night had just changed dramatically. Only minutes before, he thought he was going to get an exclusive interview with a hard-to-corner ex-NHL player turned minor league hockey coach. Now, he had video evidence proving that the general manager of a controversial new sports arena was drinking on the job, smoking weed, and better yet, conspiring to sell weed. Scoop. He shifted his position slightly, trying to get a better angle, but then the phone rang with a screaming rendition of the Evil Empire theme from Star Wars, and Derek dropped it, startled. It clattered to the floor and broke to pieces. The 4 men jerked their heads in his direction and saw him standing there. "Get him!" Stryker told his 2 security guards. Derek ran down the stairs to the door he'd come through, but it was stuck. He yanked 3 times on the handle, and it finally screeched open. He was about to bolt through it when he felt a pair of powerful hands clamp down on his shoulders. Shit. Cornered. He didn't fight back when he was spun around and pushed against the door, slamming it shut. The bigger of the 2 security guards was face to face with him. The second guard was coming down the stairs with Stryker behind him, yelling commands. The maintenance man had stopped on the landing and was busy picking up the pieces of Derek's borrowed phone and examining them. "I give up. You got me," Derek said, wanting to avoid a beating for resisting arrest. He kept his hands up, in plain sight, where everyone could see them. Stryker motioned for the guard to let go of Derek and take a step back. He did. Stryker got in Derek's face. "What the fuck are you doing here? I thought I told you to vacate the premises." Derek could smell a strong mixture of booze and pot on the man's rank breath. "I snuck down here to get that interview. That's it, I swear. I've been waiting in the hallway and was just coming up here to get some air. That's all." "You're lying." Behind Stryker and the security guards, the maintenance guy held up the broken cell phone and spoke with his thick accent. "Phone? Yours?" No, never seen it before in my life." "No matter," the man replied, dropping the pieces on the ground and smashing them with the heel of his work boot. He picked up the fragments and put them in his pocket. "Now I burn. Big incinerator," he said, looking at Stryker for a long second. He nodded, then turned and went up the stairs and out the door. Stryker's face grew red, and he made a pair of fists. "You're going to pay for this, kid." Stryker took a swing, a huge, telegraphed, see-it-coming-from-a-mile-away left hook. Derek had been in plenty of fights growing up on the west side of Phoenix and knew how to handle himself. Stryker was slow and wasted, much slower than the guys Derek had fought before. He slipped the clumsy punch and responded with a right of his own, a stiff, straight jab that landed square on the GM's jaw. Stryker staggered backwards, falling on his ass. The 2 security guards must have also been stoned. They started laughing and making comments. "Oh, shit! Did you see that? Boss, I'm sorry, but that kid just busted you the fuck up." "Shut up and help me up," Stryker said. Derek looked at the security guards. He wasn't about to fight them. They were huge and in good shape, surely able to take him out easily, high or not. He thought about making a run for it, but the men had him pinned in. He decided to put his hands back up and wait as they helped Stryker to his feet. "Hold him for me," Stryker said to the guards. They hesitated. "Do it," their boss insisted. The security guards moved forward and grabbed Derek by his arms, holding him firmly against the wall. Stryker stood in front of him and snarled like a rabid dog, then punched Derek in the gut. The air flew out from his lungs as he doubled over in pain. Stryker backed up and nailed him with a hard uppercut to the jaw. Derek's head snapped back, stunning him. Everything ran into a blur and started to spin. Then, Stryker kicked him in the groin, sending Derek crumbling to the ground in a heap. "I can handle it from here," Stryker told his men. "You 2, get back to the concourse." Derek heard footsteps heading up the stairs. He rolled to his side while holding his nuts and dealing with the pain from multiple impact sites. He looked at Stryker just in time to see his foot coming for his face. It landed hard on his cheek, flipping him over and onto his back. He heard Stryker say, "Your ass is mine, punk," just before he slipped into unconsciousness.
Hey, it's Emily. I have a quick question for you. Do you know someone who might appreciate getting a paperback copy of this story to read? If you do, check out the links below. Printed books make excellent gifts for that special someone in your life, and it helps support this channel. My mom used to buy them for me all the time, at least until that awful night on the ship. What I wouldn't do to sit and read with her just one more time. It's mind-boggling the things we take for granted. Okay, anyway, it's time to get back to the story. See you a little bit later.
Chapter 11. Emily and Schrody walked together through Glassford Park. The orange and white tabby seemed to be acting like he was her protector while trotting a few paces ahead of her. The kitty kept sniffing the air and looking back at her as if to say, "The coast is clear." Emily smiled and quickened her pace. When she caught up to him, she knelt down and gave him a two-handed rub across his back and neck. "You're my fierce little guard, kitty, aren't you? I'm so glad you're here to protect me, since Mom and Derek aren't." He meowed and ran ahead, appearing to scout the path in front of them. She stood up and followed the precious little furball, while her brain slipped into analysis mode. Emily was starting to understand Miller's betrayal. If the cops were all over him about her, there had to come a point when he'd have to make a decision, take care of himself or protect her. She knew all about the first option. Her whole life for the past few years had been about protecting herself and not getting involved with anyone. She used to live by her rules, ignoring the rest of the world in the process. That's what she was upset about mostly. She'd trusted him, and she knew better. "People gotta do what they gotta do," she mumbled, trying to convince herself that Jim wasn't a bad guy. If she were going to revert to living by her strict set of rules, then she needed to take a few minutes to reevaluate whether or not she should trust the various people in her life. Junie was a no-brainer. She was a kindred spirit, a young girl making the best of a shitty situation on the streets of Phoenix. Junie felt like a little sister, and Emily knew the feeling was mutual. Her second sight told her so, every time Junie looked at her with those big, clear eyes. As for Derek, he had saved her more than once, and usually at great risk to himself, especially when the twisted sicko, Rob the rapist, was holding her captive. She knew her heart was getting in the way of her logic, but she fought through it, letting the facts bubble to the surface and speak for themselves. She was 95% sure he was the real deal. Granted, he had his own demons to deal with, but he was a good guy and was crazy about her. He was someone she thought she could trust, or maybe it was someone she wanted to trust, for herself and for her heart. Her logic was telling her to be cautious, but her heart was screaming to grant him permanent membership in her circle of trust. Miller, on the other hand, had saved her from a group of West Side locos, but when she thought about it, the gangbangers were holding a gun on him, too. He was saving his own ass as well as hers. It was clear he was interested in her life story, sure, but was it so he could write a story to publish and further his career, or was it because he genuinely wanted to help her? There was no way of knowing which was true. Could be both, she conceded. But what about Dwayne? He seemed trustworthy, but he was also Jim's longtime friend. Ties like that can blind a person, making him susceptible to compromise and betrayal. She didn't know what to do with him. So far, he hadn't let her down once, but there was more to factor in than just that. Tough call. Then there was Sheldon, the nerdy librarian tech who helped her with her research and gave her a place to catch a nap when she needed it. He routinely broke library rules for her and put his job on the line, which has to count for something. But she really didn't know him that well. He was a sweetheart and probably liked her as more than just a friend. But like Dwayne, she didn't know what to do with him. She turned it over in her head for a few more minutes, then came to a final decision. Without evidence to the contrary, she decided Junie and Derek were in. Simple. So far, they hadn't let her down. Not once, so they were golden. Miller, he was out. Dwayne and Sheldon, she put them on the maybe list. Derek drifted in and out of consciousness after the beating from Stryker. His body wasn't responding to his commands to get up and fight, but he could still sense what was happening to him. He was on his back, and someone had a hold of his foot, dragging him along the cold cement floor. He tried to open his eyes, but they refused. Too much pain and not enough energy.
"Damn, you're heavy for a kid,"
a voice said. He recognized it. It was Stryker, grunting and tugging.
"Just gotta get you somewhere out of the way until I can deal with you later."
Stryker hauled Derek down the hall for what seemed like forever. Eventually, he let go of Derek's leg, letting it flop to the ground. Then there were sounds of keys jingling and a door opening. Stryker snatched Derek's foot again and slid him another 10 feet or so, then kicked him in the ribs with a powerful blow. Derek gasped when what little air he had in his lungs shot out instantly.
"There, that should keep you quiet until I get back,"
Stryker growled as he slammed the door and locked it. A heartbeat later, Derek faded into blackness, with only thoughts of Emily on his mind. Emily and Schrody, a cute pair of gingers, one human and one feline, were approaching the border of Glassford Park where it ended at North Central Avenue when Schrody stopped, arched his back, and hissed. Emily looked around, trying to find the source of the quantum kitty's ire, but she couldn't see anything. No dogs, no squirrels, no scary-looking street thugs. Nothing. Schrody ran back and forth, rubbing his fur against her legs. Then he ran behind her, heading in the opposite direction. "No, kitty, wrong way. We're going to the library." The cat jumped in the air, twisting and landing on all fours, then hissed again, this time with fangs exposed and ears pulled back. The kitty crawled low to the ground, inching his way toward her. Emily didn't know what to make of Schrody's weird behavior. Her eyes darted around the area, checking for predators again. But like before, she didn't see any. "What? I don't understand. Is something wrong? What are you trying to tell me?" Derek woke up in near total darkness, slumped on his side, with his back pressing against something hard. Everything hurt. His head throbbed, his ribs ached, and his jaw was sore. It took a moment for him to realize that he could see some light, a faint red glow blinking in a small room. The light was coming from above a door, an exit sign. His eyes faded in and out of focus as he rolled over, but they were able to report enough information to determine that he was in some kind of storage closet with a rusty metal desk piled with miscellaneous junk. Just beyond it was a tall set of wall-mounted shelves stuffed with white boxes, the kind for storing folders and records. He took another minute to let his mind sharpen and adjust to his surroundings, taking in all that he was seeing and feeling. Then he remembered. Harry Stryker, drugs, the beating, pain, the GM dumping him here and locking him in. Derek crawled to his knees and worked himself to his feet. His head spun quickly, making him teeter off balance. He grabbed the front of the desk, trying to keep himself from falling over. It worked. Despite the throbbing pain across his body and the dizziness, he needed to escape. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, and since Stryker said he would be back, Derek knew he might only have a few minutes. His wobbly legs carried him to the wooden door with a two-sided keyed deadbolt installed. He wondered why a public building would need that type of lock on an interior door. Perhaps Stryker used this room for more than storage, wanting to keep things from getting out, like him. He tried the doorknob, but it was locked, as expected. He checked the door's hinge configuration, and it told him that the door opened out. Good news. He knocked on the wood, checking to see if it was a hollow door. The sound was deep and dull. Shit. Solid core. He stepped back, aimed at the spot next to the doorknob, balanced on his left leg, and kicked at it hard with his right foot. His aim was perfect, but his plan wasn't. The door didn't budge, but he did, falling off balance and smashing into the ground, landing squarely on his elbow. More pain shot into his body, stinging the length of his arm. He rolled and sat up, rubbing and massaging the new injury to help disperse the pain. His weary eyes focused on the exit. There was a small dent next to the knob, but it was clear that the door was going to be difficult to breach with only a single leg kick. He needed a new plan, one that would generate more leverage and force. "Controlled force this time," he scolded himself, massaging his elbow. The items in the storage space left him with few options, nothing to use as a pry bar or a lockpick. He thought about sliding the desk out of the way to give him a few more feet of running room, then launch his body at the door, shoulder first. It might be enough, but then again it might also dislocate his shoulder, leaving him defenseless if he ran into Stryker or his men again. Before he could act, a better idea flashed in his mind. He stood and walked to the metal desk that had been pushed parallel against the shelves with its drawers trapped on the other side. He swept his arm across the surface to clear the contents and make it easier to work with. The right end of its top had a bit of an overhang, allowing him to wrap both hands around it. He leaned back and to the left, pulling and yanking to get the desk to move. It did, sliding its metal legs across the floor an inch at a time, screeching with each thrust. He continued to tug and pull until its end was aimed at the door. One of the lower desk drawers had rolled open in the process, showing him a stack of phone books inside. He checked the other drawers and found the same. Someone was hoarding phone books, adding to the massive weight of the unit. He removed the phone books and tossed them to the ground in a loose stack, counting as he went. 27. The desk was about 2 feet from the door, but still not in the correct position to execute his plan. He turned and slid his back down the metal end, pulling his legs in as he dropped to the ground. He took a deep breath and pushed at the bottom of the door with his legs. The desk began to move away from the door and toward the shelving, scooting more easily now that the phone books had been removed. He felt the movement stop, indicating that the other end of the desk was now wedged against the shelves, where he wanted it. He stood and sat on the end of the desk closest to the door, raised his legs, and checked the distance. "Just might work," he mumbled, "or it might break both my ankles." He paused, taking time to gather his energy and sharpen his resolve. His vision was still a bit fuzzy, and his body felt weak, but he needed to hold it together and unleash one massive strike. "Come on, Derek. You can do this. Make it happen," he convinced himself. He rocked on the desktop, aiming his legs at the dent he'd made earlier. He took 3 long, deep breaths, allowing his adrenaline to build. He bit his lip and let loose a mighty kick with both feet, using the metal desk as his anchor point. His feet hit the door precisely where he had aimed, springing the door open with a small shower of splinters shooting into the air. It swung on its hinges and smashed against the outside wall. Derek stumbled into the hallway with only one thing on his mind: run. Schrody ran in a circle, then back to Emily and pawed at her legs with his claws extended. "Ouch!" she yelped, feeling his sharp weapons dig into her skin. She stepped back, puzzling over the Quantum Kitty's strange behavior. Emily wished she could use her 6th sense to get a read on him, but her gift only worked on humans. "Why are you acting this way?" Schrody let out a childlike cry, then sprinted west for 10 feet, stopped on all fours, and looked back at her. "What? I don't understand." He ran again, stopped, and looked back. "Do you want me to follow you?" she asked, just as a searing pain hit her in the forehead, right between the eyes. She winced and staggered to a landscape boulder and sat down, holding back the urge to vomit. Over the next minute, the pain dissipated and an intense feeling of confusion replaced it. Then her mind's eye activated, showing her a remote vision of a long hallway. She was seeing through someone else's eyes as the person walked with panic in their thoughts. More imagery, thoughts, and feelings arrived through the link, telling her whose eyes she was seeing through. Derek's. Emily doubled over in pain as a direct transfer of pain shot across the connection from his ribs to hers. His bones felt like they might be broken. Her face, his face, felt swollen, and a number of other pain reports came streaming in from his body. He was in trouble and desperate, trying to get away and find safety. Then the word Stryker came across the link. Was that an object or a person? Or was he saying strike her? Two words running together and sounding like one? She wasn't sure what it meant, if anything. She saw through his eyes as he made his way through 2 more hallways and found a stairwell. He went up 2 flights and pushed through an exit door and found a parking lot where a fading sunset was waiting. Derek stumbled, looking back at the door behind him. The psychic link started to fade, but Emily caught one final flash from him, a shiny, rectangular placard on the door. It was partially obscured, but the section of the sign she could read said, Obil Arena Service Entrance, employees and deliveries only. Arena? Service entrance? Obil? Her mind crunched the clues and came up with the answer. There was only one arena in the metro area that contained the letters from her vision. She knew where he was. The Quick Mobile Arena on the west side of downtown, by one of the service entrances. Her dizziness and pain dissipated when the link disconnected, allowing her to take off at full speed. She headed west, the same direction that Schrody wanted her to go earlier. Somehow, the cat must have known Derek was in trouble and was trying to warn her. It's the only answer she could come up with, even though it seemed impossible. How can a cat have her same psychic power, even a special quantum kitty like Schrody? Emily glanced back at the tabby, but he wasn't following her. He was sitting upright on his hind legs, pawing at the air. She didn't have time to convince him to come along, nor did it seem like he wanted to, so she ignored him and focused on the path ahead. She knew that the Quick Mobile Arena had been recently completed and was located not too far from Glassford Park. She remembered the public outcry when its construction was first commissioned. Few thought Phoenix needed another sports arena, especially one built for hockey in the blistering desert of all places. The local NHL franchise in Glendale was struggling to stay afloat, and most of those who opposed the new arena used that fact as the basis for their mudslinging campaign. But in the end, the city council passed the funding measure by a unanimous vote. Not that she cared. She lived on the street and didn't pay taxes.
Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it,
Stryker said in a hasty voice on the concourse level. He looked at his watch, frustrated. It had been almost 20 minutes since he'd put the kid in the closet. He needed to get back and figure out what to do with him. Even though he thought his tracks were covered, he couldn't risk it. If it came out that he was smoking pot and drinking on duty and then beat the crap out of some teenager to cover it up, it would be the end of him. Even his pals on the police force wouldn't be able to help.
Just thought you should know,
the manager of the arena's food service, Bobby Morris, said with sincerity.
Now, there's just one more thing.
Look, the game's about to start and there's 1,000,001 things I need to do. I really don't have time for this crap right now, so suck it up and figure it out on your own. That's what I pay you for.
You okay, boss?
Just do your damn job already,
Stryker snapped, leaving before Morris could delay him further. Stryker knew his food manager was wondering why he wasn't taking the time to micromanage him like usual. But the truth was, tonight, right now, Stryker didn't give a shit about anything other than his captive in the closet. The rest could wait. He made it to the service stairwell and flew down the steps and into the locker room hallway. He ran through the maze that would lead him to the storage room where he'd left the delinquent, Derek Morgan. When he rounded the final corner, he found the door standing open, with splintered wood sprawled across the floor.
Oh shit,
he said, running to look inside. It was empty. No sign of the kid. He put his hands on the side of his head and screamed,
Fuck, fuck, fuck!
Almost there, Emily thought. Run, girl, run. Faster, faster. Don't stop. Oh, God, please let him be okay. Please. She kept her legs pumping, running faster than she had ever run before. Faster than the night when the Locos were after her and Junie. Quicker than the day she'd come out of a jump in the middle of a shopping mall. Harder than a few nights before, when she and Derek needed to get away from the condo after she'd killed a fat biker. Derek was hurt, and he needed her. That's all she knew. And somehow, it kept her muscles churning, even though she was exhausted and starting to cramp up. Ignore the pain, she convinced herself, as the link between them flashed on and off like a strobe light. She didn't know why it was happening, but it worried her. When she sprinted around the last corner and the arena came into view, she slowed to a medium jog, trying to decide where to go next. She could see the main entrance to the building, but where was the service entrance? Probably around back, she decided, but it was a huge building. It could have more than one. She angled right and ran towards the building's massive digital marquee that said, Ice Dogs versus Wranglers tonight, Fan Appreciation Night. There were police officers directing traffic, but she couldn't risk asking one of them for help. Interactions with cops never turned out well for her, so she decided to blend in with the dozen or so fans waiting to enter the building. She picked the shortest line, knowing she couldn't get in, not without a ticket, but that didn't matter. She had a different plan in mind. Even though it only took a minute to make it to the front of the line, it seemed like an hour. A middle-aged black woman with short-cropped hair and a pair of gold middle teeth was waiting at the turnstile with a ticket scanner in hand. She looked at Emily. "Ticket, please." Emily held her hands up to show the woman they were empty. "I'm not going to the game, but I do have a quick question. Can you help me, please?" The woman pointed to her left. "Step over here, dear. Let the others pass." Emily did as instructed, walking around and standing to the side of the turnstile. "What do you need?" the woman asked, still grabbing tickets and scanning them with brisk efficiency. "Sorry to bother you, but my cousin works here and he told me to meet him at the service entrance. Can you tell me where it is?" "Which one, honey? There's two of them. Do you mean the loading dock?" "No, I don't think so. He said it was," Emily said, pausing to search her memory. "Like a regular door where they make deliveries, not raised or anything like that." "Okay, sweetie, that's going to be just around there," she said, leaning forward and pointing to the left. "It's just past the Zamboni ramp. You know where they dump the shavings? Just look for the pile of ice, and it'll be around the very next corner. Can't miss it." "Thank you so much," Emily said, trotting in the direction she was given. She darted into a wave of approaching hockey fans, then stopped in her tracks when she saw what she thought was an orange man across the parking lot. He wasn't moving, just standing still between two parked cars with his briefcase, watching her. Someone bumped into her, taking her attention from the orange man. When she returned her eyes to his location, he wasn't there. "Must be seeing things," she said, taking off at a full gallop to the corner of the sprawling building. She made a left and tore through the side lot, zipping past the Zamboni ramp and ice dump, where she found Derek lying face down next to a service exit door. Chapter 12. Emily knelt on the ground next to Derek and turned him over. He was breathing, but his face was red and puffy. His left eye was swollen. "Derek! Derek!" she screamed, rocking his shoulder gently. "Babe, can you hear me? Please wake up. Say something. Come on, talk to me." His eyes blinked open. He groaned and then spoke in a weak voice. "Em, what are you doing here? How did you find me?" "I can't explain it. I just did. Add it to the list of things I need to tell you." "How could you know? Of all the places?" "I got this vision. It told me you were in trouble. My body was screaming at me to come find you, so I did. Somehow, I just knew." He sat up, wincing in pain. "We need to go. They'll be looking for me." "Who?" "The GM and his security." "Did they hurt you?" He nodded. "Why?" "I'll explain later. We need to get out of here. Now," he said, putting his hand on her shoulder. She helped him to his feet. "Where?" He leaned into her for support, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. His weight added to hers, making her thigh muscles and lower back work twice as hard. She wasn't sure how far she could help him walk. "Anywhere but here. Hurry," he said, before coughing up a small batch of red-colored phlegm. He spit it onto the ground. "Oh my God, Derek, is that blood?" "They busted me up pretty good. Probably one of my ribs." "We need to get you to a hospital right away. You could be bleeding internally." No hospitals. Too many questions. Besides, that's the first place they'll look for me. Just get me someplace where I can rest. I'll be okay, Em. Nothing I haven't dealt with before. Probably just tore a muscle or something. Just need some ice and a place to lie down." "There's a neighborhood just east of here, past the main entrance where I came in. Lots of dark corners and places to chill. And there's a neighborhood play park, too. It has one of those big cement pipes we can hide in." "Either will work. Just need to sleep," he said, with pain oozing from every word. "Wait," she said, stopping her feet. She thought about the possible orange man sighting and the members of law enforcement. She'd decided not to mention the man with the briefcase. She wasn't sure she actually saw him. "What?" "Cops. They're everywhere out front, directing the traffic from the freeway. If I walk you out there like this, they're going to notice." His head swung to the left, staring at the rear half of the parking area. She followed his eyes and spotted 4 rows of cars parked neatly together, far away from everyone else, maybe 100 feet away from their position.
Take me there. Must be the employee entrance. Shouldn't be any cops.
She did as he asked, turning and moving quickly. His legs were having a hard time keeping up with the new pace she was setting. She slowed down, allowing him to balance and keep up. She kept glancing over her shoulder at the arena exit door as they moved, making sure they weren't being followed. They weren't.
Why did they hurt you? Did you sneak in without paying? Actually, I was following your advice.
What advice?
I was trying to get an interview with one of the coaches for my lit class. I tried to follow the rules, Em. I really did, but they wouldn't let me.
So what?
You threw the first punch? No, I didn't do shit. They started it.
Then I don't understand. How'd this happen?
When the GM turned me down for a pass, I snuck down to ice level and waited for my chance to talk with the Wranglers coach. That's when it all got fucked up.
Is his name Stryker, the coach?
No, that's the GM, he replied, groaning through the pain. Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know that?
His name was part of my vision. Just wasn't sure if Stryker was a who or a what.
How's that possible?
He asked as they approached the first row of what they both assumed were employee cars. There was enough space between 2 dark-colored 4-wheel drive trucks for them to squeeze through as a tandem. It's hard to put into words. They just sort of happen. I never know when. I get these flashes, and sometimes what they show me comes true.
Flashes?
Yep. They take over my brain for a second and show me stuff. Sometimes about people and what they're thinking or feeling. Other times, it's about an event or a place, like tonight.
So, you're a psychic?
Something like that, but more. It's hard to explain, but enough about me. Go ahead, finish your story.
I snuck downstairs to wait, and then I got caught. That's when they beat the shit out of me.
That's it? They caught you and kicked your ass?
Well, I did see all of them smoking weed and drinking on the job.
The GM, too?
Hell yeah.
That explains it.
And I had it all on video, until I dropped the phone I borrowed and it broke. It would have been the scoop of the century.
Maybe, but it's not worth it if you get killed in the process. They were passing through the last row of cars when a woman in her 30s backed her ass out from inside an open side door of a minivan. She was holding a baby wrapped in a pink blanket. Emily saw a look of concern come over her face.
Do you need help?
The woman asked, spinning her child away from Derek. Emily hesitated. She knew Derek needed help, but she hadn't figured out how she was going to get it for him. This woman might be the help they needed, or a way to get it.
My boyfriend fell down some stairs, Emily replied. I think he's okay, but do you think I could use your phone to call my dad so he can come pick us up?
Emily heard voices from the minivan. She noticed 2 young boys in the back, strapped in car seats. Neither of them looked to be older than 4.
Mommy, can we get out now? Just a minute, you two.
The woman turned back to Emily. She took a flip phone from her pants pocket and gave it to her.
Are you sure I don't need to call 911?
Thank you so much for this, ma'am. I'll just be a second. My dad will come get us. We'll be okay, she said, trying to decide who to dial. She couldn't call Miller, but there was one person, someone with a car and a willingness to help. She turned away and looked down at the phone, punching in a number she'd committed to memory several days before. Well, several days, Emily time, but several months, normal people time. It was back when she was riding in Dwayne's car on the way to see Jim at the hospital, and he let her use his cell phone. She'd memorized his number on impulse, just in case. Now, she was glad she did. Dwayne hung up the phone and thought about what Emily had just asked him. He wasn't exactly sure what to do. He was in a classic catch-22. She didn't want Jim involved and wouldn't say why, but she was adamant about it. He looked across the kitchen table at his wife, Nora, who was an emergency room nurse with close to 20 years of experience. Their 2 teenage children, Dwayne Jr. and Monica, were in the family room playing a video game. They bolted from the table as soon as mandatory family time, i.e. dinner, was over.
I know that look, Dee. Out with it, Nora demanded.
It's pretty complicated, baby.
It always is, but that's not a look that says I'm worried about work. That's something else.
Dwayne's throat seemed to tighten and dry up. He swallowed, but the glob stuck a bit. He coughed, bringing it back up. He took a sip of after-dinner coffee and washed it down.
Remember that teenage girl I showed you photos of?
The snapshots in Jim's files? The redhead? The one you think travels through time? Dwayne flinched and looked over his shoulder and into the family room. His kids were still occupied with the zombie shooter game. Not so loud, he whispered across the table. I don't want the kids thinking I'm crazy. Nora's voice turned sarcastic. But it's okay if your wife does? Well, you married me already knowing I'm crazy. You had the choice. They didn't. And besides, you're the one I talked it out with, remember? So that makes you just as crazy. We might have talked it out, but you're the one who came up with the time travel idea. Yeah, and you tried to punch holes in it for an hour. Yep, that I did. And you didn't manage to come up with anything that made more sense. Now did you? No, I didn't. But still, it's crazy. He nodded. A crazy idea that appears to fit the facts. True enough. So, okay then, what's going on? What's that phone call got to do with the red-headed time traveler? She asked, sitting back in the chair and folding her arms. She creased her forehead and pressed her lips together, making that don't bullshit me look. He'd seen it countless times during their marriage, usually when they were talking about something the kids did before she made it home from a long shift at the hospital. Well, a male friend of hers got beat up pretty bad. They need help, and they don't want to go to the emergency room. Without blinking, Nora picked up the car keys and yelled to the kids in the family room. Junior, come here! She opened the pantry door and grabbed her orange EMT bag that Dwayne insisted they keep in the kitchen. He was convinced that most household accidents either happen in the kitchen or end up being dealt with there. Nora slung the bag over her shoulder. Junior, don't make me call you again! Mom, a teenage voice whined from the family room. We're in the middle of a game. I'm on the last level. Now! I won't say it again! Okay, coming. So, we're gonna go, just like that? Dwayne asked, giving her a smile. He couldn't help but admire his tough, compassionate wife, nor could he resist taking a jab at her, all in fun. No questions asked? Dwayne, you ought to know me by now. You just told me there's a kid in trouble, and we can help. What do you think I'm going to say? No? A lanky, mocha-skinned teenage boy with kind, dark eyes appeared in the doorway to the family room. Nora licked the tip of her index finger and used it as a makeshift comb, trying to convince the rooster tail on the back of Junior's head to lie down. It didn't. Instead, it sprang back into place, ignoring the saliva glue she was using. Your father and I are going out for a couple of hours. You're in charge. Look after your sister and don't answer the door for anyone. You can play video games for another hour, then both of you finish your homework and get ready for bed. Lights out by 10. Dwayne Jr.'s eyes lit up. You mean I get to be the boss? Yeah, but no funny stuff. And you know I'll know if you don't do your schoolwork. We'll try to be back by 9:30 at the latest, but we might be later. I expect all your homework to be done and both of you ready for bed when we get back. Don't make me say it again. Yes, ma'am. Dwayne Sr. smiled and followed his wife out the door. Kids learning, he thought, letting out a sly smile. No sense arguing with your mother. It's never worked for me. Dwayne Sr. locked the exterior door behind them and followed Nora into the carport, where she was climbing into the passenger seat of his car. Just then, his catch-22 conundrum involving Jim Miller resolved itself in his mind as he sat behind the wheel and turned the key in the ignition. He knew Emily was going to be pissed at him, but he had to go with his gut on this. He knew Jim Miller far better than she did. Granted, she had her reasons for not calling Jim, but so did Dwayne. He took out his phone and called the third name on the speed dial list. What are you doing? Nora asked in a disagreeing tone. Calling Jim. Why? Reinforcements. I've got a bad feeling about this. You always say that. I think running security has you paranoid. Maybe, but he needs to know regardless. Suit yourself, she snapped, unzipping the medical kit and looking through its contents. Chapter 13. Emily and Derek made their way from the arena's parking lot to an abandoned Chevron gas station a few blocks away. They found a wooden two-person bench near the roll-up service bay doors and sat next to each other. They had a clear view of the street. Dwayne should be here any minute, Emily said. Why didn't you call Miller? Why Dwayne? She choked up, struggling to find the proper words and get them out. Jim, he, squealed to the cops about me. What? Are you sure? Yep, saw it with my own 2 eyes. What did he tell them? I don't know exactly. I was too far away to hear, but he was sitting there with the folder he keeps about me, showing Alison my photos, basically my life story, everything. Isn't that what he sent you to get from the safe when you got attacked? To protect you? She nodded, letting a few tears roll down her cheeks. So why now? Why show Alison? I don't know, but he did. He broke my heart, Derek. Just tossed me away like I'm garbage, she said, unable to hold back her emotions. Derek put his hand on hers, interlocking his fingers with hers. I'm sorry, babe. Her voice cracked, trying to push the words out through the emotional pain. Why, Derek? Why did he do that? I thought he was my friend. It sucks, I know, but eventually, everyone lets you down. Just a matter of time, especially when they have an agenda. Don't forget, he's a reporter, Em. I'll bet everything he's done was to further his career, even getting shot. How could I have been so stupid? I know better than to trust people, especially men I just met. It's not your fault, Em. It's his. He's the problem, not you. She stood up, spun around, and faced Derek. What's wrong? He asked. I'm done crying, she announced, sniffing and wiping her cheeks. Not another tear. I'm not wasting another minute on him. That's my girl, he said, holding his arms out. She spun and sat next to him, snuggling her cheek into his shoulder. How you feeling? Derek took in a long, deep breath. He didn't wince. Better. Sounds like it. If I can do that, then my ribs aren't broken. I've had broken ribs before, and trust me, breathing deep like that would frickin' kill me. She sat up. Hey, I just realized something. What? I've been totally emotional this whole time, and I haven't felt it. Not one tingle. You mean? She nodded, then looked deep into his eyes. Not even when I was running here and afraid for you. For some reason, my body doesn't want to jump. She wrapped her arms around his neck and squeezed him. It must be you. Huh? Why now? You've been with me before when it happened, so how's this any different? Maybe you're just too tired. I've jumped a bunch of times when I'm tired. Being exhausted makes the process even more miserable than it already is, but it never stops me. No, I'm going to go with it's not happening because of you. You're keeping me here, like some kind of quantum anchor. Quantum anchor? Where did you come up with that? That wimpy library guy, Sheldon? No, silly. I've been researching a lot of stuff trying to figure out what's happening to me. Making any progress? Not exactly, but I'm learning a lot about physics and the paranormal. He smiled and touched her cheek, rubbing it gently. Damn, girl. You never quit, do you? I think I would have given up a long time ago. Never, she said in earnest, realizing the Derek effect was strange and confounding on so many levels. His eyes narrowed as he turned to look toward the street and reported, A car's coming. Before Emily could follow his eyes, her mind connected with the driver, who must have been focused solely on her, sending a stream of images and feelings. Dwayne's here, she said, never taking her eyes off the beautiful boy cuddling with her. Since you didn't look. Yes, sweetie, I got one of my flashes. There's someone else in the car with him. A woman that Dwayne trusts, someone he thinks can help. She helped Derek to his feet as the link with Dwayne disconnected. His eyes must be on Derek now, she figured. Same for the woman in the car with him. They moved to the sidewalk bordering the street and waited for Dwayne's Chevy Impala to arrive. It did. A short, middle-aged woman with light brown skin opened the door and got out of the passenger seat. She moved toward them, wearing a pair of jeans and a loose blue cotton blouse. Her short reddish hair had been done up in small, knotty faux dreadlock style. She looked at Emily with her inquisitive eyes, establishing a powerful psychic link that caught Emily off guard for a moment. Instantly, Emily knew there was nothing fake about the woman. She was filled with selfless concern and compassion, and carried with her a warm and genuine heart. She was a kind soul who ruled her life with logic and respect for everyone, freely giving of herself in the service of others. She held open the back door of the car as Emily and Derek approached. Emily looked at Dwayne and connected with him, receiving more information about the woman he had brought with him. She was Dwayne's wife, and he loved her deeply. You must be Emily, she said with a smile. My name is Nora. I'm Dwayne's better half. And you, young man, must be the boyfriend. You, getting back with me. Emily's heart cheered when she heard someone, basically a total stranger, use the term boyfriend when referring to Derek. It validated her relationship with him and made everything feel even more real than it already was. She smiled, appreciating the moment. Her life was anything but a dream, but flickers of happiness did manage to bleed through the swirling layers of anguish and find their way into her heart. A few minutes later, Emily took her eyes off Nora as she examined Derek and let them wander forward to observe Dwayne as he piloted the car. Her friend's hand slid down the steering wheel to flip the left blinker on and change lanes. Then he gunned the engine to pass a slow-moving Jeep with oversized tires that were humming against the pavement. Just like clockwork, he used the turn signal again before drifting back into the right lane, resuming the same speed as before. Dwayne must have felt her staring at him because, at that moment, he turned his head and gave her a friendly wink, almost as if to say everything would be okay. His comforting gesture soothed her worry, taking the edge off the situation with Derek in the seat behind her. Dwayne's eyes looked into the rearview mirror just before he spoke to his wife in the back seat.
How bad is it, honey?
Too soon to tell, she answered in a sharp tone. Dwayne looked at Emily.
Don't worry, Em. Derek's in good hands. Nora's the best nurse practitioner you're ever going to meet. Better than some of the MDs she works with, I'm sure.
I don't know about that, Nora added with a sarcastic tone fueling her words. I really need to get back to my group home, Derek said. It's in Encanto Park, 27 Monte Vista Avenue. They're uber strict about the rules and I can't be late. I don't have time for a visit to the emergency room. Shush, boy, Nora snapped. I'll decide whether we go to the ER or not. Now keep quiet so I can take a good look at you. And Dwayne, stop hitting bumps. I'm trying to work here.
Yes, dear, Dwayne answered in an apologetic tone. Emily suppressed a giggle. Dwayne curled one side of his mouth and shrugged at Emily. She's the boss. Best you learn that sooner than later.
I can tell, Emily said, peeking over the seat to watch her with Derek. She'd only met Nora a few minutes before, but she already liked her. She was sharp-tongued, funny, smart, and most of all, she was helping Derek. Nora clicked a pen light on and focused it on Derek's eyes, one after the other. She looked satisfied. Then she told him to track her finger back and forth across his field of vision. As she did so, she asked him a series of questions. What his name was, what had happened to him, who was President of the United States. He answered each one of them correctly and without hesitation. After shining the light in his ears, she sat back. Okay, Derek, I don't think you have a concussion. Best case, though, you're going to have a mean headache.
Yeah, no lie. Already there,
he answered, rubbing his temples. Don't forget about his ribs, Emily told her. Nora's voice filled with concern. All right, let me see. Lift up your shirt. Derek did as she asked. Emily gasped at what she saw. Not only were there fresh bruises from the recent beating, there were scars of all shapes and sizes across his chest and abs. She tried to flash on him to get more info, but couldn't. He wasn't focusing on her, making the link come up dry. Nora frowned. Oh my, they really did a number on you. How many of them were there?
3. Well, technically 4, but one guy left.
Did you at least get a good shot in?
Couple, he said with pride. I never go down without a fight.
Nora shined the light on 3 of his scars, tilting her head and pausing on each for a moment. It's obvious you've been through this before. Is there something I should know?
No, it's ancient history, he said, lifting his eyes to Emily. All in the past. Right, Em?
That's the deal, Emily answered, remembering their pact to bury all that came before. Just live in the moment. I can think of better ways, Nora quipped, shining the light on the largest bruise. She touched it with 2 fingers. Derek pulled back and sucked in his breath. Sorry, Nora said, letting her hand fall away. Tender?
Yeah, you could say that. The one guy kicked me a few times. Now I know what a football feels like.
Nora gave him a thin smile. I need you to take a deep breath and hold it for me. Can you do that? He nodded and did as she asked, making a sucking sound with a wide-open mouth. Emily watched his chest expand as the air entered his lungs in one full and even burst, not what she expected. However, his face did look stressed. He could have been hiding his discomfort. She couldn't be sure. Any pain? Nora asked.
Some.
Sharp or dull?
More sore than anything. It's not that bad, really.
I'll need to apply more pressure for a proper assessment. May I do that?
Yeah, go ahead. I wasn't ready before.
She touched more of the bruises on his ribs, pressing and lingering on each. Derek didn't react as badly as before, so maybe he wasn't faking it. A few minutes later, Nora turned her attention to his shiner and jaw. When she was done, she clicked the pen light off and put it in the orange medical kit.
Well, Derek asked her.
My professional opinion? You got your ass kicked. Pretty bad, but I don't suspect anything is broken. That being said, I can't be sure without the proper x-rays and a complete workup. That means a trip to the ER and possibly an overnight stay.
No, I'm fine. Trust me, I've had the shit kicked out of me much worse than this. I just need to take it easy and get a good night's sleep.
I'm afraid it's going to take a bit more than that, young man.
How long? Emily asked.
The black eye will fade, and his head's going to hurt for a few days. Now, the ribs, they're going to be tender for at least a week, assuming they're not broken. Much longer if they are. Regardless, he'll need to make sure he takes long, slow breaths several times an hour, at least. It'll help fight off potential infection. As for his jaw, well, he probably shouldn't chew anything solid for several days. His teeth are no worse for the wear, but if the jaw doesn't start to feel better in a couple of days, he'll need follow-up care. Again, that means admitting him for treatment.
I'll be fine. I guarantee it. It's my call, right?
Yes, it's up to you. All I can do is offer suggestions.
Then that's my decision. Just take me home. It's not far from here.
Is that the plan? Dwayne asked his wife. Nora gave him a single head nod.
You heard him. That's what he wants.
Roger that, Dwayne said like a soldier, slowing the car down and turning around.
Dee, do you need to make a call?
Nora asked her husband. No, honey. I figured as much. We're good to go. Nora smirked, seemingly proud of her spouse.
What are you guys talking about? Emily asked.
Nora looked at Emily.
Someone needs to keep a close eye on Derek.
I will, Emily said. I'll do it. They'll never let you stay, Derek told her. They have this bug up their ass about girls in the home.
I'll have a chat with them, Nora said with confidence. Oh yeah, won't be a problem, Dwayne added, grinning from the front seat.
One more thing, Nora told Derek. I'll write you a note to excuse you from school, but you'll need to rest for at least a week. No classes or funny business until the pain subsides. Got it?
Won't be a problem.
The leather seat squeaked and moaned when Emily leaned over it to hold Derek's hand. She looked at Nora.
What about pain meds? You can write a prescription, right?
Nora flared her eyebrows at Dwayne in the driver's seat.
What do you think, Dee?
Dwayne nodded in the mirror. If he needs them, then he needs them. Derek shook his head with his upper lip tucked.
I'll pass on the meds. They dull your mind. I prefer to stay sharp.
Nora's face softened and looked relieved.
Fair enough, but promise me that you'll call 911 if the pain becomes intolerable or if any additional symptoms develop. Agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
He will. I'll make sure of it, Emily said.
Next right, Derek told Dwayne. 3rd house past the fire hydrant.
A minute later, Emily felt the car angle to the right and slow to a stop. She swung her head around to see what the front of the group home looked like, but what she saw made her gasp. She closed her eyes and opened them again, making sure she wasn't seeing things. She wasn't.
What are they doing here?
Emily screamed at Dwayne, seeing Jim Miller and Detective Alison sitting on the front steps of the group home. Chapter 14.
How could you?
Emily yelled in anger at Dwayne, realizing he'd betrayed her too. Her fists took over, smashing his shoulder once for each word she was about to say.
I trusted you.
Her mind flashed a reminder. Rule number 7. Don't get involved. Nothing good ever comes of it. She stopped her tirade and sat back in the seat, feeling her face flush. Then it hit her, a chemical rush of emotions that ignited the jump tingle in her spine, hard. It had been absent the entire time with Derek, and now it seemed to be making up for it. She was on fire with anger, making the jump process rise up and electrify her spine. She grabbed the door handle and yanked on it to get out of the car and run away, but it wouldn't open. Dwayne must have locked the door from his control panel. She turned and glared at Dwayne, hitting him a few more times.
You bastard! You promised!
Dwayne looked at her, but didn't stop her attack or attempt to block her swings. When her assault stopped, he spoke. Feel better?
Not really,
she said, biting her lip. Look,
I know you're mad at me for bringing Jim into this when you told me not to, but we need his help. You can trust him, Em. You really can." "No, I don't believe you," she yelled, wanting to stop the tears from gushing, but couldn't. "Trust me, he's on your side." "Em, babe," Derek said from the back seat. "Think about it. If Allison wanted to arrest us, we'd be surrounded by cops, and he'd have his gun cocked and ready. Look around. That's not what's happening. There's only one explanation. He's here to help." Derek's words had an immediate effect on the jump tingle. She felt the words rather than heard them, giving her the power to surround the electrical storm building in her spine and extinguish it. The Derek effect. "He's right, honey," Nora said. "My husband has a real knack for reading people. If he thinks Miller is okay, then Miller is okay. All of us are here to help you." "But he—" "Just hear him out," Dwayne said with his deep, soothing voice. "I know you're hurting and probably a little confused right now, but I need you to think back and remember all the times I've helped you. Not once have I ever asked for anything in return, have I?" She didn't want to agree, but he was right. "No, you haven't." "Well, now I'm asking. Give Jim a chance. Can you do that for me? Just listen to what he has to say. I'll be standing right beside you every step of the way. So will Nora and Derek. You can't keep trying to handle everything alone, sweetie. Let us help you. That's what friends do." Emily's emotions were a Category 5 hurricane, spinning out of control inside of her. She wasn't sure what to do, so she locked eyes on Derek, connecting her center to his. Almost instantly, his calming energy came charging across the link, helping her find her logic, even as the emotional winds blew and thunder cracked. She kept her eyes fixed on his hypnotic blues, taking in all that made him unique and amazing. There he was, staring back at her with a swollen face and a bruised body, hurting terribly in the back seat. Yet, despite everything he was going through, she could sense he only wanted her to be safe and happy. He wasn't concerned about himself in the least. All his thoughts and desires were about her. Just her. She suddenly felt ashamed of her selfishness, realizing the situation should have been the other way around. What kind of person was she? She exhaled and took a few deep breaths to calm down and let everything soak in. It did, bringing clarity with it. She decided it was time to be more like Derek and be strong, ignoring her instinct to run. She couldn't keep hiding from the world and needed to start trusting those who have gone out of their way to help her. Dwayne, Nora, and maybe even Jim. Okay, I'll talk to him." "That's my girl," Dwayne said. "Nora, you want to get Derek inside while I stay out here and referee?" "Already on it, Dee." Emily gave Derek a sidelong glance as Nora helped him. "You don't think he told that cop everything, do you?" "Only one way to find out," Derek answered with a shrug. "I got your back," Dwayne said. "You have my word on that." She nodded and wiped the wetness from her cheeks. "Okay, let's do this." Emily and Dwayne climbed out of the car and crossed the yard together while Miller and Detective Alison waited on the stoop of the group home. "The cop's going to want to know about Derek and what happened to him," she told Dwayne. "Derek really doesn't want anyone to know. He's private that way." "I understand. I'll talk to Allison. Shouldn't be a problem." Emily touched the elbow on his arm and squeezed it. "You're a good friend, Dwayne. Thank you." Dwayne slowed his pace, allowing Emily to move ahead and approach Miller first. "Emily, I want to Miller said. She had planned to keep her cool, but what she was feeling inside couldn't be contained. "How could you?" she screamed at him, not wanting to make extended eye contact. If she did, she'd open a connection and have to endure his betrayal all over again, and do so on a deep, physiological level. Dwayne grabbed her shoulders from behind, gripping her tightly. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Give him a chance, Em, like you promised." "Okay, fine," Emily said, fighting back the anger. "Sorry." She aimed her eyes at Miller, locking onto his consciousness. She knew instantly she had been wrong, and Dwayne was right. Miller was there to help. The curiosity she'd felt from him when they'd first met had been replaced by layers of caution and concern. There were dozens of emotionally charged thoughts festering inside of him, too. He was hiding something, but it wasn't related to her. It took another flicker of a moment, But then she had it. Miller was hiding details from Alison. Details about her, but she couldn't dig any deeper into his mind to find out which details he was holding back. She figured Jim held them back from Alison to protect her, or possibly to lure the cop in for some other agenda. Or was Jim trying to manipulate the cop in some way? She couldn't decide. Jim was a jumbled mess of contradiction, none of it balanced or focused. His attention was fragmented, changing channels as the emotional soup percolated inside. Then, just when she thought there wasn't any more to glean from him, her psychic vision changed when something broke through the swirling gray fog inside of him and peered at her. What she sensed, what she felt was, she couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Endearment. Jim held his hands up by his shoulders, close to his body, palms out, the exact same gesture he used when she'd first met him. Emily approached, and Jim quickly pulled her away from Alison and began to explain his actions and motivation. She was hearing his words, but wasn't listening for 2 reasons. First, her flash on him had already told her what she wanted to know. He was there to help her. And second, her eyes and her attention were drawn to Alison, who was standing 10 feet behind Jim, talking with Dwayne, hopefully hearing a fictional recap about Derek's injuries. Alison turned his head and looked into her eyes, giving Emily a quick flash. The cop was frustrated and annoyed, but she couldn't feel any malicious intent. He was loosely thinking about Derek, but didn't seem concerned. Good news. Dwayne must have done his job and diffused the cop's potential interest. Her flash continued, showing her that Alison was hiding something, but unlike Miller, it was related to her. She held his gaze, waiting for more facts to reveal themselves, but what she received wasn't what she expected. Underneath his annoyance, she felt something close to happiness or joy, like he was about to tell a joke and then go on vacation. Before she could discover more about the detective, Dwayne diverted Alison's attention away from Emily and the link dropped. "Em, are you listening to me?" "Hello?" Jim asked, grabbing at her arm. She looked at him. "Yes, Jim. Apology accepted. I'm sorry I got so upset, but given the situation, how could I have known?" "That's why I wanted to explain. So, are we good?" "Yep," she said, giving him a quick smile. "Can we go see how Derek is doing?" He nodded and gave her a quick hug. "Good idea. Someone needs to make sure Nora isn't scaring the crap out of the house monitor." She laughed. "I really like her. She doesn't take grief from anybody." "Neither do you. You two are so much alike, it's scary." Emily held up her right hand and made a claw shape with her fingers, then let out a sharp hiss like an angry cat. "Exactly," Jim said with a grin, turning for the front door. Emily followed him inside, with Dwayne and Alison close behind. They walked into a large open room filled with 2 weathered couches, a wall-mounted TV, 6 beige recliners, and a wall of shelves stuffed with paperbacks. Derek was sitting on one of the couches watching Nora lecture a man who Emily assumed was the group home's night monitor. He was a little taller than Miller, but thin as a board. His receding hairline made him look much older than his face, and his brown eyes were blinking abnormally. When Emily got closer, she picked up on Nora's conversation in midstream. "Had a nasty fall down a flight of steps. He needs to rest for at least a week. No school and no strenuous activity. And until his jaw feels better, he shouldn't eat solid food. Am I making myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am. Crystal," the tall man replied, nodding like he was hopped up on speed. "What about you?" Nora asked, glaring at Derek. "Yes, ma'am. My orders are to lay around the house and eat. I think I can handle that," Derek replied with a huge grin on his face. "What about Em? Can she stay for a bit?" Emily crossed the room and sat on the couch next to Derek. The house monitor looked at Nora. "Is that acceptable?" Nora folded her arms. "Yes." "Then by all means she can stay," the house monitor told Derek without hesitation. Alison broke in. "Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'm Detective Alison of the Phoenix PD. Alison took out his badge and flashed it at Thomas. "If you provide the number, I'll call Derek's correctional supervisor and clear his absence for the next week. However, his CS might want to stop by and check on things before then." Thomas peered at Nora again. She nodded. The house monitor looked back to Alison. "I'll find the number for you and make sure the staff is made aware, Detective. Anything else? Is there a place where Mr. Miller and I can have a private conversation with these 2 kids?" Thomas nodded. You can use the study room. It's just down the hall past the kitchen. He gestured toward the back of the house. He turned and made a quick exit, keeping his head down and legs moving. And I think that we need to get going, Nora said to the group. We have kids waiting for us at home. She looked at Emily. Do you have a place to stay tonight? You're welcome to stay with us if you need to. Isn't that right, Dee? Dwayne hesitated, looking at Miller before he answered his wife. Sure. I don't see why not. The more the merrier. Emily couldn't accept. I appreciate the offer, but I have a friend expecting me down at the Phoenix Central shelter. She'd be worried if I didn't show up. That's nice of you, though. Maybe next time. Nora frowned. A shelter? Don't worry, I'm used to it. I stay there all the time. Nora looked at Dwayne and shot him a concerned look. He nodded. Okay then, I guess that's settled, Nora said with a hint of disappointment in her voice. She scanned the room, giving everyone a piercing look. Who's going to make sure she gets to the shelter safely? I will, Jim answered. Very well. Then I guess that about covers it. I'll be back in the morning to check on things. I'll be here too, Emily told her. Dwayne held out an open arm, aiming it at the front door. He bowed in front of his wife. Your chariot awaits, my queen. Thank you, Nora, Emily said from the couch as Team Morris walked away. She nudged Derek with her elbow. Derek seemed to understand and turned his eyes toward the door. Yes, thanks, Nora. Thanks for everything. And Dwayne, Emily added with an apologetic tone. Dwayne looked back just before he went through the door. He pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then turned his hand around and pointed 1 finger at Derek. Chapter 15. 10 minutes later, Emily, Derek, Miller, and Detective Alison were sitting around the study table in the common room, chatting and getting to know each other better. Each member of the group had taken turns sharing something about themselves. Well, we should probably get to it, Miller said, looking at Alison first, then at Emily. Are you willing to hear what Detective Alison has to say? His change in tone worried Emily, but she needed to know more. Yes, I'm all ears. Me too, Derek added, scooting his chair close to Emily. Jim motioned at the detective. Alison cleared his throat, then began. Let me make a few things clear. First off, both of you are very fortunate. I hope you realize how damned lucky you are to have a good friend like Jim Miller going to bat for you. Without him, we probably wouldn't be sitting here amicably like this, and I say that as a friend, not as a detective. Emily nodded. Derek didn't. Alison didn't appear to care. Emily, Jim has gone into great detail with me about what's been happening to you, and as a result, I'm fairly certain you're an innocent victim in all this. You've just been protecting yourself, like any of us would do. However, there are still a number of outstanding questions that will need to be answered once a few things blow over, but more on that later. Alison turned to Derek. And he's been vouching for you too, kid. I know you've done your time and are trying to start over. That much is clear, and I respect that. I can truly say I wish I knew more young men like you, men who are willing to stand up and take responsibility when they mess up like you did. I've lived long enough to know that making something of yourself in this world takes effort and patience, especially when you're at a disadvantage to start with. Let's face it, everyone makes mistakes, some bigger than others, but what you do to rectify them is what defines you and makes you either a stand-up guy or a street urchin, Emily interjected. Yes, a street urchin. Not what I was going to say, but okay, he said, pausing to look at Miller and then back at Derek. Anyway, you're young, and hopefully you've learned that there are consequences to every decision you make in this life. That being said, you're someone else's problem now. Follow the terms of your early release, and you'll be fine. Just no more bedpans, okay? Yeah, sorry about that. Alison continued. I've known Miller too long to doubt him about any of this, but where crimes are concerned, I still have people I must answer to, and that's part 2 of why you're lucky. He focused on Emily. What you probably don't know is that the department is catching hell over you, young lady. Someone in our office let it slip to the media that you're a person of interest in several incidents that have occurred over the past couple of years, and now the history of your case is biting us in the ass. ABC posted a video of you assaulting that cab driver and stealing his car. Now it's all over the internet. At last check, it had 271 million views and climbing by the second. Oh my God, Emily said, thinking about her privacy. It had just vanished. Wait, wasn't the video already online? Derek asked. People usually don't sit on those things. They love to post them right away. Yeah, sure it was, but it never caught on, not until the national networks jumped on the story. Once they linked all the aspects of the case together and reposted it, the views went through the roof. Derek nodded. Something needed to spark the viral. It always amazes me how that occurs once a tie-in to law enforcement happens. People with nothing better to do have gone out of their way to swarm the social media sites and hound us for harassing a teenage girl who they think is scared and in trouble. They're fabricating all kinds of shit about why you are naked and in the middle of the street. Every one of their lies is making us look bad across the board. Emily looked down at her hands, remembering the beating she gave the cabbie. Sorry, I was just protecting myself. He tried to grab me. I had to get out of there. The worst part of it, for us working stiffs at the department, is that the mayor's wife has decided to make your case her sole mission in life, and everybody knows who wears the pants in that family. She's a self-important, preening socialite who's using her political position to make a big stink about you, probably to help bolster her plans to run for office. Word has it, governor in the next election. She's a real piece of work, I tell you. In fact, I've got a clip I should show you. It's from an interview she gave on Good Morning America. Allison swiped his smartphone, clicked a few buttons, and played the video. A classy, middle-aged brunette with perfect makeup and hair appeared on the screen. Her vigorous voice was clear and concise, like a politician announcing her run for office. I'm outraged at the sequence of events. Members of the Phoenix Police Department shouldn't be wasting taxpayer money chasing an innocent young girl who's probably the victim of a sexual predator. My husband's office has received reports that this poor girl may have been abducted from her home and forced into a life of prostitution and God only knows what else. City officials should be trying to rescue her, not have her arrested and treated like a common criminal. To that end, I've asked my husband, the mayor of this great city, to appoint a special citizen-led oversight committee to look into every aspect of this girl's case. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this. If anyone knows the whereabouts of this helpless child, please get in touch with me immediately. As a society, we have a duty and a responsibility to protect our youth, and this girl obviously needs our full attention. I'm asking all citizens to unite in this quest and help when and where you can. Together, we are strong. Together, we can affect change. Together, we are invincible. Allison tapped the screen and the video shut off. That about sums it up, don't you think? Looks like you're famous, Em, Derek quipped. Emily put her head in her hands. That's the last thing I wanted. Then she looked at Allison. Why do they think I'm a prostitute? Where did that come from? Because I was naked? Allison shrugged. Doesn't matter why. The point is, it's all terrible press for us. The entire world is watching, and the mayor is pressuring my boss to make this all go away. And that means my boss is pressuring me to make it all disappear. Combine that with Miller's testament on your behalf, and I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to make it all vanish like it never happened. But you have to promise to stop showing up anywhere close to a crime scene, and you can't be connected to any more bodies. Emily swung her head around and looked at Miller sitting to her left. He nodded to her, gesturing with his eyes to Allison. Okay, I promise, she said, trying to sound genuine and resolute. But I don't know anything about any bodies. Allison guffawed. Listen, I'm willing to ignore the dead locos in an Italian restaurant. I'm willing to ignore the dead gatos on 4th Street. I'm willing to ignore the dead biker outside a condo complex, too. That's easy. All those guys deserved it, I'm sure. If not for what they did to you, for something else that's transpired in their miserable past. They're all lowlives, bad men, and they got what was coming to them, a bad end. And I'm even willing to ignore the fact that you disappeared from police custody. Twice. Once, leaving a dead officer in the front seat, a fact that we still can't explain. He looked at Derek with eyes wide. And you. I'm willing to forget the little incident in Miller's hospital room, and forget the time you decided to play garbage can frisbee during your escape. Want to know why I'm willing to bury this and let it all go? A tight knot formed in Emily's stomach. She looked to Miller, whose eyes had narrowed. He shot a cutting glance at Allison. She realized he didn't know what was coming either. Yes, Emily stammered. I want to know. Allison threw his hands up and smirked. Because, apparently, I'm getting a promotion. How about that? A boost for being a complete and total failure with your case. The mayor himself called me yesterday and made me an offer he knew I couldn't refuse. All he's asking is that I help him make this entire embarrassment go away and get his wife and the media off his back. If I do that, then he'll make me the next chief of detectives. If I refuse, then I'm fired and ruined." "What about your ethics?" Miller asked. "At this point, Millsy, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm too old and too tired to care. It's a losing battle for all of us, especially me. I'm the scapegoat here. Sometimes you just gotta cut bait and run." "I guess that's good news, right, Em?" Miller asked Emily. "But there's one catch," Allison said, pointing at Emily. "The mayor's wife wants to meet you, assuming, of course, that we can locate you and bring you in." "Me?" "She wants to meet the Glassford girl." Emily shook her head. "I don't know about that." "Look, do this one thing for me, meet that big-mouth wife of his, and as far as I'm concerned, all of this is over. I'll make sure all the charges are dropped and your file expunged." Emily felt the nausea continue to build in her stomach. The last thing on earth she wanted to do was meet some high-profile politician's wife, but she didn't see any way out of it. "Okay, I guess I can do that, if it'll make all of this go away forever. My stuff and Derek's, right?" "It will. You have my word on that," Allison said, sitting back in his chair. "Okay then, I'll set it up. I'm sure the mayor will be pleased." "When?" Jim asked. "I want to be there for support." "Me too," Derek added. "Thanks, guys," Emily said, with warmth for both of them in her heart. Allison touched Emily's arm. "Luckily, she left the country today for a couple of weeks on a scheduled humanitarian mission in Africa, so we have some time to plan this, but as soon as she gets back, you'll need to be available." "Okay." "However, there's one more thing you need to be aware of. She's a publicity hound, so expect a room full of cameras and reporters. It'll be a complete circus." Emily gulped.
Hey, it's Emily. Just wanted to let you know that you can join the author's Patreon account using the link below. You'll get early access to the rest of the story, as well as get access to his other books before they are released on this channel, all without any advertising interruptions from YouTube. Your Patreon membership also comes with a growing number of other perks and bonuses, so please help support the author by joining his Patreon account. Thank you. Okay, time for me to jet. See you again in a little bit.
Chapter 16. Emily looked up when Mr. Thomas walked into the kitchen. She was across the table from Derek, eating leftover spaghetti that she'd found in the refrigerator. Derek was eating a bowl of chicken soup she'd found in a cabinet and heated up. When she saw Mr. Thomas, she smiled. To her, he looked like a big, awkward bird. He peered at them with his curious eyes. "Okay, you two," he said. 5 minutes, then I'm driving you to the shelter, as I promised the detective and your friend Jim." "Okay," Emily replied. "What time may I come back tomorrow morning?" "Not before 7. "Got it, thanks." Mr. Thomas grabbed a banana from the bowl of fruit sitting on the counter, then walked out of the kitchen. Emily watched Derek eat his soup. He was taking one spoonful at a time, slurping like a 5-year-old. When he opened his mouth too wide, he winced. Nora was right, she thought. It looked like Derek had a painful couple of days ahead of him. But Emily's situation was worse. Confusion and doubt were ruling her insides, especially when it came to the impending meeting with the mayor's wife. She'd made a promise to Alison, but she was scared to death of what was about to come. Deep down, she knew her life would never be the same now that the national media was fully vested in her case. Every time she ran through her options, only one answer came out. Jump far enough into the future that nobody would remember her. It was the only way out, but that would mean leaving Derek and her support group behind. "So what do you think?" Emily asked, hoping Derek had some insight. Maybe she was missing something. "About? You know, Miller, Allison, getting beat up, that kind of stuff." "I think you mean the mayor's wife." "Okay, yeah, her. I'm not sure I can go through with it." "Babe, I don't think you have a choice at this point. You heard Allison. This is too big now." "I know, but what if I say the wrong thing? She'll totally hate me." "Actually, from the sounds of it, the whole world would hate you." She gasped, thinking about all the people who would be watching her, judging her. "How am I going to do this? The whole world?" "Yeah, it's going to be epic." She rolled her eyes at him. "You're not helping." He smirked, then shrugged. "Maybe you can put her off somehow. After all, people do get sick. That's what I'd do, make something up at the last minute." "Maybe," she said, searching her soul for answers. She came up dry. She couldn't think about it anymore. So, what about Miller? Do you trust him? I think Miller's legit. Allison, not so much. I mean, he's willing to forget about stuff, but it's not like he's doing us any favors. He's doing it to get his boss off his ass. And get a promotion. That too. And doing it because of Miller. That's another reason I think you should trust Miller. He convinced Allison to back off. That couldn't have been easy. I think you're right about them both. And by the way, getting beat up sucks. Let me say, I'm not a fan. You're gonna look like a badass with a black eye, though. She scooted her chair around the table, closer to him, then traced her finger up his cheek and over his eye. Let me get you some ice. She found a Ziploc bag in a drawer and filled it with ice cubes from the freezer while Derek finished his soup. She took the bowl from him and put it in the sink, then handed him the bag of ice. Hold this to your eye, babe. It will help with the swelling, and it should take some of the pain away, too. Thanks, Em. He said, pausing. I'm not used to people helping me. Are you really going to come back tomorrow? Yes, I really am. Why are you asking? You know I'll be here. His voice slowed and lost its exuberance. Just thought you might want to disappear again, make all of this mayor crap go away, forever. Truth is, I thought about it, but you know I can't control it like that. It just happens. Even if I could, I'm not taking the easy way out. No, it's time to face this. He nodded, adjusting the bag of ice on his face. Just so you know, I wouldn't blame you if you did. She leaned around in front of him and kissed him hard on the lips. This is where I want to be, right here, right now, with you. I'm not going anywhere. Got it, mister? Mr. Thomas appeared in the doorway and announced, Time to get you home, Miss Emily, she said, hugging Derek. He winced. She let go. Sorry, I forgot. Yes, Emily. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. She walked and stood by Thomas. Just call me Red. Lots of people do. Will you be here tomorrow? Count on it, she snapped, looking at Derek to make sure he felt the sincerity in her statement. The look on his face indicated he did. Thomas took a set of keys from his pocket. Time to rock. My car's parked just up the street. Emily gave Derek one last look and blew him a kiss. Emily stood on the sidewalk across the street from the shelter and watched Mr. Thomas drive off in his compact Toyota truck that was missing all 4 hubcaps. Some of the lettering on the tailgate was missing, leaving the remaining characters to spell Yoda. She was excited to see Junie. Even though it hadn't been a full day, she missed her friend's infectious smile and bright, innocent eyes. She was about to cross the street when 2 police cars came roaring around the corner with their lights on, but no sirens. Emily stepped back and hid in the shadow of a tree behind her. The squad cars came to an abrupt stop in front of the shelter, and 2 officers from each vehicle shot out and tore through the shelter's front door. Emily's heart screamed at her to run inside to check on Junie, but her logic told her to wait. Even though Allison had said he'd make everything go away, it was possible the cops were looking for her. It could have all been a ruse to defuse Jim, or perhaps the mayor might have changed his mind. Either way, she needed to wait to see what happened next. It wasn't long before there was activity. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest when she saw Junie's mom in handcuffs being hauled out of the shelter and down the steps by 2 of the 4 cops that had entered the facility. Then, Junie appeared at the top of the stairs in her pajamas, being held by 2 men in street clothes. Junie's eyes were not bright. Tears streamed from them. Her mouth was not turned up in a huge smile. She was yelling and crying. Emily could hear her from across the street. Don't take her! Please! She's my mom! Please! Junie screamed at the cops. She fought to escape the men holding her back, but she wasn't strong enough to break free. Emily started to cry too, knowing the pain her friend was in. It was difficult to watch the scene unfold in front of her. A precious little girl, frantic and crying. Cops manhandling her mother into the back of a patrol car with no regard to how it would scar Junie for life. Everyone else standing around and gawking, not lifting a finger to help. Emily's logic told her to wait. There were 2 cops unaccounted for, but her heart wanted her to act. Do something now. Junie needs you. Chapter 17. Emily ran across the street, pushing past the homeless people who'd gathered in front of the shelter. She fought through the two men holding Junie and took her friend in her arms. "Oh, Em, they're taking her," Junie sobbed into her shoulder. "That awful woman Doris ratted her out, and the police came and found drugs in my mom's bag. Now they're taking her away, and I don't know what's going to happen." Junie collapsed into Emily, crying and shaking. Emily held her and rocked her, making cooing and shushing noises like she would to a small child. Not that Emily had any experience with small children, it just felt like the right thing to do. The police cruiser with Junie's mom in back pulled away in a lurch. Emily and Junie watched as one of the two remaining officers, a short man with a round belly and a noticeable scar on his face, had a brief conversation with one of the shelter employees. Then, the scarred officer came over to them with a pained expression hanging on his face. He addressed Junie. "We can't take you tonight. No one from DCS is around to handle you. This is a state-sponsored shelter, so they're okay to keep you overnight. Are you in school?" "Yes," Junie answered between sniffles. "I'm at Pueblo Middle." The officer made a note in his pad. "Fine. Someone from DCS will come to your school tomorrow to interview you about your family situation." "What's going to happen to her?" Emily asked, holding Junie even tighter than before. "Hard to say. DCS usually takes guardianship of a child for a couple of days while they investigate the circumstances. Then they go from there." Junie burst into tears again, burrowing her head into Emily's shoulder. "It's okay, Junebug. You go inside and wait for me upstairs. I'll be there in a minute." Junie ran into the shelter, still sobbing. Emily waited for the shelter's night attendant to finish talking with the police, then convinced him that Junie needed someone to stay with her for the night. Emily went upstairs and found Junie in the kitchen, still crying with a frozen look on her face. Emily gave her a tender hug. "It'll be okay, honey. We'll figure this out together." Junie pulled away and stared back with a pair of weary, bloodshot eyes, but never said a word. In fact, Emily's were the last words spoken for the remainder of the night. Emily found peanut butter, jelly, and bread in the cabinets. She made a gooey, thick sandwich for Junie to eat, and she did without hesitation. Bite by bite, Junie consumed the food with a slow-moving jaw, her face puffy and glazed over with a million-mile stare. A short while later, Emily escorted Junie to the sleeping room and laid beside her on the same bed. A few tears came for Emily as she cradled her friend in her arms, feeling the painful rhythm of a broken heart slamming against her own chest. Junie fell asleep with tears on her cheek. Emily listened to her breathing pattern, wondering if Junie was dreaming about her mom. Dreaming just as Emily had done so often about her mother in the months immediately after the taking. January 8th, 2015, 7:04 a.m. "Be strong, sweetie. Get your work done at school and be a good girl today," Emily told Junie the next morning on the sidewalk in front of the shelter. "I'll come find you this afternoon and we'll go get some ice cream and talk about anything you want. It'll all work out, I promise." "Thanks, Em," Junie said, giving her a partial smile with sad, downtrodden eyes. She turned and walked away. Emily waited until Junie was out of sight, then turned in the opposite direction and traveled the 10 blocks to Derek's group home. When she arrived, she found him lying on the living room couch holding an ice pack on his head. He looked at her and smiled. "Hey, Em. Any better?" "Some. The throbbing in my head is gone, but I'm still having a little trouble focusing. I get these starbursts and have to close my eyes for a bit." He made room for her on the couch, and she sat next to him. "How about your ribs?" "Still sore." "Where is everyone?" "They're at school. Thomas is upstairs talking with the day monitor. Word has it we have a new one starting today. Poor bastard." "You seen Nora?" "Yeah, she already left. You just missed her. She said she might be back, though." "Crap. I promised her I'd be here. But this thing came up with Junie's mom and, well, I couldn't leave her alone. She needed me." "What happened?" "Stupid shelter drama. Some ugly bitch ratted her mom out and the cops arrested her for drugs. Gonna take a while to sort this out." "How's Junie?" "Completely heartbroken, the poor girl. Nothing is ever easy for her. I just wish there was more I could do." "I'm sure she appreciates having you in her life. We all need help sometimes." Emily snuggled next to him, careful not to disturb his ribs. "Since you don't have to go to school and I don't go to school, how about we stay right here for the rest of the day and not move? I don't want to think about anything. Just sit here and chill." "Sounds like a plan," Derek said, putting his arm around her. "Just live in the moment." An hour later, Mr. Thomas came into the living room, followed by a man Emily guessed to be in his late 20s. He was the opposite of Mr. Thomas in every way. He was short, fat, with pudgy cheeks and bright, cheerful eyes. While Mr. Thomas looked like a gangly bird, the man with him looked like a koala bear ready for winter. "This is Mr. Newhelm," the night monitor said. "He's the new day monitor." "What happened to Chuck?" Derek asked. "He was reassigned to another facility." "Welcome to the shit," Derek told the new guy. "Today's his first day, so go easy on him, okay?" Thomas asked. "Sure, it's not like I can cause trouble in this condition anyway." "Then it should be easy," Thomas said. He pointed at Emily and then looked at Newhelm. "This is Emily, the girl I told you about." Emily gave Newhelm a quick head bob to say hello. Newhelm raised his hand and sent a quick wave her way. "Hey." "If you need help with anything, he's here for both of you. I filled him in on your situation, and he knows it's okay for Emily to be here helping you. I'll leave you three to get acquainted. I need to bolt. I'll be back for my shift tonight." As soon as he was gone, Mr. Newhelm bounced on the balls of his feet and gave a hesitant smile. "You can call me Eric. I don't go for all the formality crap like everyone else. Mr. Newhelm was my old man, and I'm not him, thank God." "Hi, Eric," Emily said. "Did you get a chance to meet Nora earlier, Derek's nurse?" "Yup." "What did you think?" He cleared his throat. "Interesting woman." "Interesting?" Derek snorted. "Okay, well, scary. Grim Reaper type scary." Derek smiled. "You got that right, pal. Kind of reminds me of my first foster mom. We called her Brunhilde, ran the family with an iron fist by day and a bottle of gin by night." Eric laughed, then turned on his heels in an instant and walked away as he said, "If you need me, I'll be in the kitchen, hiding all the brooms." "He's an odd one," Derek whispered, his eyes following the man out of the room. "Don't think he's much on small talk, but I like him. Something about his eyes. And he's funny." Before Derek could reply, a knock came from the front door, followed by footsteps and the sound of a door opening. Emily could hear a brief conversation on the other side of the door, but the words were unclear. Then Nora walked in, accompanied by a thick-boned elderly woman with stark blonde hair and little makeup on. She carried an old-fashioned doctor's bag, black. "Hey, I'm back," Nora said to Derek. "This is Dr. Monteroli. She's going to have a look at you just to make sure you're okay." "Hi, Nora," Emily said, praying she wasn't in too much trouble for being late. "Nice of you to finally show up. You're late." "Sorry, something came up." "I'll bet." Dr. Monteroli crossed the room and stood by the couch. She looked at Emily. "Do you mind?" Emily made room for her on the couch. "Hi," Derek said, starting to sit up. "Nope, don't move. You're fine," she said to Derek. "I hear you're in some discomfort. Your ribs?" "Yeah, and my jaw. Both a little sore, but not horrible." Dr. Monteroli went through the same routine Nora had gone through in the car the evening before, checking his eyes, ears, jaw, and ribs. With one addition, she listened to Derek's chest with a stethoscope she'd brought with her. When she was done, she put the scope away, snapped her bag shut, and pronounced, "Nora's assessment was correct. Doesn't appear to be a concussion, and nothing's broken. Your jaw should start to feel better in a day or two, but the ribs will take about a week to feel better, and probably 2 weeks before they feel normal. Lots of rest and no activity. Then I'd like you to come see me for a follow-up in a week." "I'm not real big on hospitals," Derek said, shaking his head. "That's good, because I own a free clinic. Nora volunteers there in her spare time and will arrange transport." "I appreciate you coming to see me, Doc, but I don't—" "This isn't open for discussion, young man. 1 week, in my office. Capiche?" Derek seemed surprised by the woman's tone and fervor. "Sure, whatever you say, Doc." Monteroli stood up. "Sorry to rush off, but I have an appointment. Nora, see you later?" "I'll be in at 10. Thanks again." "Well, I figured I owed you. Least I could do." When Dr. Monteroli was gone, Derek looked up at Emily and then at Nora. "Where did you dig her up?" "She's an old friend of the family. She retired from pediatrics 5 years ago and opened a free clinic. You're fortunate to have her looking after you." "But I never agreed." "Weren't you paying attention? It's not open for discussion. She expects to see you in a week, so plan on it. I'll be here to drive you." "Okay, fine. Got it." Nora gave Emily a big smile. "Dwayne and I are taking the kids to see their grandparents in L.A. this weekend. Grandpa Jose's health is failing, and we want them to spend time with him while they still can. I was wondering if you could house sit for us for a couple of days." "Wow, that would be great." Are you sure? I mean, you just met me and all. It was Dwayne's idea. He insisted. Emily wanted to think about it for a moment. She didn't want to leave Derek alone for the weekend, or Junie. We'll leave you some money so you can order a pizza or whatever. Dwayne has a huge collection of DVDs to watch, and I'm sure there's something there you'll like. What do you say? I think you've earned a few nights away from everything. Emily looked at Derek. What do you think? Sounds better than crashing at the shelter again. He was correct. At the shelter, she couldn't take a long, hot bath and not be rushed. She looked at Nora. Cool, I'm in. Excellent, Nora said, taking a pad and pen from her purse. She scribbled on it, tore off the top sheet, and gave it to Emily. Here's our address. Come by tomorrow around noon, and I'll show you around and get you settled in before we head out with the kids after school. Emily beamed at the nurse's offer. Thanks, Nora. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Just make sure Derek gets plenty of rest, and don't burn the house down. Oh, and no parties. Gotta have friends to throw a party, Derek said in a sarcastic voice. You know what I mean, Nora said, shooting Derek a piercing look, then turning her focus to Emily. Emily nodded. I do. No parties. Won't be a problem. Great. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Nora said, before she walked out the front door and disappeared. Derek turned to Emily. There's no chance I'm going to that clinic. I figured as much. But I'll tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to come see you tomorrow night while you're watching their house. I don't think that's a good idea. Nora would be pissed. Her instructions were explicit. Well, technically, she said no parties, but she never said no boys or no Derek. She told you to make sure I rested, but didn't say where. Who's to say she didn't mean for you to watch me at their place? Probably safer for me there than here, right? That's true. Trust me, Em. It's all good. She still wasn't sure about his tempting idea. What about Mr. Thomas? Won't be an issue. Once he starts playing video games in his office after dinner, he loses track of time and usually falls asleep with the controller in his hand. He'll never know I'm gone. It would be nice to have some company. It might be a little scary in that house all by myself. But how will you get there? He held out his hand. Let me see that note. Emily gave it to him. He read it. It's not that far. I'll walk. Are you sure? Yeah. Anything to get out of this place for a while. There's absolutely nothing to do when you're not here. It's all I can do to not go batshit crazy. What about your ribs? If I have to, I'll wrap them with something, but I'm coming to visit. End of story. Maybe you can bring Junie too. That way I can keep an eye on both of you. He picked her hands up and held them gently. I was hoping it would just be us, Em. A little alone time might be just what the doctor ordered. Emily didn't like the idea of leaving Junie alone on a Friday night, especially after what had just happened to her mom, but she didn't want to disappoint Derek either. It was hard to resist his handsome face and say no, especially when her heart was shouting at her to say yes. She resisted the impulse to let her emotions decide and took a moment to think it through. Derek was only talking about a few hours, and it's not like Junie hadn't spent nights alone in the shelter before, back when her mom was out doing whatever it was that she did. Junie was more than capable and could probably manage without her for a bit. Junie was a resourceful, street-smart teenager, and she'd understand. She liked boys too, and would probably do the same if given the chance. If Emily did this, then she'd need to go to the shelter on Saturday and make it up to Junie by taking her to the park to feed the ducks. They could spend the whole day together like besties. Nora was going to leave her money for the weekend, so maybe she could spend some of it on Junie, do something special, like go shopping for a cute top at Goodwill. She liked her new plan, and everyone would be happy, including her. Okay, sounds fun, Derek. What time? He gave her a sexy, devilish smile that changed the rhythm of her heart. Around 6. It'll be dark by then, and the neighbors won't notice. The following evening, Emily was sitting on Nora's couch with nervous breath, watching the clock tick closer and closer to 6. Time seemed to have slowed down the moment after the Morris family took off for their weekend in L.A. earlier that afternoon, leaving Emily alone and anxious in a spacious home she'd never seen before today. House-sitting was fun, she decided, and she was enjoying herself, feeling as close to normal as she had since the awful night of the taking. Living in an urban house with a kitchen, a living room, and bedrooms brought back wonderful memories of what life had been like with her mom. She knew she could never go back to how it was before, but she also knew she should appreciate being safe and warm in a loving home where everything was quiet. She'd spent the early evening making sure the place was extra clean and tidy for Derek's arrival. Nora and Dwayne weren't messy, but the kids had left some toys and clothes lying around, and there was a stack of dishes in the sink that needed to be washed. She probably didn't need to do the extra cleaning, but she felt obligated to help out since they were kind enough to give her a place to stay for a few days. Cleaning also helped pass the time while she waited for her date to start. Maybe date wasn't the best term to describe her plans for the evening, since Derek wasn't taking her out for a night on the town. She wasn't sure if that component was necessary in order to classify their get-together as a date, but it's what she decided to call it. Either way, she wanted the place to look nice for him. She wouldn't have this chance again, not with her time-jumping issues. Everything needed to be perfect. Bing bong, the doorbell rang out. She gasped with an excited smile, feeling her heart flutter as her eyes found the front door. Her hands went to the sides of her face, realizing that her boyfriend was 5 minutes early and their evening together was about to start. Her hands and knees began to tremble, bringing with it some lightheadedness and a few blue speckles in her vision. She steadied herself with a deep, calming breath and stood from the couch, adjusting the fun skirt and cute top she had borrowed from Nora's closet. She looked in the mirror hanging on the wall to her right and checked the makeup Nora had given her access to. It was perfect. So was her hair, clean, combed, and styled in a Jennifer Aniston look. She wondered if Derek would like her ensemble. He'd never seen her dressed up this way, and, frankly, neither had she. Bing bong, the door chime called out again. Emily ran to the door, unlatched the deadbolt, and grabbed the doorknob. She planned to land a big kiss on his lips to set the mood and let him know how much she missed him. She twisted the knob and pulled the door open, hoping to see her handsome man standing there with a smile and maybe a bouquet of flowers. But what her eyes reported didn't match what she'd expected, making her freeze for a moment. The orange man was standing there with his expressionless face, looking back at her. He was holding a metal briefcase horizontally in front of his chest with its lid open, facing her. She glanced down at the swirling gray surface of its interior, and, before she could blink, an intense flash of white light invaded her vision. Chapter 18. Emily blinked a few times, trying to clear the fuzzy globs from her vision, only to find Derek standing in front of her. He was holding the screen door open with a concerned look on his face. Em? Are you okay? Babe? Talk to me, Derek said in front of Nora and Dwayne's house. What happened? She said in a choppy voice, flexing her hands. They felt numb, and so did her feet. I don't know. I walked up to the door and found you staring into space like a zombie. That's weird. I don't remember answering the door. Did you ring the bell? He pushed his way inside. No. You were already standing here with the door open, like you were waiting for me. Are you okay? Her head was swimming. I'm not sure. I must have completely zoned out for a minute. She felt a strange disconnect from her memory. My entire body feels tingly, like I slept too long. Emily lost her balance when a bout of dizziness hit her. She took a corrective step to stay upright. It worked. Whoa, Derek said, grabbing her elbow. Better sit down before you hurt yourself. He led her to the couch and took a seat next to her. What's the last thing you remember? She pointed at the wall clock. I was sitting here, looking at that stupid clock and counting the minutes until I got to see you again. Next thing I know, I'm standing at the door looking at you. I don't understand. Me either. Just rest for a minute. Maybe it'll come back to you. Her eyes locked onto the hour and minute hands of the clock, realizing that something wasn't right. 6:27, she said, trying to think it through. Sorry about that. How is that possible? It took me longer to get here than I expected. Didn't factor in stopping a bunch of times to rest. Sometimes it's hard to breathe. 32 minutes? She asked in a hesitant voice. Yeah, I should have left earlier. Sorry to make you wait like that. She gave him a sidelong glance while she churned through it in her brain. It was 5 minutes before 6 last time I looked at that clock. That means somehow 32 minutes have passed in like 1 second. Was I standing there the whole time, or did I sit here and then move to the door? Impossible to know. This is crazy. Did you black out? I don't think so, but maybe. You could have fallen asleep and then sleepwalked to the door. Really? Sure, it's possible. I've seen you do stranger things than that. She shook her head, not wanting to believe any of it. But I've never sleepwalked before in my life. I'm sure that's what happened. What else could it be? Maybe I mini-jumped. If I did, then everything is changing again. I'm just glad I got here when I did. What if some asshole had seen you standing there with a door open and tried to come in? This ain't the greatest neighborhood to start with. That's a little too scary to think about. At least you're okay. How are you feeling? Better? Yes, much. The numbness is gone and so are the tingles. Just wish my heart would quit racing. It's beating 100 miles an hour right now. I'm sure it will. Just give it time. You had quite a scare, he said, rubbing his hands across her back. Wow, that feels so good, she said, letting her eyes close as he continued to pamper her. A few minutes later, he stopped and sat back on the couch. She looked at him. Something wrong? A coy smile came across his lips. I brought you a present. You did? What? She asked, tapping her palms together in anticipation. She could have flashed on him to find out, but didn't want to ruin the surprise. Come on, show me. Please, don't make me wait. Well, now that you're not a zombie anymore, he said, leaning to his right and resting his elbow on the open end of the seat cushion. He put his other arm behind his back and left it there. One of my roommates snuck something into the home and gave it to me earlier. Hearing the words snuck something into the home changed Emily's anticipation to apprehension. A series of new objects flashed in her mind. Gun, knife, drugs, condom. What is it? She asked with a concerned voice. Just a little something to help us celebrate my recovery. He pulled his hand out to reveal a pint-sized bottle of peppermint schnapps. It must have been stuffed inside the waistband of his jeans. She slapped him on the arm. Oh my God, Derek! What? You're so bad. Yeah, well, so are you. No, I'm not. I'm a good girl, she said, with the same type of coy smile he gave her. And you, Mr. Bad Boy, have you been following doctor's orders? Feeling any better? I'm starting to. My ribs don't hurt every time I breathe, and my head isn't throbbing, so yeah, I'm getting better. But I'm going a little stir-crazy sitting on that couch, hour after hour, watching TV with a bunch of mindless zombies. She grinned, sort of like me at the front door a minute ago. Exactly, he said, laughing hard. I'm sure it gets old really fast, just lying around all day, doing nothing. He nodded. There are only so many game shows and soap operas a guy can watch before his brain turns into mush. I can imagine, she said, seeing him lean in for a kiss. She pushed him away. Slow down, Romeo. You can't just catch me off guard like that. You'd know what might happen. He rolled his eyes. So what? I need to make a reservation first? Not exactly romantic. Yeah, about as romantic as peppermint schnapps. You got me there. Look, we've got lots of time. No need to rush things, okay? Sure, but I need to be back at the home by 9:30. What do you say to ordering a pizza? Nora left me some money. I'm thinking pepperoni with extra cheese. An hour later, after they'd eaten pizza, Derek went into the kitchen and brought back 2 shot glasses. He put them on the table and filled them to the brim with liquor. He pushed one to Emily. I hope you like peppermint. She stared at the glass sitting in front of her. I don't know. This is my first time. For schnapps or alcohol? Both. Time to fix that then. He took his glass and downed it. He made an exaggerated face, then broke out laughing. Your turn. Emily took her glass, sniffed it, and then took a sip. Her throat burned as the booze slid down her gullet. She coughed. Ew! Gross! The trick is to slam it down all at once. That way you won't taste it. She turned the glass up, opened her mouth, and let what was left wash down in one gulp. It still stung, but this time she didn't want to gag. It's still awful. Just got to get used to it, he said, pouring 2 more shots. Emily drank hers first. Ah, she said, trying to sound cool. She hated every drop of it, but didn't want Derek to think she was a total goof. Her head began to tingle, and her mood changed from nervous to excited. She giggled. See, I told you it would get better. Derek downed his, then slammed the glass on the table with the rim down. Hey, I just thought of something. You never told me what happened with Junie and her mom. I didn't? He shook his head. When I saw her this morning, Junie told me her mom's hearing is next week and she'll probably be sent to rehab for a couple of months. Junie's going to be moved to a different shelter, one for displaced kids. Tumbleweeds? That place is a complete dump. I don't like it much either, but if her mom makes it through treatment, she'll get Junie back and they'll get placed in public housing together. Really? They usually don't give druggies second chances. Must be another one of the state's new programs. Always try to fix the unfixable, Derek said, pouring 2 more shots. Whee, she said, feeling her head spin and her eyes start to blur. I'm really starting to feel it. Big time. Already? Even after the pizza? Yeah, I'm such a lightweight. Derek took the shot away from her. Then no more for you, he said, drinking his shot and then hers. She frowned, exaggerating her expression like a sad toddler. But I was just getting the hang of it. Any more and you'll get sick. I'm not sure how vomiting and a hangover would play out with your condition. Good point, she said with slurred speech. She gazed into his captivating eyes, forgetting to turn off her second sight. It kicked in automatically, and she felt his raging desire. It was smoldering hot, like a blast furnace about to explode. The new sensation was beyond anything she'd ever felt before, making her both happy and nervous at the same time. A moment later, the link dropped after a swell of vertigo slammed into her, making her queasy when the room tilted to one side. She guessed this woozy feeling was what her BFF Stacy had meant long ago when she said she got totally buzzed the night before, happy and dizzy with an extra side of goofy. Before she realized what was happening, Derek was out of his chair, around the table, and they were standing up and kissing like a love-starved couple on their wedding night. Emily lost herself in him, rubbing her body against his. They stumbled across the kitchen, never letting go of each other. Her insides were out of control, and she expected a jump tingle to start, but it didn't. Somehow, the combination of the alcohol, Derek's presence, and her own sexual desires were suppressing the jump process from forming. The Derek effect, she said in a whisper, as he kissed her across the neck and collarbone. He stopped and pulled back, looking at her with concern. What? Nothing. Do you want me to stop? She was petrified, but didn't want him to stop, ever. She shook her head and then kissed him hard on the mouth, letting her tongue dart inside and explore. Emily's body exploded with energy, fueling a powerful yearning she knew she couldn't control. Every time his touch found her, it sent tingly bolts of electricity rippling across her skin. Right then, the desire became overwhelming. She knew what she wanted, and she wanted it now. Take me upstairs, now, she demanded, not wanting to spend another minute as a virgin. The moment she'd waited her entire life for was finally here. She wasn't sure what to do or how it would feel, but she didn't care, as long as it happened now, and with him. Chapter 19. Derek put Emily on the king-sized bed in the largest bedroom on the second floor. His ribs complained, but his body was being flooded with so many mood-altering hormones, the pain was easy to ignore. She gave him a timid smile, then held out her hand and guided him onto the soft sheet next to her. This is my first time. Please go slow, she said, with quivering lips and a soft tone. He opened his mouth to say something to help soothe her concern about being a virgin, but she stopped him. Emily whispered, I don't want to know. I don't care if I'm not your first. Did you bring protection? No, I wasn't expecting this. I mean, I thought we might fool around a little, but with your condition, I never thought... She pressed her fingers to his lips, stopping his words. I want you, Derek, right now, this very minute. Are you sure? I don't want to rush you. I'm positive. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. Now shut up and kiss me. He did, taking his time in case she changed her mind. Given her problems and his, he knew this might be the only time they'd ever be together, like this. He wanted to make sure his beautiful Emily and her delicate flower were ready, especially since they'd both been drinking. Just then, she stopped the kiss and looked at him for a moment. I'm ready, she said. She closed her eyes and put her arms above her head on either side of the pillow, giving him complete access to her. 4 days later, Emily crouched over the commode in the woman's bathroom on the second floor of Burton Bar Central Library, thinking about the news she was about to receive. She'd already sensed what was coming, but needed to be sure. Her hands were shaking, invigorated by the rapid pumping of her lungs, pushing her close to hyperventilation. Each thunderous beat of her heart sounded like a gong being struck in her ear canal. Emily wondered if the woman in the stall next to her could hear the thump in her chest as well. Probably not, she decided, not with all the farting and defecating the woman was doing next door. The smell, the noise. Gross. "It's now or never," Emily whispered, grabbing the end of the paper cover with one hand, holding the device in the other. She tore off the paper's end and peeled it down, exposing the stick. She held it precisely where the instructions had told her and let free a stream of pee she had been holding for the past half hour. She counted to 5, then withdrew the plastic tube and put it on top of the toilet paper dispenser. She sat on the seat and buried her head in her hands, trying to keep herself together. The instructions said to wait for 3 minutes for the results. 3 agonizing minutes. The longest 3 minutes of her life. She started a silent count of 180 Mississippis while thinking about the last few days and trying to ignore the disgusting sounds coming from the woman on the commode next to her. She'd been through a roller coaster of extremes. She'd lost her virginity to a boy she was convinced she was in love with, and she'd blacked out for 32 minutes while standing at the door to Nora's house. Emily didn't regret making love with Derek, but she'd woken up the next morning feeling different than before. She instantly knew something had changed inside of her, something profound and fundamental. She was feeling lethargic, and her lower back was sore. Her cycle wasn't due for another week, but she couldn't ignore the signs. On top of that, she knew she was unlike the rest of the normals, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, having been transformed against her will by a group of monsters who'd abducted her. She knew her body was genetically different from all the other girls, so normal rules and time frames didn't apply. She was a complete and total freak, a freak who was about to become an even bigger freak. Emily wasn't ready to face what was about to come next, but she had no choice. Reality was about to slap her in the face and demand a reckoning. Then again, it was possible her sixth sense might be wrong. Maybe it didn't work when she pointed it at herself. Maybe the test would come back negative. Maybe, just maybe, her life wasn't about to spin even more out of control than it already was. Hope comes in many forms, and she prayed her abilities were as out of whack today as she felt. The woman in the stall next door finished her business with one last grunt and a plop, then stood up and used a generous supply of toilet paper before she walked out of the bathroom. Emily was mortified that the defecator didn't stop to wash her hands, but Emily had bigger problems to think about. She was finally alone, and her silent count had reached its end. The white plastic test was shaped like an oversized toothbrush. She picked it up and stared at the indicators, praying that hope would manifest itself in the shape of a symbol. She saw 2 windows toward the end of the stick. The smaller window showed a vertical blue line, confirming that the test had worked. The larger window showed 2 intersecting blue lines. One was vertical and one was horizontal. Together, they made a plus sign. Her heart stopped beating, and she gasped. She was pregnant. Hope screamed for the exit. Emily collapsed onto the tile floor, unable to keep herself together. Tears came, and so did the jump tingle, swelling deep within the base of her spine. She tried her breathing exercises, but they had no effect. She dug her way through the panic and found her logic, but it was no match for what she was experiencing. She wasn't going to be able to squash the transformation. It had already reached the point of no return. That meant the blue light was coming for her, and for her baby. "Just another jump," she whispered, trying to calm herself. "Everything's going to be fine." But who was she kidding? Nothing was the same, not with the tiny speck of life growing inside of her. The tingle moved up her spine quickly and found the middle of her back. She could feel it resonating differently within her bones as it raced across her neck and found her forehead with the force of a locomotive. She knew her body had been supercharged, not only with the emotional turmoil that was her life, but also with a tidal wave of hormones related to her pregnancy. Emily's mind tore through questions she'd never considered before. How was she going to carry a baby while living on the street? Where was she going to give birth? When she jumped, was the baby going to come with her? Or would the fetus be left behind? Would jumping hurt the baby? Would the baby be a time jumper too? Could the baby jump without her? How was she going to tell Derek? Would Nora help her? Won't she need a doctor and regular visits? How is she going to pay for treatment? Is there a special clinic for pregnant girls who time jump whenever they become emotional? How was she going to raise a child for 18 years with her condition? She looked at her hands and arms as blue lines of energy began to crisscross her skin like angry lightning bolts. The energy swarmed her torso and swirled about her face as its color intensified beyond anything she'd seen before. The jump was going to be massive. She worried that she might travel far into the future, far beyond the lifespan of Derek, Jim, Dwayne, and everyone else she counted on for help, leaving her pregnant, scared, and utterly alone. "Mom, please help me," she cried out, just as her back arched and her body curled into the fetal position. The blue fire finished her transformation by taking her eyesight, and, a moment later, she was gone.
Wow. I hope you enjoyed book 2. I gotta say, that was probably my most intense time jump ever, and that's really saying something after all I've been through. I just hope my new baby didn't get left behind when the blue fire came and took me away. I guess we will find out in book 3. I'm not sure where all this is heading, but I'm sure the author has plenty of mayhem planned for me and the rest of us. I hope you're ready for the epic conclusion to my saga. In the meantime, if you could click that subscribe button, we would appreciate it. And if you have a moment, check out our merchandise store, where you will find plenty of swag loaded with my favorite sayings. Thanks. We really do need your support. It's what allows the author to keep posting his stories on this channel for free. Until next time, keep the faith, my friends. There's hope coming. At least I think so.